Uh, yeah, we're on YouTube, Facebook. Not you gotta connect the cameras. Yeah, the cameras have to be connected.
Sorry.
All right, everybody, you can hear me, but you can't see me. We're about to get this thing going. We're just trying to figure out the cameras. We're in a very professional studio. We'll get it going here. We're just trying to figure out the cameras connected not to my studio at the radio station, but the cameras in a different studio. So they're trying to figure that out. Just cameras are good?
Okay.
Cameras good?
Yep,
Okay.
we're all set. You just have an overlay up.
There we go. All right.
All right, and thank you if you're tuning in over on Pushing the Limits. Welcome back to Brian Shapiro is debating 1v10 over some amazing prompts today. If you're watching live, just be sure to understand that we're going to be having breaks in the middle of things and we're going to be working on stuff, but welcome. Brian, if you could give me a look into the camera and tell them the widespread voter fraud.
Yes, the first prompt that we are going to be doing today is why I believe widespread voter fraud does not exist in America.
Okay, and Stephen, to you.
Okay. So as far as this debate goes, I will bring up a few key facts that have been brought to light by the Trump administration. There were 35,000 non-citizens that were found on voter rolls in New Jersey, and then over 6,000 in Pennsylvania. So when you state that there's not a widespread voter fraud, how would you explain that?
How many people committed fraud in New Jersey? Out of those 35,000 people, how many people were proved to have committed fraud?
Well, this is just an initial report. So
right. So an initial report
Sorry.
means, with respect, an initial report means absolutely nothing to me. Donald Trump and his administration have said that he won the 2020 election. We were told by the administration this big bombshell was coming out with China. That was bullshit. Okay, what really happened was we learned that Russia interfered in the elections. There was more evidence of that. And they couldn't come up with one instance where one vote was fraudulent because of anything that China did. I also think it's very important for everybody here to define the definition of what widespread voter fraud is. And I understand yours might be a little bit different than mine. That's fine. But I want to come to some sort of mutual understanding of what that is. Mine is election manipulation that's happening on a large scale. Precincts, different regions, different states that could potentially affect the outcome of an election. And if you can give me any example of widespread voter fraud that overturned an election that was manipulated in any way, shape, or form, but I'm open ears. But I'm sorry, but I just don't believe anything that comes out of this administration. Donald Trump is the only president in American history that is yet to concede an election. It's been 6 years. We had Kash Patel just recently, 6 or 7 months ago. Guys, the arrests are coming. Can anybody name me any arrest that has been made when it comes to the election? There hasn't been. They haven't presented any evidence that the election was stolen. It's all nonsense. And then we have something called January 6th. But going back, we have plenty of time to talk about Trump. But going back to your claim of the 35,000, what they found in New Jersey was that 400 people, and of those 400 people, we don't know whether they were Republicans or Democrats. We don't know how they voted. And that is not my definition. It's not even a sliver of what would be considered by most to be widespread voter fraud. And I would also go to the Heritage Foundation, which is not a left-wing organization. The Heritage Foundation, many would consider on the right, and they put out a report that basically defies everything that the Trump administration said, that widespread voter fraud in this country does not exist. So I ask the same question again. Where is widespread voter fraud? Just because we have a report doesn't mean that it happened, that the widespread voter fraud. What report? From the Trump administration?
Well, this is absolutely true. But also, if you can't remember, every 4 years, whenever Donald Trump won the first time, they said Russia colluded with the election.
Who said that?
Hillary Clinton.
Okay. So first of all,
hold on. Did you want to jump in on any more? Because you went for a while.
No,
make sure he has time to
respond. It's not a big deal.
Sure.
So additionally, when I would state that widespread voter fraud does have different terminology with different people, but what if one of those votes was a deciding factor on a Senate or a representative seat where it could actually change this country forever? So Meaning, like,
Mhm.
regardless if it's 60,000 that committed fraud or one,
Mhm.
there shouldn't be any.
Right, but I understand
No,
what
I
you're saying. I
understand, but
agree with you. Okay, so
but
we agree on
these
that.
yes,
Fraud is fraud. And if
right.
there's any sense of, by the way, I've never made the claim, and I'm not saying you're accusing me of that. There's fraud. Absolutely.
Mhm.
Like I would never put up a prompt today that says there's no election fraud because that would be a lie.
Okay,
Of
good.
course there's election fraud. That's
Mhm.
not the point. So let's start with your Russia interference thing first, if
Mhm.
that's okay,
Go
sir.
ahead.
And I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Steve,
Steve. Sorry,
nice
Steve.
to meet you
Nice to
officially.
meet you too. Thank you for being here. So we know that there was Russia interference. I
Mhm.
never said, and I never have said, that any Russian interference, whether it be social media or Facebook,
Mhm.
which was proven, by the way, and even the documents that Donald Trump helped release showed that Russia did interfere. I've never believed that that was the reason why Trump won. And by the way,
Mhm.
Hillary Clinton never said that was the reason why Trump won either. She did make some statements that we
Mhm.
can talk about, but Russia did interfere. There's no question
Mhm.
about that. There's no question that Vladimir Putin wanted Donald Trump to win and tried to hurt Joe Biden as well.
Okay.
But that's not widespread voter fraud. And by
Mhm.
the way, I'm glad that's not widespread voter fraud. I don't believe Russia's interference changed the outcome of the election with Hillary Clinton. I don't believe changed anything with Joe Biden.
Mhm.
So again, widespread voter fraud,
Mhm.
large scale fraud that would leave a trail that would change the outcome of an election. Now, you gave a
So
hypothetical of one vote,
correct.
right? You gave a hypothetical
Yes.
of one vote. If that just does happen, I still
Mhm.
don't think if one vote is fraudulent, that still is categorized as widespread voter fraud. But if
Mhm.
you can give me an example of that happening, then I'd be happy to talk about that with you.
So are you agreeing that what the administration from both sides are telling us is what is actually happening? So, for example, there's like classified information that you've never heard about with other countries that are interfering in our elections, not just with the illegals that are voting in our country, but actual, IT or
How many illegals have voted in our country
I
in the
don't have
last
an
25 years? You don't know?
I don't have an
Couple
exact number.
hundred, couple hundred.
Okay, but
So that's not widespread voter fraud.
regardless,
It's not even worth
but
a
when you say
conversation.
widespread voter fraud, it
Mhm.
doesn't mean the actual votes. It means interference from other
Mhm.
countries, correct?
So where is the
So,
evidence that other countries have interfered in our elections, which changed an outcome?
do you believe governments from both sides are
Who
telling
made
us?
that statement on the left? I
I,
don't believe anything the Trump administration says
do
because
you,
they're all a
so
bunch of
you
fucking
believe
liars. But who
so
said
do
that
you
on the
believe the
left?
Democrats are any better?
Give me an example. Absolutely, I think they're better. When it
Well,
comes to
do you
this
think
stuff,
you don't think they're hiding
let's
anything
talk
from
about that. Wait, so you're making the argument, and correct me if I'm wrong,
you?
that you think the left is just as much of a problem at our elections and election integrity and confidence in our elections than the right. Can
Absolutely.
you name me the last insurrection where Democrats stormed the Capitol and people died? Last I checked,
Well,
those were all right-wing Republicans who believed in the big lie that Donald Trump won the 2020 election.
mhm.
Will you tell me right now Donald Trump lost a free and fair election in 2020?
I mean, I don't have the actual data in front of me.
So if
what
you don't have the
effect?
data, then
So
why wouldn't you admit that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election?
okay, well, why would you not on the inverse say that he possibly did not lose it?
Because there's no evidence of widespread voter fraud.
Okay.
Give me the evidence in the last 6
Okay.
years. Okay, let's pull this back a little bit.
Okay.
Give me any evidence that
Mhm.
the Trump administration or anybody has shown, and not the My Pillow idiot or Sidney
Sorry.
Powell or these morons that have zero credibility,
Mhm.
or Dinesh D'Souza and his 2000 Lies movie. Okay,
2000.
give me
Gotcha.
well, it's idiocy, and here's why I bring that up. You couldn't find me one example in that bullshit movie from a despicable man in Dinesh D'Souza. I've met him. I think he's a despicable human being who's a convicted felon who has called Barack Obama a Negro on social media. There's not one example in that fake film where anybody broke the law. In fact, he's been sued in that movie and he had to pay people out for lying. So that movie is nonsense. It's a fictional piece of garbage. And when we talk about the 2020 election, and I ask people this question,
Right.
who won a free and fair election? Not who won, because a lot of cowards on Capitol Hill on the right will say, well, obviously Joe Biden was the president. No, that's not the question. The question is, who won a free and fair election? And when I can't get an answer with respect that you won't answer for whatever reason, and your only response is, well, I don't have all the evidence in front of me. I think you said something like that.
Yeah,
In order
initially,
to
yeah.
question an election, you have to have some bit of actual real evidence proven that there was fraud, and you can't give me any. So why can't you just say what everybody else would say, that the election was not stolen? Joe Biden won a free and fair election. There's no evidence of widespread voter fraud.
And I wanna try to give him a little more time.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
And
you're
well,
good.
and
You're
only
good.
because you're owning your claims, right?
Yeah.
Which is great, but
Uh-huh.
I want to hear a little
My
bit
mouth
more
is shut.
talking time because we're close to the 10 minutes and we
Go
know
ahead,
people
sir.
are
I
listening.
apologize.
No,
I
it's all good.
apologize.
You're long-winded, Brian. It's all good.
It's good.
So let me ask you this. Okay, during
Sure.
the 2020 election, when they
Yeah.
had the water leak
Mhm.
in Georgia,
Mhm.
and they delayed the votes, have you ever seen a shift in a presidential election or any election that has gone on the conservative side? It's usually only the 3 a.m. like ballot drops that happen with the suitcases in Georgia. Do you remember this? What I'm speaking of?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about ballot drops with you, but again, with ballot drops and
I feel, personally speaking, I think universal mail-in voting should be outlawed. We should not
Okay.
have have voting machines in this country. We
Mhm.
should have paper ballots. And
guess what?
should-
I don't disagree with you.
Okay,
I think, but that doesn't mean there was widespread voter fraud.
but widespread voter fraud is a hypothetical type.
Then why does Donald Trump keep talking about it? And why do you guys keep saying that the election was stolen then if it's hypothetical? I agree with you. It is hypothetical. I also agree with you with what you said about, machines and all that. I wouldn't have a problem with that. Here's my problem.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Donald Trump told you guys not to mail in ballot. He said there was all this cheating going on.
Mhm.
Was never proven. All these votes were counted late at night into the next day. I'm
Correct.
talking about the 2020
California.
election. Again,
Mhm.
they needed people to count the votes. Trump told you guys not to mail in ballot, even though he's mail in balloted 5 times in the last 6 years.
Okay.
Donald Trump has done that. So at a minimum there,
So you're
he's
saying he's a hypocrite?
well, I'm not saying he is. If you don't like something, I've always said this. I said this on Tim Pool's show a few weeks ago. Change the laws. I have no problem with that. Or vote for people that agree with your ideology on this stuff, that want to change the laws. No problem. And I can have a reasonable conversation with people on how our elections could be better, how they could be counted faster. I think that's a very fair conversation to have. Here's what I don't think is fair. When I look you in the eye and I ask you, who won a free and fair election in 2020, and you don't answer it, and then I say, why are you not answering that? And your only response is, I don't have all the information in front of me. Well, I can give you all the information. And I can tell you right now, the election was not stolen. There is no evidence of widespread voter fraud. Donald Trump released some paperwork that was classified a few weeks ago that literally didn't show that China interfered in one vote. All they talked about were the voter rolls. In America, we have the ability to do the exact same thing. It costs a little bit of money. We can get voter rolls. It's not against the law. If anything, it proved that China tried to hurt Joe Biden and that Vladimir Putin tried to hurt Joe Biden. So it actually made the case for Democrats. So I'll ask you.
Wouldn't that be considered widespread voter fraud in your opinion?
Absolutely not, because you have
Why?
to prove that a vote was
No,
manipulated.
you don't.
Yes, you do.
It changes the minds of people. How do
Okay.
there's no way to
How did China change the
there's-
minds
There's no
of people?
possible way to tabulate. Say I'm conservative, right?
Mm-hmm.
And say I've some Russian or Venezuelan propaganda that says, "Oh, you need to vote Democrat," for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no way to know that person switched that vote because of that.
So the Trump administration has to prove what you are talking about.
I don't think you need to prove
Yes,
the numbers themselves.
Just because somebody
No.
has voter rolls, and they alleged that, by the way, it wasn't proven in a court of law. It wasn't proven. And then I also, okay, if this was true, hypothetically speaking,
Okay, go ahead.
let's just say, sir, what you're saying is 100% true.
Uh-huh.
Why isn't he bringing it up to President Xi? Why is it when Marco Rubio met with them a week ago, he didn't even bring it up? Why is it when Donald Trump, it was brought up to Donald Trump a few days ago? If China really truly did this and they kind of which hasn't been proven, and I don't believe it, but let's just say hypothetically they did.
Yes.
Donald Trump's response the other day was, they do things to us, we do things to them. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen with President Xi. He's going to praise President Xi. He's going to be Taco Trump as usual. He's not even going to bring it up the way Marco Rubio didn't bring it up. If this was true, don't you think they would have brought it up with President Xi?
No, I don't think so. I don't think they
What?
would. I don't think they would do
What?
that on a public forum. I think they are doing these
Privately.
things behind doors. Absolutely.
Marco Rubio was asked if it was brought up in a private meeting, and he said no. We're talking about
You think he's
Marco
telling you the
Rubio.
truth?
You
No.
think they brought it up?
I think so. I think they talk about this stuff behind closed doors. They do backroom deals just like the left. The right and the left, they play this game.
With no evidence to back that up. You're just assuming that. What is China giving up?
What if this is a national security risk? Because I used to be in military intelligence, right? And whenever something, you have to have the need to know, you have to have the clearance level. There are things that the public cannot be privy to.
All right, well,
100%.
let's review. And this is my issue with your argument with respect. You won't answer whether Donald Trump lost a free and fair election. Your only response to that is, I don't have the data in front of me. When you make a claim like that and you're not sure about an election, you have to have some evidence to back it up. That's exactly what the Trump administration has done for 6 years. Donald Trump said this in 2015. Before the election with Hillary Clinton, he said the Democrats were going to rig it. It was not rigged. Donald Trump won a free and fair election in 2016.
Okay.
Even though you could make the argument without Elon Musk, with the money that he had, Donald Trump might not have won. I have never said that the 2024 election was rigged. And if you asked me right now, and Brian, who won a free and fair election in 2016 and 2024, I would immediately say to you, Donald Trump. You know why? Because there's no legitimate evidence, and what we are talking about, there is no widespread voter fraud that could prove that Donald Trump lost. There is no widespread voter fraud to prove that Joe Biden lost the election. And that is the whole basis of my argument. You need evidence of widespread voter fraud. You haven't presented any.
And I want to let him maybe, I assume, because you were kind of going into a Q&A, like a line of logic, but he just kind of went, he takes the answer and rambles, no offense, right? But like he'll take the answer and go. So if you want to run kind of like a Q&A, quick answer, I want to give you guys the last 2 minutes to try to get through that. And then we'll move into some closing thoughts.
Okay, so my entire argument behind widespread voter fraud, I do not think we've had secure elections in at least a decade, maybe 12 years, 16 years, right? And this happens on both sides whenever you have the left going after the right, saying voter fraud, and then right going after the left. I think the issue is we're being split apart on the main issue, that we do have foreign influence operations that are happening within our country. Our machines, I'm sorry, dude, I do believe they're rigged, and they can be hacked with a thumb drive. There was evidence that was presented in Maricopa County, I believe, in 2020. I can't 100% remember, but there's a lot of information that is out there. There are a lot of moving pieces. So if you count or you tabulate all of these things that are going on with like foreign operations, the 1 or 2 votes or a couple hundred illegals, and then like the water main break, or the conservatives that never have that 3 a.m. dump, the mail-in voting ballots that people are ballot stuffing. I think that's where the widespread voter fraud is coming from. It's a multitude of different things, and it's not just specifically those numbers.
Everything you mentioned it would not be considered widespread voter fraud. The couple hundred illegals that allegedly, so a couple hundred illegal voters in the last 20 years is widespread voter fraud? I mean, you can't be serious.
It shouldn't be one.
That's not the argument. Hold on. The argument isn't whether there should or shouldn't be voter fraud. I agree with you. That's not what we're talking about.
Okay.
We're talking about widespread voter fraud. And you're telling me that your definition of widespread voter fraud are a couple hundred undocumented immigrants that have voted in the last 20 years.
But
sir, that's not serious.
Brian. It's more than that.
What are you talking? Where? Tell me.
Foreign countries that are invading. They're psyoping
what election?
People. Every single one.
Okay,
are you alive?
So every single election,
yes,
there was widespread voter fraud with foreign influence. Can you give me an example, please?
I mean, dude, like the memes with the Russian
guy.
The
Russian memes you consider widespread voter fraud that overturned an election? What are you talking about?
Dude, how could you not think this way?
A meme is widespread voter fraud? Think about what you're saying now, dude.
Just think about it.
I'm thinking.
Okay, this more than...
I saw a meme on Facebook, and that's widespread voter fraud that changed the presidential election?
More than this.
Then tell me, what?
Oh, my gosh. Dude,
I think he wants a very much more direct and
You gave me a meme. I asked you, what is your evidence? And you said you saw a meme.
I'm just providing examples.
So give me another example that's more serious than that one.
I just can't think of one off the top of my head right now.
So here's my...
So it's my first debate.
Okay, understood. With respect. If you're going to make a claim of widespread voter, which I think is a very serious thing, I think we both don't want that in this country, right? It's a bad thing. Then you have to be able to provide evidence. To be fair with you, the Trump administration is answering questions like you are. When they are asked specific questions about widespread voter fraud, they cannot answer the question because it doesn't exist. That is the whole point of my prompt, and it is and you're making it for me. You make these claims that are unsubstantiated, and then when I asked you what foreign adversaries are committing widespread voter fraud in our elections, you come up with a meme. I agree with you. In Russia, they did interfere. They hacked into Facebook. That was proven. But there's no evidence that changed the outcome of an election. There's no evidence that that's why Trump won. I've never made that claim.
We're going to agree to disagree on this one because I think our definitions of widespread voter fraud are vastly different.
Give me one example. Give me one example that an election.
I can't tell you top secret information. I can't tell you information that
Wait, you have top secret
No,
information?
no. What I'm saying is, like, if I were
How do you know it's there?
how do you not know it's there?
Because
I
nobody's
believe
presented
it's
it.
there.
So you think
So
there's
they're not going to
So hold on.
declassify this.
All right,
They're
so
going
let
to
me
do it
get-
in time.
Donald Trump just declassified a bunch of stuff, and Caroline Levitt said it was a bombshell. Do you know? Can you tell me one vote that was manipulated because of
Are we
what
going
they
to argue with the semantics on what a bombshell is?
It's
now?
not okay. So
Let's.
again, that's my point.
I feel like
That-
we're not going to get anywhere because we don't have the examples, and it's like, well, how can you prove it? How can you disprove it? Let's move into. I would like you to give a closing thought, and then
Sure.
Brian, you can have the final say.
Sure.
Go ahead. Steve.
Okay. So great debate. This is my first time ever debating, and
Good,
I
I'm glad you're
appreciate you. I think there are a lot of things we do disagree on, and a lot of
Mhm.
things we do agree on.
Mhm.
I do believe there is widespread voter fraud. Our definitions are different,
Mhm.
and I do respect your opinions on
Mhm.
this, and I'm going to keep to mine.
Oh, I
So-
appreciate that. If I sat in front of all you today and I said I believe that the Earth is flat, some people might laugh. Hold on a second.
You got me, sorry.
Some people might laugh, which is fine because it would be funny. I would ask Kyrie Irving, can you please give me any geographical evidence that the Earth is flat?
Mhm.
Now, obviously, anybody with a brain would give some science evidence as to the Earth is round and not flat.
Mhm.
I personally feel like this is the argument. You have to have actual, real evidence that an election was overturned or manipulation on a large scale. 200 undocumented immigrants voting in 20 years it never overturned any election. It wasn't widespread. There are mistakes made in every election. That doesn't mean that that's widespread voter fraud. So Donald Trump has hurt our integrity and our confidence in elections because he couldn't admit he lost an election. Apparently, everything went well in 2016. Apparently, everything went just fine in 2024. Apparently, when Plattner or somebody in California loses and a Republican loses, the Democrats cheated. But when the guy who used to do a weekend show on Fox News wins, apparently that's totally fine. So I guess Democrats are just choosing when they can cheat. You have to show actual evidence that widespread voter fraud manipulated or changed the outcome of an election. It's never happened in the history of this country. And until it does, I'm going to hold the same opinions. But I appreciate the discussion very much. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And I wish I could grow my beard out like yours, quite frankly.
That is
So
a
I
nice
appreciate
beard.
that.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you
You too,
so
man.
much.
Appreciate
Shannon, let's go ahead and get you up next. For starters, if we have more time, you can do multiple prompts, but just a heads up to everyone. Try to be concise and to the point of
Yep.
where you're going with your conversation and where you're going with to go against his
Sure.
claims. It will have a more productive conversation, I think. All right, Shannon, welcome aboard, my friend.
Hi, Shannon.
Widespread voter fraud. You've decided to come take on this claim with Brian, so I'm gonna go ahead and say, start it off.
I am very passionate about this subject. I live in California,
Mhm.
SoCal, by the way. I hate Gavin Newsom. First of all, can you answer me a question? I know you like numbers and you like stats and stuff, but how come in California it's illegal to ask for identification when voting?
Yeah, so I disagree with that.
Right.
I have no problem with voter ID. I've agreed with Republicans on that, but there's a caveat to it, right? There are a lot of poor people in this country. There are a lot of homeless people in this country. There are a lot of people that might not have the means to take public transportation to be able to get an ID. So I think if we're going to pass laws on voter ID, which by the way I wouldn't have a problem with, I think that you have to give everybody fair opportunity. So the government has to come up with a program. In the SAVE Act, they don't have this. There's a lot of people that wouldn't have the means to be able to get an ID. So let's give those people an opportunity. Now, listen, if they don't take the opportunity and you can't schedule, an appointment, or you can't get to an office, or the government can't get to certain people that are poor, then that's an issue. But we have to come together, Republicans and Democrats, to understand that there are some people that don't have means of getting an ID, and let's help them out. Let's try to get them an ID. If we can move that ball forward, then yeah, I wouldn't have any problem with voter ID. I don't have a problem with that at all.
I agree with that completely, but you said how many illegal immigrants have illegally voted in the last how many years?
According to the Heritage Foundation, which did a study on this, there were around 200, I could be give or take, I could be wrong, that were proven,
Right.
that were voted, that were illegal immigrants.
Right. So if you don't have to prove your ID when you vote, then couldn't that number be a lot different?
Yeah, so you can't just walk up and say, hey, I want to vote. There is a process. And some Republicans make it seem like any person without ID can just walk up and say, hey, let me vote. I mean,
Right.
obviously they ask you for your address. Obviously they ask you for your name. Obviously they ask you for a social security number. So there still is a vetting process. All I'm simply saying is I don't have a problem with ID. I don't have a problem with voter ID. I just want to give people the opportunity because some people don't have the means, to get an ID.
Okay. I can't give you the factual information, but I have looked into it. I can't remember it right now, but there is a loophole for illegal immigrants in California to receive a social security number.
Mhm.
So, I mean, we have
So-
illegal. Do you think maybe
So-
we have illegal immigrants voting in California?
If somebody could actually show me evidence and proof of that, then
Right.
I would be glad to look into it. But if you have a fake social security number or you come up with a fake, that's I believe that's fraud, and I believe that's a
is.
felony.
It is.
So if that's happening, then of course I wouldn't be okay with that.
Right.
But again, it brings me back to my original point. I don't have a problem with voter ID.
Right.
What I do have a problem with is in this prompt is when people claim, and I'm not saying you're claiming this. I don't know what your opinion is on this. I'm meeting all of you, most of you, for the first time today.
Yeah.
And I don't believe there's massive voter fraud in this country. As I said in the prompt, I don't believe there's widespread voter fraud, that it would have to be proven, which it hasn't. You would agree with me that the Trump administration has not proven that. Would you agree with that in the 2020 election? Or let me just ask you this. Who won a free and fair election in 2020? Let me get your opinions on that.
I don't think, what was it, 19 million people voted for Biden?
No, it was
It was
far
eight-
more than that. It was around
okay.
81 million.
Okay. Oh,
Mhm.
yeah, 81. My
Yeah,
bad.
yep.
18. I mixed
Mhm.
the numbers. Okay. I don't think that happened. I
Why?
definitely don't think that happened.
Why?
Look at Biden. Are you kidding me?
Look at Biden. Look at Trump. That's your argument? I don't think 81 million people voted for Biden. Why don't you think that? Are you kidding me? Look at Biden. Okay, I can give you the same argument with Donald Trump. Did you see him falling asleep at Lindsey Graham's funeral the other day?
I
Do you
didn't see
see
that.
Donald? Do you see the rashes on his neck? He looks like he has herpes on his neck. Do you see the guy walking around and dragging his leg and lying and attacking people and saying he wants to put 6 Democrats and give them the death penalty? So I'll tell you why I voted for Joe Biden. And by the way, I'm a registered independent who did not vote for Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton. Most people
Okay.
that I know,
I respect that.
most people that I know that voted for Joe Biden that are not far left Democrats, it was an anti-Donald Trump vote.
Got
We
it.
were coming out of a global pandemic,
Mm-hmm.
okay, where I thought Trump took COVID press conferences and turned them into campaign rallies. Okay. The economy was in ruins when he left, and he's doing the same thing this go around. If you ask me, I ask, how can people vote for Trump? I know we're getting a little off topic now.
are,
We've
yeah.
got, and we'll get to the Trump stuff, but the war in Iran, the economy right now, everything headed in the wrong direction. Joe Biden wasn't my first, second, or third pick. Okay. I'll be honest with you. He wasn't. Neither was Kamala Harris.
Right. I agree.
But it was an anti-Trump vote. Now, if your argument, I would assume you have more thoughts
Right,
about
I
this,
do, yeah.
not than just Joe Biden was in the bunker or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Joe Biden wasn't the perfect candidate, right? But if you're going to make the case that you don't think it was a free and fair election, then I need something else other than, come on, look at what Joe Biden looked like. He was eating ice cream and getting it all over his face. I mean, I would assume, you have more
Yeah, but
than that.
that's what I was talking about with you. You're more of a number and stats guy. And you had mentioned earlier that any stats that come from the Trump administration, that you don't trust them. But you only trust the stats that come from
What stats did the Trump administration give out?
you were talking about earlier with the previous guy. The only point is that you said that anything that comes from the Trump administration, you don't trust. So are you saying that you only trust things that come from sources that you already trust?
So what stats are you referring to when it comes to the Trump administration? Because I don't recall them ever giving out any specific stats that were proven that there was widespread voter fraud. Now, maybe I'm wrong.
Right.
Give me a stat
No, no.
from the Trump administration, and then I'll tell you my
No, no, no,
opinions on it.
I'm
In
not-
general, do I believe things that the
That's
Trump
what I'm
administration
saying. Yes,
says?
that's what I'm saying.
In general, no. When it
Right.
comes to the war in Iran, I
Right.
mean, in general terms, I don't believe anything out of this guy's mouth because he lies 30,000 times.
Okay, so you only
Um,
believe information from sources you
The
trust.
heritage, okay, so in order to prove
Mhm.
that an election was rigged,
Mhm.
it has to be proven in a court of law. The
Right.
reason why I brought up the Heritage Foundation, which is, by the way, a right-wing entity, not a left-wing entity, and by the way, Turning Point, another organization, has done studies on this as well when it comes to undocumented immigrants. Nobody on the right, forget about the left,
Okay.
nobody on the right in these organizations can come up with any evidence of widespread voter fraud. Even Mike Lindell, who was supposed to have this symposium, this bullshit symposium, oh, well, we got hacked, so I can't provide you the evidence.
Right.
Or Sidney Powell, these lunatics on the right that come up with these conspiracy theories about the election, or Dinesh D'Souza. They never deliver any real evidence. So it's not just the Trump administration. If, in fact, there was widespread voter fraud, I'm waiting for one person to provide me actual, real evidence that the election was manipulated or stolen.
Right.
If that
I
makes
can send
sense.
it to you later, but there was like this is only one example,
Mhm.
but there was a lot in Southern California, which is where I live, by the way. So I experienced a lot of illegal immigrants around there. There was a big, huge empty lot,
Mhm.
and there was like hundreds of names that lived at that address and
Mhm.
got sent voter
Mhm.
to vote. So
Mhm.
I know you're a numbers guy. I know you're a stats guy.
Not really.
It
I'm
seems
just
like
a
it.
logical fact
It
guy. I'm
seems
not
like it.
not really a numbers guy.
So like, okay,
So let's go with your theory of hundreds of people were sent. By the way, that still wouldn't fall under the definition of widespread voter
Well,
fraud.
it's just an example. One example.
It's an example, but for
One.
widespread voter fraud, you need more than just a few examples.
But
You
there's
need
just
enough.
one, exactly.
Okay, so was that proven in a court?
See, that's what I mean by you.
Mhm.
You don't look at. There's evidence that you can see, but it's not been proven in court, so you're not going to believe it.
So in order for an election to have been overturned, and by the way, I've got some news for you. Donald Trump would have lost California, even if that happened in 100,000 homes. But even with that being said, let's just say what you're saying is true.
Mhm.
I still ask you that question because those are just allegations.
Right.
From the
Yeah.
Heritage Foundation, the stats that I gave you, which they studied,
Mhm.
proven voter fraud, not an allegation or a hearsay where somebody says, hey, I live in this house and I got blah, 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 blah. If that actually happened, then it has to be proven in a court. You have to file, and you have to prove that it was intentional too. But I'm just going. It's not even really a numbers thing. It's more of just a logical thing. If somebody is claiming that there was widespread voter fraud, then they have to prove it. Donald Trump was 0-63 in the courts. I'll go back to Al Gore and George W. Bush.
Right.
Extremely close election, right? Went down to hundreds of votes in Florida, right? What Al Gore did is he didn't say that the election was stolen. He didn't claim that Republicans cheated. He went through every legal avenue that he had to go through. And then when he exhausted all those legal avenues, he did something Donald Trump didn't do. He conceded. You remember the call that he made with Brad Rassenberger in Georgia, where Donald Trump said, just find me these amount of votes. If a Democrat did that, you guys would be going apeshit. It was wrong. Donald Trump, it's very simple. He can't admit that he lost at anything. He never has, and he never will. I've had private conversations with people that have had dinners with Donald Trump, where Donald Trump has admitted that he lost. He knows he lost, and that's what makes this so dangerous. I feel like some people continue to talk about this widespread voter fraud issue, which does not exist in this country. I'm still waiting for evidence. And when somebody can provide that, I'm willing to have that conversation. But if you want to make the elections better, if you think that they can be counted faster, I'm not a huge Gavin Newsom fan. There's a lot of problems in California. I would still vote for Gavin Newsom over any MAGA Republican, and I can give you a lot of reasons for that. But there's a lot of problems in California. Okay, you have a terrible mayor in LA. She's awful. Okay, I'm not one of these far left. I'm not one of these far left people that can't criticize Democrats. What I do criticize is any politician that attacks our democracy.
Right.
And this is why I say Donald Trump is a threat to our democracy. He has never shown any real widespread voter fraud evidence that he lost the election. It's why we had January 6th. And I will always call out people for lying. And Donald Trump is a liar.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure. You can
And
ask me anything you want.
I
I'm
wanna-
6 feet tall. Oh, I thought she was
and
going to ask me.
Brian-
I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm going to let her ask, oh my God, a question, but I want to give her a little more time.
Sure, sure.
I know you
I'm a
love-
chatterbox,
I
man.
know you are, and that's why I'm trying not to like shut you down so much, but
No,
we
you
have
can
to give
shut me
her
down anytime you
at
want.
least the last few minutes to shine on her own mic.
Absolutely.
A little bit more.
Sure.
There you go. Go ahead.
Okay,
Jamie.
so in reference to proving this, right? Chad Bianco was trying to look into the voter integrity, and they told him that he couldn't do it. They stopped him from doing it and said that it would affect the trust in voting. Why would it affect the trust in voting for someone to look into the voter integrity and look for voter fraud?
Yeah.
Why did they stop him from doing that? Don't you think that if they did nothing wrong, that they would have no problem with him looking into it?
So I'll answer that, and I just want to start out by saying you used the word integrity, and that's certainly not a word that I would use to describe this man. There's somebody here right now who he claimed was trying to kill Donald Trump. That was a blatant lie. That was completely wrong. So Chad Bianco has no integrity at all. I think he's a complete buffoon. That's number one. No credibility.
Yeah,
Number
that's
two,
besides the point,
yeah,
though.
but number two, in order for somebody to investigate, right? He wants to investigate, right? He wants to look into things. When we have recounts in this country, you can't just have a recount. There's a process you have to go through. And in that process, you have to have some reason and evidence to believe that votes might have been manipulated, things might have not gone the right way. What Bianco has done and what Democrats have argued is that he's just making an unverified claim with no evidence. And I agree with Democrats on this issue. If Mr. Bianco, with no integrity, wants the opportunity to have some sort of election integrity check or whatever he would call it, then provide evidence as to why. And if he's able to do that, which to this day he has not been able to do, then I would be totally okay with that. But it is a waste of taxpayers' money. They did it in Arizona.
They didn't let him do it. They didn't let him.
Right, because he had no evidence.
He wanted to, but they didn't let him
Okay,
do
but that's
it.
my point. Just because
But
you
what if he
want.
did have
So
it?
let me ask you a question. But he hasn't presented any.
He
That's my
couldn't. They
point.
stopped him immediately.
He has the right now to hold a press conference and to provide evidence to make Democrats look bad. It would make Democrats look bad. If he could actually hold a press conference and he had the goods, he could hold a press conference right now. They did it in Arizona. By the way, he hasn't done that. They did it in Arizona. They had all these recounts. And you know what some of these ninja recounts found? That Joe Biden got more votes. It actually helped the Democrats. So if Bianco wants to make a claim, and he wants to make Democrats look bad, and, oh, look what they're doing. They're not letting me do this investigation and all this fraud. Then hold a press conference and present the evidence that you have that would lead you to believe that there are shenanigans going on. If it was actually there, he would have done that by now.
No. My point is, like, why would they stop him?
I
Say
just
he did
told
have
you
the-
why.
No. There's a reason why. If they're not doing anything wrong, then why?
I just told you why.
No, but listen, the wording on it was that they wouldn't let him because it would affect voter trust.
Sure. So
That's weird wording, don't you think?
So here's my opinion on, and I don't know exactly the wording that they used, but my opinion doesn't change.
Right.
You can't just have any politician say, hey, I think this was stolen. We want a voter recount. This is very expensive. And by the way, last I checked, California's spending a lot of money on a lot of different things, right? So we can't just have somebody on the right, like Mr. Bianco, who is a Trump mushroom gobbler, pardon my French, but he is. We can't just have somebody like Bianco or any politician say, there was election fraud and the Democrats are cheating. Okay, sir, where's your evidence? I don't know, but it's just a feeling. And let's put millions and millions of taxpayer dollars into some sort of recount. Well, I'll tell you what, if Bianco wants to do that and he doesn't find anything, let's charge him. Let's charge the Republicans. They would never agree to that, though. They would never agree to that.
That's an opinion.
You think Bianco would agree to paying for this investigation if it didn't work out?
I can't say. I don't know what he would
Okay,
do.
there's no chance he would do that. It would cost millions and millions of dollars, more than his salary. It happened in Arizona. Tens of millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars were used because these Republican ninja morons claimed that the election was rigged and the Kerry Lake bullshit. You know what happened? Nothing other than the fact that they proved that Joe Biden actually got more votes. The same thing I think would happen in California, and I'm not okay with any of these integrity checks or investigations that cost taxpayer monies unless they can actually provide some evidence. My advice to Mr. Bianco, if you have the goods and you have some evidence, hold a press conference yesterday, make the Democrats look bad and provide that evidence, and then the Democrats will have pressure and they will be forced to have an investigation. But that's not going to happen. You know why? Because he doesn't have any evidence.
And Shannon, let's go ahead and move into your final thoughts, and then Brian, you can give a final word.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to know that. So your opinion is there's not a lot of voter fraud in California. Let's just say California. I know it's
I
widespread.
never said that.
I'm
Let her
asking
have
you.
her final thoughts.
Mhm.
Oh,
I'm asking
you
you.
are asking.
There's no widespread voter fraud in California.
You genuinely believe that?
It's not what I believe. It's what can be proven.
See, that's what I mean. You're a numbers guy, not a common sense guy.
No, I think
In my
common sense
opinion.
says if you're my definition of common sense when it comes to this with respect is if you're going to make a claim that there's widespread voter fraud, you can't just make a claim and believe it. There actually has to be evidence. That's not a numbers guide. That's just if you're claiming that somebody murdered somebody and I say I don't believe you, I don't have any evidence, but I think that person murdered that person, a judge would laugh in your face. So right now, if you guys went to the courts and you went in front of a judge, which, by the way, Donald Trump tried to do when he claimed that the election was rigged in 2020, they would say it's not based on merit. It's why Donald Trump went 0-63. If one Republican in California can provide me any evidence, not that the elections could be done better or faster, I'm all on board, or even the voter ID stuff that I think we agree on. That's a different conversation. That's fine.
Right.
But when you claim that an election was stolen or rigged or there's widespread voter fraud, you have to be able to provide evidence, and then that evidence needs to be shown to the public and presented in a court of law. Not one Republican in California has been able to do that. Not one Republican in this country has been able to prove in a court of law that we have something called widespread voter fraud. And that is not coming from a numbers perspective. It is coming from the most logical perspective that I can come to, which is our court system.
Okay, let me try this one more time. Closing statement. which
Sorry.
means
She asked me
your
a question,
final
I had to
sta- I
answer it.
know, but you're not supposed to add it
I'm
unless
sorry,
Go
it's
ahead.
I couldn't-
rhetorical.
I had to ask it.
Closing statement, and then Brian with your
Yeah.
final thought.
I,
Thank you.
but I believe there's tons of voter fraud going on, and I believe that it's hard to believe that people just blindly believe whatever information that the government allows us to see without looking and opening their eyes and seeing and looking at what they actually see.
Okay, so I could believe in the tooth fairy. That doesn't mean it's true.
Did you see it?
I could believe, well, I don't believe in the tooth fairy because I haven't seen it, because I'm
Okay,
an evidence
exactly,
guy.
okay.
I'm giving
Hold
you a
on, this is
hypothetical.
his final
Okay.
thought.
She just said, did you see it? My questioning throughout this entire debate was, have you seen widespread voter fraud? Have you seen evidence of widespread voter fraud? Has anybody presented it? Here's what I think is blind. The 50,000 people that showed up on January 6th, they're all blind. 6 out of 10 Republicans believe that Donald Trump won the 2020 election. They're all blind. The people that were yelling, hang Mike Pence, the people that were assaulting police officers that day because they believed Donald Trump won a free and fair election, and then Donald Trump decided to pardon all of those people and called them hostages and patriots. And all the Republicans out there that are okay with that, they're the ones that are blind. I simply want evidence that is proven in a court of law that there is widespread voter fraud. People can believe what they want. You're, as an American, you have the right to believe something, but that doesn't mean it actually happened. There are people that believe in UFOs. There are people that believe in aliens probing people. That doesn't mean it actually happened. But as an American, the great thing in this country is we could have these conversations. I can completely disagree with you, which I do, but you're allowed to believe in what you want. But my recommendation to Republicans is stop believing conspiracy theories and everything Orange Man says, and vote for candidates that actually want to make elections better. If you think that elections take too long to count, vote for politicians that have policies that align with your beliefs. If you think that there is fraud, okay. I mean, I disagree with widespread voter fraud, but vote for candidates that you think could make the election process more secure or better. The fact of the matter is that we weren't having any of these conversations until Orange Man got in office and started talking about election fraud. Then he won in 2016, and all that went away for 3 years. And then it started again in 2020, and then he lost, and we had something called January 6th. And then he's still talking about it. This is, and I'll land my plane on this. When he made his speech the other day, most of that speech, he wasn't talking about the economy. He wasn't talking about the war in Iran. He wasn't talking about his healthcare plan, which he still hasn't presented. You know what he was talking about? The 2020 election. And then he released some paperwork, some classified documents that showed literally nothing. I you can believe what you want, but I think anybody who thinks that Donald Trump won the 2020 election is the Mr. Magoo in this situation. That's just my personal opinion.
Okay. Thank you so much
Thank
to
you.
both of you. Shannon.
Appreciate it.
All right. And I don't know if you need to take a break, but we're already going to move to the next prompt since we only had
wow.
Shannon and Steven
Okay.
for that one. If we do have time later, Carson, you can come back.
I'll
to
go a
this.
little shorter because I didn't know we only had 2 people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, also,
If anybody else wants to come up, that's up to Sarah.
so
She's the boss.
I want to do everyone's first, and that way we can make sure we
Sure.
have room for everyone. I would also say to the debaters, I want way more from you. I expect way more from you. These first 2, I gave a little bit of leniency here for combativeness, but I need a little bit more pushback.
Are we
for
moving to the next prompt? Or
Yes, we are. We're going to
okay.
move to the next
Okay.
prompt. Y'all are just too nice to Brian.
I don't think I've been mean to
Huh?
anybody.
Yeah. Okay.
Have I been mean to anybody?
No, that's what I'm
I'm
saying.
passionate.
Is everybody's just being
I'm passionate.
Brian, it's up to you. Do you want to just go ahead and move on to the next prompt? Or do
I'm
you-
good to go to the next prompt.
Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and move forward. Trump has destroyed the economy.
Yes.
Let's see, we got Mike and Issa. And then if we have time, we'll come back to this one with Vem and Josh
Great.
later.
Yep.
Okay, and then the rest of you are on the third prompt, correct? Josh, Stacy, Carson, Vem, and the other Josh, you're all on the final prompt, right? I got everybody? Okay.
Cool.
Then let's go ahead and get Mike in here. And then Issa, you'll go up next. And Brian, once he's settled in,
I'll just give the prompt and then he goes, right?
yep, right into the camera.
Sure.
This is Trump has destroyed the economy. Okay.
All right. My next prompt is why I believe Trump has absolutely wrecked the economy as we sit right now in 2026.
Yeah, well, first thing, Brian, I think it's really important that we actually establish what some of these words mean, because when people say economy, they equivocate on that frequently. It could mean the stock market, it could mean GDP, inflation, it could mean a whole bunch of different things. So when you say that Trump has destroyed the economy, what specifically are you referring to?
Sure. Now, to start with the stock market, I know I hear the argument from some people on the right that the stock market is better off today than it was a year and a half ago. I think
Isn't it?
you can make that argument, but I
Is
would yes, you can
What's
make
the
that.
S&P at
So
today?
I agree with you, but here's what I would also say: it is a collective whole of not just the stock market. Example: what was inflation at when Joe Biden left office?
When he left office, I believe it was in the threes.
It was 3 or just under 3. Where is it right now?
It's in the threes.
Okay,
Like 3.5.
is it higher than it was when Joe Biden left office?
Yes.
Okay, so that's one economic metric.
You
besides,
just switched from the stock market to inflation.
right?
Let's do
I'm
these point
naming.
by point.
You asked me a question. I'm answering you. I'm giving you a list of why.
Right. So you concede that the stock market is better, and now you want to move on to inflation?
Yeah, I just
Okay,
said that
so-
you
so
can make the
Trump
argument,
has-
even
so-
though that the stock market, even though a lot of people have 401ks, you could also make the argument that as far as people buying stocks, you can make the argument that there's a small percentage of people that the stock market affects, unless we're talking in correlation to that when it comes to inflation, unemployment numbers. There's a lot of other
Right,
economic
yep,
metrics.
I want to get to all those economic metrics.
Okay,
but just
good.
as long as we're
Good.
aware that the stock market is actually better today than it was when he took office, and for all those people who have 401ks and Roth IRAs or individual stocks, they are
Sure,
actually
I'm
doing
willing.
better
I'm
today.
willing. I'm willing to
Okay,
concede that.
Back to you wanted to go to
Yeah.
inflation next?
Well, Donald Trump said on day one that he would lower all the prices. Has he done that?
No,
Okay. So was he lying when he said that, or
he was wrong.
He was
There's
wrong.
a difference
Okay.
between an intentional lie and just
Okay.
being wrong.
Okay. I wouldn't necessarily agree with you on that, but that's a little
But you can't
outside
be
of the
wrong.
spectrum.
Anytime someone's wrong, they lie.
I think he intentionally says things that he knows he's not going to be able to do. Like when he
Sure,
said he
he's
would end
very
the war.
hyperbolic.
When he said, no, he's just a liar. You can use the term hyperbolic. When you say you're going to end the war in 24 hours and all I have to do is pick up the phone, and when he says he's going to be a peace president and he's not going to start any new wars, he was lying.
Right.
So we talked a little bit about inflation. I think the
Sure.
only thing that is lower in the supermarket now than it was when he took over is eggs, and I think there's 1 or 2 vegetables
Right.
that are lower. Everything else
so
is
prices are
skyrocketing.
higher.
Absolutely.
Prices
Then we
are
can
higher.
go to gas prices. Okay. So you guys, I'm assuming you guys, because I'm going to assume you voted for Donald Trump.
Sure, I did,
And if
3
I'm wrong,
times.
tell me. Okay. So you guys were complaining about Joe Biden and gas prices.
Absolutely.
Here's the fundamental difference when it comes to our economy. It wasn't Joe Biden's choice to take over as president during a global pandemic.
Agreed.
It wasn't Joe Biden's choice to have Vladimir Putin invade Ukraine. Okay. Those weren't his choices. It was Donald Trump's choice. Nobody forced him to do this. It was Donald Trump's choice to go to war in Iran, and he has fucked our economy because of it. We can be talking about gas prices. We could be talking about inflation. We could be talking about GDP growth. We could be talking about the unemployment numbers.
Okay, well, let's take those points.
Is that wrong?
Yes, because you
Wasn't
mentioned
his
the
choice.
stock market again. Well, no, you're right. It was his choice to go to war, and the war in Iran right now is indefensible. You have no disagreement with me there. However, has it, as you said, fucked the economy? Well, you just brought up the stock market again. We already discussed that.
Yeah, and most rich
No.
people it affects, but I would say most people that are very poor, most people that are living paycheck to paycheck, most people that need the government programs that Donald Trump took away in the big and beautiful bill, including Medicaid, where 8 million
You're
people
saying
have
the
lost
stock
their
market
health care
doesn't
coverage.
affect them as much to the same degree that it affects the rich people?
It affects rich people much more
Okay.
than it affects poor people. There's no
Agreed.
question about that. And guess
Fair
what?
enough.
There's a lot of poor people in this country right now.
Sure.
Look at the unemployment numbers. By the way, record lows in unemployment with black people under Joe Biden. The unemployment numbers have risen. The inflation
Yep.
numbers have risen.
They've
You can
risen
bra-
to what?
The unemployment right now, I believe
What's it at?
unemployment right now is 4.2%. It was a little bit
4.2%.
higher. It was a little bit higher about 6 months ago.
Sure.
It's at 4.2% right now.
And
It's still higher than it
and
was when Joe
Brian,
Biden
this
left.
is where people obfuscate and they bank on people not knowing the facts about unemployment to get their point across. Historically, for the last 40 years, full employment for this country has always been cited at 5 to 6%. So if we're oscillating between a 4.2 to a 4.6 to a 4.3 to a 4.8, we are well within the margin of error for healthy unemployment.
So I understand you could bring those numbers up about healthy
Are they
unemployment.
true?
Hold on. The point that I'm making is that is one facet of about 20 others that I can bring up to you right
So
now.
we've talked about the
So-
stock market and unemployment
And
is
inflation.
still within the healthy range of what is
Okay.
considered full employment.
So you think-
now let's get to inflation.
You think this country is healthy right now when it comes to the employed?
Yes, according to the unemployment stats that you yourself just cited, we are well within the healthy margins. It's called frictional unemployment.
Okay.
You always need a
So
certain
here's why
amount
I
of
disagree with you.
unemployment.
So
You disagree with frictional
no,
unemployment?
I'm going to explain to you
Okay.
why. So unemployment, obviously, we want it lower than 5 or 6%. Sure, I agree with you there.
And we are
So
currently lower than
I'm
5
going
or
to give
6%.
you I'm going to give you a perfect example of somebody that's employed that was used as an op that knocked on the door at the White House.
So you're going to
You
take
got-
an emotional story to
It's
try
not
to
an
make your
emotional
point
story.
to stick to
It's
the
not
hard
an-
facts
it's
when
not-
you just demanded
not
that
an emotional
Shannon stick
story.
to the hard facts and evidence.
Not an emotional story if you'll hear me out on it. So this is a grandmother whose husband was dying of cancer. Sure, that's an emotional part of it. But she admitted to the media that she's working several jobs. Now, in the country that I want to live in, I don't want a woman over 60 years old to have to work 2 or 3 jobs. There are plenty of people in this country, and you can look up the stats on this, that are working multiple jobs, and they're having to make a decision while they're employed. They're having to make a decision on whether they fill up their gas tank or put food on the table for their family. Now, we can brag at unemployment's only at 4.2%. Sure, that's one economic metric. But if you also look at the metric of how many of these people are working 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet, the people that are working that can't afford health care, which is a huge part of our economy, because if you're not making enough money to take care of yourself or take care of your family, that is a bad economy.
Agreed. That's not a sign of a healthy
How
economy.
can I ask you about that? With people that are working right now, how many people are offered health care that are working full
Are you
time?
talking about from their companies or
Yeah,
whatever?
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not sure the
About
statistic.
49%.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
about
now we're moving into healthcare. I
Well,
know
that's a part of the
Like
economy.
we're
Yeah.
okay. We're
the reason
I
why
just
I'm
wanna make
bringing
sure
up
we know we're
the reason why I'm
maneuvering.
bringing up healthcare is because in a good, stable economy, for the most part, most people can afford healthcare coverage. People, and I got that stat wrong, by the way. I mixed it up, and my apologies. 49% of people that are working full time can't afford healthcare. 37% of people that are working full time aren't even offered healthcare. And the companies aren't able to afford it. In some cases, of course, you could talk about corporate greed, but that's a bad economy when you have half the people that are working at least 40 hours a week that can't even afford healthcare.
So, Brian, I mean, I'll agree with you. The healthcare system is botched, but it is a problem that has predated President Trump. I mean, we have had issues with healthcare coverage in our country and out of control healthcare prices since 2000, since before 2000. So, if you want to lay that at the feet of the president,
Well, you can make that argument about immigration too, but what is Donald Trump
right, but
doing
we're
about it?
talking specifically about the economy.
Sure.
And if you want to say that healthcare costs are too expensive, I would agree. The government needs to stop subsidizing healthcare because every time the government subsidizes anything, those costs go out of control, like they do with housing and with student loans. But back on the specific points we've talked about, the stock market's doing better. Inflation is still unemployment is still within a healthy range. If you want to talk about inflation, we are at the 3% mark, somewhere in the 3s, 3.5, 3.4. Now, it's higher than we would like, but you specifically went to increase of prices. But when you say, well, prices have increased, again, you're banking on the illiteracy or lack of knowledge of the common person. What is the target inflation rate that the Federal Reserve aims for intentionally
I didn't say
on an
that.
annual
I didn't say
basis?
that we weren't in the target rate,
No,
but what
we
I
aren't.
did,
We're actually above it.
but what I am saying is that where we were when Joe Biden left and where
Prices
we're
are
at
higher?
now,
Right.
and that's not good. And I would
Okay,
also,
But Brian, prices are not. This is a very elementary understanding of affordability because you're going with prices, but what's more important is affordability. So if you're looking, again, as I mentioned seconds ago, the Federal Reserve intentionally targets a 2% inflation rate on an annual basis, which means that at any point in time, it's always going to be more expensive than it was. 5 years from now, it doesn't matter who the president is. It's going to be more expensive than it is today. We're intentionally aiming for a 2% inflation rate on a yearly basis. What you need to track is affordability. So you need to then look at wages, incomes, and earnings. How did those grow relative to what inflation was? So for instance, in Trump's first term, he was averaging a little under 2% inflation and 3 to 3.5% wage growth. So affordability improved. Do you know what it's at right now?
What is with regards to what, affordability?
In terms of affordability, what wage growth versus inflation is right now?
Yeah, what is it?
Well, I asked you. Do you know what it is?
Tell me the number. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Anemic growth. We are at a 3.5 when I checked earlier today. 3.5% inflation rate, and we're at about a 3.6% wage growth. So certainly well below what we'd like to see in wage growth. But affordability is still technically increasing. So even though when you come on here and say, well, prices are higher, yes, wages are also growing. That is how our economy is.
What's the GDP growth right now?
2.1% for
what was it?
What
was it? What was it when Joe Biden left office?
I'm not sure.
You
what
don't
was
know.
it?
Okay, it's worse.
Okay.
Worse. No, it's worse now than it was when Joe Biden left office.
But are we still growing positively?
It depends what your definition of growing positively is. There's a lot of metrics where we, there's a lot of metrics. There's a lot of metrics we could talk about.
The
there. I don't know.
definition of positive is pretty from a math perspective.
Trust me, I get that.
And there was a couple of quarters during Joe Biden's presidency where we were actually negative on the GDP. So we have not seen a negative GDP under Trump in the second term.
So we'll agree to disagree on that, but I want to ask you about
the definition of positive.
No, not on the definition of it. We're talking about inflation numbers at 3.5%. By the way, it was 4.2% a couple months ago. What do you think about Donald Trump's tax cuts in corporations? Do you think that's good for the economy?
So now, so we've moved from the stock market, inflation, and unemployment.
Well, we have like 10 minutes, so I'm trying to touch on all the topics.
Fair enough, but it sounds like when we're talking about the economy, I asked you for specifics what you're talking about, and on the first three. You've been walked on them.
No.
So now we're going to move on to something else?
Okay, so hold on a second. You just said, and that's your personal opinion, that I've been
my
walked
opinion.
on. Okay.
I'll look to the comments for some verification.
Okay, well, you can look to the comments, but the fact of the matter is I'm talking about when Joe Biden left office to where we're at right now. We talked a little bit about the stock market. There's a lot of people where the stock market does not affect them, especially families that are poor. So I wouldn't consider that being walked on. I talked about inflation with you, and I talked about how inflation was at 3% or just under 3% when Joe Biden left office. It was 4.2% 2 months ago. It was 3.5%, the latest numbers, and I guarantee you that number will go back up as the war in Iran continues, which is very. Do you think the war in Iran is good for the economy?
No, it's
terrible.
I already
$2 billion. What do you think about him getting us $8.2 trillion in debt? And then what do you think it's going to be at after this war is over? By the way, so it's really bad for the economy, right?
I definitely think that the easiest example of a dark stain on President Trump's legacy will be if we continue to remain engaged in this.
Biggest tax breaks. Okay, we agree on that, so there's no reason to continue that conversation. The biggest tax breaks for the top 1%, $100 billion. Tax cuts helping corporations and high earners, ballooning the federal deficit, adding trillions to the national debt. Is that good for the economy?
Well, every president adds trillions to the national debt, Brian. So again, if you want to go after faults in our system, then you have to lay that at the feet of multiple presidents, not just President Trump. We've had massive debt added every single president that has been in power.
But
literally,
we're comparing
I think Andrew Jackson was the last president that balanced the budget. And I'm sure if you know about Andrew Jackson, you're probably not a fan of him. So when I look at the tax breaks, I look at the no tax on overtime and I look at the no tax on tips. And I would say that both of those policies fundamentally help the middle class and the lower income
it's
people
not blatantly,
that you said you care about most.
It's not blatantly no tax on tips. Do you know what it is?
Let's hear it, Brian.
Okay.
Educate me.
Is it a general no tax on tips?
Educate me on it.
Okay, so you don't know.
I don't.
You're getting walked on.
Okay,
let me
never
educate
had
you.
a tip.
I don't want to walk on you, but let me just try to educate you, sir. Okay.
Let's hear it.
So it's not no tax on tips.
Right.
It's a no tax on tips cap at $25,000.
Okay.
I've lived in Las Vegas for 24 years. Most people in this town that are getting $4 or $5 an hour, they could be bellmans. They're getting less than the minimum wage because they're allowed to do that because they make money on tips. Most people who make a living in this country that are doing average somewhat well, especially in Las Vegas, which is a service industry, they're still paying tax on tips. That's number one.
But not the first 25,000?
Correct. Number two.
Right. So that helps them,
Number
right?
two.
That does help them,
I'm going to tell you why.
For them?
I'm going to tell you why in the long I'm going to tell you why
tax-free?
I'm going to tell you why in the long term it doesn't. Okay. So let's just say you make $25,000 on tips. Let's just give that the maximum, right? And you would normally pay, let's estimate, maybe $4 or $5 grand they're saving. Is that
Probably
fair?
Something like that.
Okay. A lot of these people, 9 million of them right now, and upwards of 20 million are losing their health care coverage. So while they'll have an extra maybe $3 or $4 grand, some of these people, That's not even enough for a normal procedure to be made in a hospital. These people have lost their Medicaid coverage.
Okay, so
They've
Brian,
lost their
you're just
health care.
conflating two issues.
I'm not
you want to go back
conflating.
to the emotional heartstring.
It's not
pull of a story
emotional.
about
It's
healthcare.
facts. It's
We've
not
already
emotional.
agreed the healthcare system is terrible. The healthcare system has predated the president. The problems with our healthcare have been around for decades. And now you want to say, okay, but here's a win for middle class people. It's going to put an extra $4 or $5 grand you decided that they would have paid a tax back in their pocket, and you go, well, but healthcare is really expensive, so that $4 or $5 grand doesn't count.
The point that I'm trying—
It does count. Marginal increases in the right direction do matter.
Okay, so the point that I was trying to make is, while you can look at that no tax on tips $25,000 cap as an extra maybe $4 grand in some people's pockets as a good thing, the point that I'm trying to make as it pertains to the economy is it's a bad thing when you look at some of his other policies that are costing Americans far more than $4,000. Do you know how much money this war is costing the average family?
So I want to make sure because there is a conflation here. I want to understand. You are saying that the no tax on the tips is still good, right?
Well, yeah, it's not a no tax on tips. It's a no tax cap at $25,000.
Right.
I would say—
you agree it's still good. Like that one policy piece right there is good.
If you had the power to,
I tell you what I would
rid of it?
prefer. I tell you what I would prefer over the no tax on tips, which I think I would like a little bit more. In some cases, billionaires are paying a lower percentage on taxes than a family or a household income of under $400,000. Instead of a no tax on tips policy, because there are a lot of people in this country that do not work for tips, let's include everybody, and let's make sure at a minimum that if you're a billionaire or a Jeff Bezos, you're paying the same percentage of taxes that somebody making $50,000 a year makes. That would help everybody in the economy. It would give people more money to go to the movies, to go out to eat. So while you could make the argument, okay, $25,000 no tax on tips for people that only work for tips, okay, great. But let's help everybody in the economy, not just people that are working for tips. Trump won't do that. The Republicans won't do that. Kamala Harris had a plan. And while I'm not a huge Kamala fan, and I don't want her to run again for president, and I've been criticized for that, Kamala had a plan to lower the tax bracket for household families that are making under $400,000 a year.
So tax cuts.
Well, for middle class and people that are
Bumping all the
struggling,
brackets down.
for people that are struggling, living paycheck to paycheck, Donald Trump has given the biggest tax breaks to the wealthiest people in this country. $100 billion.
Everybody got
the
tax
top
breaks under the
1%. I'm talking about the top 1%.
But Brian, who pays the majority of the taxes?
See, I always hear this argument, and here's why I disagree with that. I'm glad you brought this up.
Don't they pay the majority?
I'm glad
of
you brought
taxes,
this
Brian?
up. The argument that I am making is not, by the way, there's like 17 people in this country that own like 98% of the wealth. So this is why your argument doesn't make sense. I'm not arguing that the rich don't pay the most in taxes because they're rich. My argument is I want them paying the same percentage that everybody else has to pay. They're not. Donald Trump gave them the biggest tax breaks in the history of this country, the top 1%.
Yes, Brian, you can only cut taxes for people who are paying taxes. You can't cut from zero
I'm not
further
talking—
than zero.
Hold on.
So if you sit here and no, I'll
That's
let you
wrong.
talk. I didn't
That's
interrupt
not what I
you.
said. You're
If you
misrepresenting what I
wanna
said.
sit here and say that the tax cuts are not being equally applied to everybody, and the billionaires are getting the biggest tax breaks, they have the biggest tax bills. They have the most to save with a tax cut. For instance, me, I'm in a higher tax bracket now at 35 as a millionaire real estate investor than I was at 25 when I was broke. And so when I get a tax break now, I actually have money coming in that the tax break can affect
Well,
that
I'm really
I didn't
happy
have back
for
in the
you.
day.
I'm really happy for you being a
It
millionaire.
doesn't sound very sincere,
that you wanna—
Brian.
No, I'm not being.
It doesn't sound sincere.
Yeah, I'm not being sincere.
Really, you don't like business owners.
so
You don't like.
here's what I don't
you don't
like.
like rags to riches
Here's
business
what I—
owners. Brian.
Here's what I don't like.
Really.
I
That's the
respect—
American dream.
Here's
Brian.
what I don't like. Well, here's what I don't like. What I don't like is I don't like millionaires bitching to me like what you're doing right now.
How is any of this
hold on.
bitching,
Let
Brian?
me explain.
We're having
okay?
a debate.
Okay, let
I'm
me
not here to hurt
explain.
your feelings.
Okay, let me
hear
explain.
it.
Okay. First of all, I wasn't talking about people that don't pay taxes. The first thing out of your mouth was, how do we tax people that aren't paying taxes? Never in this conversation. Yeah,
I
never.
don't want to tax the people
Okay.
who are at the lower end of
Okay,
the income.
okay,
They don't have the money to spare.
So I never made
That's a
the
straw
argument.
man argument.
No, you just said, how can we tax people that don't pay taxes? My response to
I
that
said,
was,
how can you give a tax break to people who don't pay taxes?
okay, well, that's not who I'm talking
That's
about.
a different thing, and it's
I'm
a
not-
qualitative difference, Brian.
I'm not talking about people that aren't paying taxes. I'm talking to you about people that are working,
The
that are
only
paying
ones
taxes.
Well,
capable of
you said-
experiencing a
So-
tax
I
cut.
think what you had said,
right,
Brian,
of
was
course.
the same thing across the board for
So,
everyone, which would
I have-
apply
right,
to
of course.
all of them.
So
And-
then Brian is pro taxing the poor people to make it fair with billionaires. and
no, I'm not.
Against taxing
No, I'm
them
not.
more.
You're not hearing my argument,
All right.
and I will repeat it once
Let's hear
again.
it. Let's hear it, Brian.
The richest people in this country are paying a lower percentage of taxes than most Americans that are making under $50,000 a year. Now, obviously, if you're a billionaire, you're going to have a pretty large bill that you're going to have to pay to the IRS. My argument is it should be a flat tax for everybody in this country. I don't want to give tax loopholes to the richest people and the Fortune 500 companies, which is Donald Trump has done. The people in this economy that are suffering the most are not the wealthiest people. In fact, like you might not be one of the wealthiest, but I would imagine you're in the top 1%. He gave you guys the biggest tax breaks. He has not given the biggest tax breaks to people that are struggling, that are living paycheck to paycheck. You know who I'm most compassionate for? And listen, I can appreciate anybody like you or anybody else, and I am being genuine now. If you work hard in this country to make a living for yourself and you make something of yourself, I think that's great. I think everybody should have the opportunities that you had, and I think that's awesome. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that if you make a lot of money, you shouldn't be getting tax breaks and tax cuts. The people that should be getting a break on their taxes, we could be talking about 1%, 2%, 3%. Every bit matters. Are
Brian,
people that are living paycheck to paycheck
Right.
that can't afford health care, they
Brian,
can't
how
afford their
many-
rent.
How many businesses have you started? Do you own the business, the radio show that you have?
So I do, but what are you trying to say? I don't have experience owning a business,
No,
so I don't know
not
what I'm
at all.
talking
What I
about?
wanted to ask was,
How is that relevant to the
it's
conversation?
relevant because when you sit here and you say you don't want to see people in those upper classes get tax breaks, my question for you
Yes.
is, as someone who owns a business,
Mhm.
there are a bunch of taxes you pay as a business owner that are make it very, very hard
Mhm.
to actually open a business and keep it sustainable through its first several years of life.
Mhm.
I own four real estate businesses in 4 different states, 2
Mhm.
conservative, 2
Yeah.
Democrat states. And the biggest pain in the neck to balance the book at the end of the year is when you have property tax bills and all of these other tax bills that come along and they just knock you down a peg or two.
Mhm.
And so I am absolutely okay with people who create jobs and people who own businesses
Mhm.
getting tax breaks.
Yeah.
Now, I agree with you that that doesn't mean that it will always trickle down to the lower economic stratus, and the lower people are going to see those benefits immediately.
Mhm.
But we need to have an environment where we have lower tax rates for people who create businesses because we do want more jobs. So when you sit here and you're like, well, they shouldn't get tax cuts. Why? It just sounds like you hate business owners and you don't like the rich.
And I want to say, we're going to start maneuvering into the wrap up mode. So I do want, if
Yeah.
you have any last
Yes,
final
ma'am.
points, start really nailing them in now.
So saying that I want everybody, whether you're a billionaire or somebody making minimum wage, to pay the same percentage of taxes, and alluding to that of Brian doesn't like rich people is insane. Mark Cuban is a perfect example of that. I happen to know Mark. I've interviewed him a couple times. There are very wealthy people in this country that agree with me that they should be paying a higher percentage of taxes, Mark Cuban being one of them. So, no, I don't hate rich people. I hate rich people that don't want to help others. I hate rich people that say, no, I pay enough in taxes. I'm not paying any more, but screw those people who are making minimum wage. I'm okay with them paying a higher percentage of taxes than me. Around the corner here, we have a Walmart, and some of those people are getting paid $8, $9 an hour. Now, I haven't really gotten into capitalism too much. Not a big fan of a company that makes that kind of money, paying some of their employees $8 an hour, but I'm not going to tell them what to do. I could just have the right not to shop there, okay? But some of those people that are making $8, $9 an hour are paying a higher, this is the whole argument that I'm trying to lay out to you. They're paying a higher percentage of taxes than Jeff Bezos. They work 2 jobs. They work 3 jobs. And while we can brag about the unemployment numbers being 4.2%, and that helps those statistics, these are people that have to work a second and a third job that are paying a higher percentage of taxes than somebody like you. And I think that's fucking selfish, and I think it's wrong.
They don't pay a higher percentage of that.
Some of them do. That's not true, and you could look that up.
I definitely am.
That's
paying,
not
but
true.
I am in the top tax bracket right now.
You can. Oh, didn't you get the biggest tax breaks in the history of
Yes,
this country?
the tax brackets all shifted for everybody, but I'm still in the
So
very
there are
top
not.
one.
So there's nobody in this country making minimum wage, working 2 or 3 jobs that's paying a higher percentage than you. Do you want to make a bet on that?
Yeah, I'll
Okay,
take that bet.
I'll make a wager with you.
Yeah, I'll make that bet. I
Okay.
work 2 or 3 jobs.
I'm not talking about more money. I'm not
No,
talking about paying
that-
more money. I'm talking
no.
about a higher
A
percentage.
higher percentage.
Yes.
Yeah, unless you're talking about a higher percentage of their overall income, or you're talking about the higher percentage in the tax bracket itself.
Your income.
Okay, a percentage of their overall income, then yes, I would agree with you.
Okay.
Fair enough. Okay, so to get back to Sarah's point, the economy. Trump has, as you put it, destroyed the economy. Well, to destroy would be to completely decimate, so it's beyond recognition, doesn't exist anymore. Of course, the economy still exists. Now, I'll give you a more charitable definition of, well, he's just significantly harmed it. And yet, when we look at unemployment, when we look at the stock market, when we look at inflation, when we look at some of the most popular metrics that people use to measure the economy, we are doing as well or better than when he took office. And then when we move into something like healthcare, that predates President Trump. That's been an issue for a very, very long time, and it's probably going to continue to be an issue. So to lay that at the feet of Trump seems a little ridiculous. And then we move into, well, he gave tax breaks. So the way Trump destroyed the economy was tax breaks. Even if we eliminated all taxes, we didn't have an income tax in our country until 1913, yet our government still managed to fund a massive expansion for over 100 years. So I'm reluctant to believe that bumping people down a couple percent in tax bracket across the board is what's destroying the economy. And again, where's the evidence of your destroyed economy?
Well, first of all, we could talk about tariffs. We haven't talked about that yet when it comes to China. We haven't talked about raising input costs for U.S. manufacturers. We haven't even brought that up in the $175 billion that were basically stolen from the American people that Trump continues to brag about. We're not getting those tariff checks back. We were going to be getting some DOGE checks back. I don't know about you. I didn't get my $5,000 DOGE check either. And I guess when it comes to the economy, I guess Republicans can just print money when we get into an ill-advised war, $2 billion a day. And that's just fine.
They didn't print money
and
under the Obama
we can talk about
administration?
increased prices for consumers. We could talk about that as well,
Which is a
when it comes
feature of the economy, not a bug.
and
It's always true.
triggered retaliation from American farmers and exporters. We could talk about that as well, and how when it comes to the economy, how we've hurt people, and we've hurt relationships like Canada, for example. He's absolutely created economic uncertainty. And while I know we agree on the war, that doesn't change my argument. It is tremendously hurt us when it comes to the gas pump, when it comes to grocery prices. It was a horrible decision that Donald Trump made. You can make the argument the two people that have benefited the most from this war are Benjamin Netanyahu and Vladimir Putin. Financially, they've gained, we're literally $2 million bombs. We have no problem using these $2 million bombs, I guess, and that's totally fine. But then we want to take healthcare away from Americans. They want to take food stamps away from Americans. They have, by the way. They've taken all these government programs that can help Americans that are suffering and struggling. By the way, not all these people are lazy.
Brian,
I'm not saying you said
many of
that.
these programs need to be overhauled. There is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. As somebody who grew up in a Section 8
You care about
house,
waste, fraud, and abuse.
I grew up in a Section 8 house. My family grew up on food stamps. I watched my mom manipulate the system month after month through my childhood, because if she went and got a job, the amount of money she'd get in food stamps would go down.
You care about waste, fraud, and abuse. You think that's really important?
Yes, I care
Who
about
did you
waste,
vote
fraud,
for?
and abuse.
Who'd you vote for?
I voted for President
How
Trump.
many
I
times?
said it earlier.
How many
3
times?
times, Brian.
Okay, so
Were
let's
you not
talk
paying
about that.
attention? We
Let's
already
talk about
talked
that.
this.
Let's talk
I'll
about
go
that.
as long as you want,
Let's
Sarah.
hold on. Let's go a little
I-
bit longer
I would
here.
love to go as
You
long as you
care
want,
about.
Sarah.
Hold on, I
you-
want
hold on,
to
hold on.
really
Hold on.
wanna,
This is important.
Stand by for just a second, because we're at the 26-minute mark. So I want to give at least
Okay.
the last
2
4
minutes.
minutes to really tie in your kick it into high gear,
Sure.
and then we'll
High
go
gear,
into
Brian.
final thoughts.
Sure. So I'm
Well-
going to explain with respect why this guy is just like Donald Trump in the case of a utter hypocrite.
I'm
he
just like him.
Okay, let me just finish. I wouldn't say you're just like him,
just
but I
did.
would say when it comes to this specific issue, I think you are, because you're a hypocrite. You just claimed and cried about waste, feud, fraud, and abuse.
Mhm.
Donald Trump just put out some of his numbers where he took $1.4 billion in a crypto scheme scandal. Donald Trump received a $400 million gift from a bunch of terrorists. Donald Trump has a $5.5 billion resort put forth by terrorists. He's literally sold pardons. If you care so much about waste, fraud, and abuse, have you ever talked about the 70 people that Donald Trump has pardoned that have committed billions of dollars in fraud? And the worst part is they don't have to ever pay back restitution for that. This is the most fraudulent and abusive president we have ever had in American history. He's made more money in the last year than he's made in his entire life. And you want to lecture me about waste, fraud, and abuse? You
Yes.
sound like Nick Shirley.
Thank you.
Ooh.
Okay, well, first of all, we have a whataboutism fallacy.
No, you
So
voted for Trump. Don't lecture me on abuse.
I was quiet and I let you say your
Yeah.
piece, Brian. You can let me respond.
Please.
Okay, so it's a whataboutism unless you are not allowed to be against any type of waste, fraud, and abuse, unless somehow you are automatically against all waste, fraud, and abuse at all times in all places everywhere, which is ridiculous. You could be somebody who holds a sign out that says, yeah, I'm against the abortion movement and I'm pro-life. And then these people get harassed and told, well, how come you're not out here, like holding up a sign for people who've been SA'd? So there's waste, fraud, and abuse that occur from all presidents. There's waste, fraud, and abuse that occurs from all governments.
Who's the most abusive president?
From all government. How do we rank order
Who's
that?
the
It
who's
would be a very
most fraud?
subjective thing.
Trump is the
to
most
rank order
fraudulent
that.
president in American history. I
You're
just
gonna
gave you the
get
stats.
your chance, Brian, to argue why Trump is the worst president ever.
Right.
There's people who are ready to argue with you over that incredibly subjective metric and subjective term that
Not at
you've
all.
offered.
No,
Yes, of course.
you
it is.
can't defend your
But
position.
anyway, yes, I can.
No, you're not. You're not doing a very good job of
I
it.
can be against waste, fraud, and abuse within the welfare system that I'm well versed in because I grew up on it. And that doesn't mean that I'm somehow supportive
You're
of
not
Trump
responding.
being-
You just
Yes, this
compared
is a
all
response.
presidents
What he's
to
saying,
Donald Trump.
what Mike's
Yes.
saying is that you're putting a whataboutism on his claim when he says, yes, I believe fraud and abuse is bad, yada, yada,
Yep.
yada. But you're saying, well, but what about?
So we're talking
Right.
about the economy and we're talking about Donald Trump. That's not whataboutism. That's number one.
I talked
Number
about
two.
welfare.
Number two.
You
if-
switch to Trump pardoning
Yeah.
people.
Well, that's
How
the prompt.
does Trump pardoning people
That's
affect the
the
economy
prompt.
directly,
Okay.
Brian?
You
were changing
just,
the topic.
I'm
not
going to
me.
respond if you'll allow me
Let's hear
to.
it.
The topic is fraud in the economy, right? We were talking about fraud, and you're the one who actually brought that up, not
Yes,
me.
yes.
You talked about fraud and abuse.
Yes.
And then when I bring up the guy, because we're talking about his economy, that you voted for three times, which I find amazing because you care so much about fraud, yet you have no problem
do.
voting for the guy who literally
Absolutely.
sells pardons, who made $1.4 billion in a crypto scandal. But you don't want to really talk about that. And then your response is, well, all presidents do it. Name me one president in our lifetime that has committed the fraud that Donald Trump has committed in the last year and a half. Please go, sir.
Name you a president
Please.
that has
Give me an
sold
example.
pardons? A
No,
president that has
1.4
committed
billion in a crypto scandal in the last
Okay,
year.
so
Or
crypto-
his son
so-
receiving, hold on, one
so
more,
crypto's been
500 million.
around for 10
his
years.
son sold got a $500 million
And
Iran
Hunter
contract.
Biden is the world's greatest painter, and he was selling a whole bunch of
So,
different
okay,
paintings
I'm
for
so
money.
glad he brought this up.
Yeah, we
because
could
I know
go-
Hunter.
we could go
Let's
all
talk
day
about that.
I don't
back
want to
and
go.
forth on
No, this is
I
important.
don't want to go off.
I'll lay
here.
my plan here.
What
This
I
is
wanna-
important.
oh,
This is important.
okay,
30 seconds.
30. Oh,
This
Let's
guy
get
who
it,
I'm
Brian. Let's
this
get it.
guy this guy who I'm talking to right now,
My name's Mike.
Mike, compared $1.4 billion and compared a $500 million government contract that Don Jr. has because of this war in Iran to Hunter Biden selling $5,000 paintings. Sir, you are not a serious person.
You asked me for an example of
It's a
fraud.
bad example.
I gave you
That's
an
not
example.
fraud.
Okay, well, but according to your point, Brian,
That's not fraud.
we are supposed to be against all fraud at all times in all places.
How's
or
that
we are
fraud?
hypocritical.
Hunter
So
Biden selling
please
paintings is fraud?
Denounce.
Tell me-
Hunter Biden and his
Doing
fraud
what?
and the Biden
What
crime
fraud?
family.
Tell me.
Then I just did selling his very nice finger paintings.
So
for
selling paintings
influence.
is fraud? What's the
Yes.
crime?
Yes.
What's the
and
crime?
What was happening?
What's the crime? Tell me.
The influence that's being peddled
By who?
by the Biden family.
Where's that been proven?
Right. Because we don't have an investigation to show it. We don't have it in a court.
Hunter
document
Biden
yet.
was convicted on a gun charge in an unloaded gun that he had for 13 days.
Sounds like
Hunter,
he's a felon.
excuse me, let me just finish. So first of all, Hunter Biden and most people even on the right, in fact, there are people on the right
How
on
does this
Fox
relate to the
News,
economy, Brian?
because you brought up fraud.
Waste,
and I'm
fraud,
trying to
abuse in
call
the
out your
welfare system.
hypocrisy. You're trying to compare Hunter Biden to what the Trump administration has done, selling $5,000 paintings to a guy who's the president of the United States, who sells pardons,
you have
receives
nothing-
a $400 million jet, a $1.4 billion
Nothing but
crypto scheme,
whataboutisms
and you're
left and right.
comparing that to Hunter Biden?
Brian, it's a
I guess
logical
my
fallacy.
question
It's nothing
here
but
would
I
be-
think your entire
Hold on.
argument is a fallacy.
Hold on. I guess my question would be like, what does Trump's personal piggy bank have to do with the economy in this aspect?
Very simply put, he brought up fraud, waste, and abuse when it comes to
government spending.
Right, government
and
spending.
government
Yeah,
programs. And
right.
you want to move to Trump's personal ventures in cryptocurrency. And
Right,
then
I know
ask
you
for
don't care about
examples of
that.
other fraudulent presidents.
Or the
where
war,
cryptocurrency's been around
but
for
I know
10
you don't
years.
want to talk about,
I already told you that the
your
war
guy
was
who you
terrible.
voted
We
for 3
agreed on
times.
that. So you can try to mischaracterize me, but it's just dishonest. We agreed on the war and we agreed on how
Okay.
stupid it is.
How about the 1.4 billion? I mean, that's a lot of money, don't you think?
In which fact you're talking about the
I've
crypto
mentioned it
scam
5
again?
times,
The
yeah.
crypto scam again?
Yeah.
The 1.4
Yeah.
billion?
I didn't
Yeah,
hear
so-
you comment on that.
on the president's personal ventures with cryptocurrency. Can you explain to me how that's a scam? What is
So-
the definition of a scam?
Sure. So my definition of a scam is somebody who gets something and receives something in return and uses their power. Donald Trump didn't do this when he was out of office. We had crypto when Donald Trump was not the president of the United States.
Trump coin didn't exist
He
before he was
decided
president?
he decided to invest, and his son decided to somehow magically get a $500 million government contract when Donald Trump was president. That is not comparable to a son of a former president selling $5,000 paintings. Your analogy is embarrassing.
That's your opinion.
Okay, you're right.
These
They're
are very
equal. You're right.
subjective.
Well,
You're
I
right.
guess again, I want to tie it back. Like how does Trump's personal piggy bank come into the
Because it
economy
affects
topic?
policy. It affects policy. It affects
Trump coin affected policy.
Sure. So when we're talking about fraud in a general sense, when you sell
I want
pardons,
to talk about it in a specific sense, specifically on things that reflect or affect the economy, like government spending. That's what I want to talk about.
he
when
has
it comes to
government
fraud.
contracts with people that have donated millions of dollars to his campaign. He
Well,
literally
then I'll
has
ask you a question that you've asked many times.
Sure.
Well, where's the court evidence proof of that, Brian?
the court
why are
evidence
there
that
no
I'm not
prosecutions yet?
okay. So
Where are the
sometime-
prosecutions,
sure,
Brian?
Sure, I'm happy to talk to you about that and
Well,
about
let's hear it.
sure.
Cite the case.
Sure, absolutely. So if we want to talk about Donald Trump and convictions in a court of law when it comes to fraudulent activity, let me ask you a question. How would they go about doing that when Donald Trump and his own DOJ is running the show? Do you think hold on. Do you think Donald Trump's DOJ would press charges against the president of the United States? Is that a reasonable thing to
that
say?
Sounds like it would be a very biased investigation. I'm actually glad that you brought that up because it harkens back to an earlier point that you were making when we talked about voter fraud. How can we trust these Democrat-run states with Democrat governors, senators, state legislators, state House of Representatives, and Secretary of States who are charged with running the elections? How can we trust them to
Sure.
investigate the voting in their own
so
state?
glad you asked
Do you
that.
really? You just
So
said
glad you
this
asked
is
that.
my biggest problem. When you talk about the voter fraud,
Yep.
is that, well, there's been no court case,
Mhm.
there's been no court evidence.
Mhm.
Yeah, but there's a problem
Mhm.
with biased investigations.
Okay.
You admit it, and I admit it. We actually could end on a point of agreement that we don't like when people investigate themselves. There should be some sort of
So
third
here's what-
party or committee.
In this specific situation, here's why your argument completely fails. Donald Trump had his attorneys that showed up 62 or 63 court cases. Almost half of those judges were Republican judges. Some of them Trump-appointed judges, okay? Trump-appointed judges. All of those judges ruled that there was no merit in any of those cases. So that completely throws away your garbage about, oh, how could we trust the
No,
left?
it doesn't.
Okay,
Who
so
conducts
were
the-
those not Trump-appointed judges? Am I
can-
wrong?
A judge is not the only person involved in a criminal conviction. Who conducts?
That wasn't
Who conducts, or excuse me, who collects
The
evidence?
judge is the
Who
one-
conducts the
Now that
investigation?
we're officially out
Sorry,
of the
Sarah.
topic, actually, well, I want to allow time for everybody else
Sure,
too.
sure,
So I think we should put a pin in this one. and
Sounds
we
fair,
could
sounds fair.
Certainly
Thank
come
you.
back to the two
Thank
of you.
you.
Well, hold on, stop. We're
What?
gonna let
What
you guys
happened?
do final closing
Oh, I
thoughts.
thought that was
Third
the end.
round of closing
No, no, no.
thoughts.
Listen,
Sorry, Brian.
actual.
I thought that was our
closing-
closing thoughts.
That's like
Okay.
actual
That's cool.
closing
That's cool.
thoughts. Go ahead.
No problem.
But quick.
Okay, all right, on the economy.
Mm-hmm.
Look, when it comes to the economy, I just don't think that there's enough negativity occurring within the economy when you look at it in the broader picture, comparing the positives or the things that have remained on track to make a definitive statement that the economy has been destroyed. Not that, well, the economy's slightly worse off or it's been damaged or there's been some issues here or there. But when you make the definitive statement that something has been destroyed, that is very colorful language that incites panic, fear, chaos in the minds of the people who hear it. When I look at the most readily recognizable metrics that people measure the economy with, I can't say, well, inflation, unemployment, GDP are just horrible recession level numbers. They're not. So we come down to the more subjective opinion, which is, well, you don't like the war, me neither. You don't like gas prices, me neither. But that does not an economy destroy.
So back in 2016, Donald Trump took over a pretty good economy based on pretty much every economic metric. Look at where the economy was in 2020. You look at where Joe Biden got the economy. Joe Biden wasn't perfect, but when he left, GDP growth was pretty good. Every country in the world was basically envious of where our economy was when Joe Biden left, coming out of a global pandemic, the war in Ukraine. And then Donald Trump takes over again. He made false promises about what he was going to do with complaints about the economy. He talked about healthcare, which is certainly a part of the economy because a lot of Americans right now are not on healthcare. And a lot of these people sadly are dying because of it, because they can't even afford their insulin. Inflation is higher than it was on day one. A lie. He said he would lower all the prices on day one. He said he would end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. That's also very important with the economy because we're spending a lot of money on this war. I think we would agree with Ukraine. It's costing us a lot of money, which in turn hurts Americans. He made a choice. And I believe he made a choice based on Benjamin Netanyahu playing Donald Trump like the puppet that he is. Bibi tried to convince Obama to go to war in Iran. He didn't budge. Bibi tried to convince Joe Biden to go to war. He did not either. But Donald Trump decided to go to war. We're printing money now. And yes, while I know we agree on this issue, it is tremendously hurting Americans and their families. Thousands and thousands of dollars to every family in this country it's costing them as long as this war goes on. Every month, thousands. Most people can't even afford to pay their rent. Every price almost in this country is higher than it was. And you mentioned gas prices. And you get out there and you talk to everyday Americans, not millionaires. I'm glad you're a wealthy man, but not millionaires. Millionaires don't have to make the decision of whether they're going to fill their gas tank or put food on the table for their family. I'm glad you don't have to make that decision. Guess what? I don't care whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. I don't want anybody to make that decision. I don't want people to work 2 or 3 jobs. This was not happening towards the end of Joe Biden's administration. It's happening now. We're almost 2 years into Donald Trump's presidency. And at some point, you guys are going to have to stop blaming Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and the Democrats for all your problems. These are Republican policies under Donald Trump, a guy who you voted for 3 times, and it's not working. Americans are suffering right now. I don't want anybody to suffer. And there is not one reasonable person in this country now that would say, man, Donald Trump has done a great job with the economy. Look at how great everybody's doing, because it's just not happening. And I appreciate the conversation.
Oh, very well done. Thank you,
Thank you.
gentlemen.
Appreciate it.
Ooh, that one kind of took the wind out. I'm happy to say that Millennial Mike actually came from the Raging Tomato. He's part of Mater Nation panelists. Super excited to see him be able to go through a debate like that. All right, Isa, let's go ahead and get you up. And then right after this, if you want, we move to the next prompt so we can take a break in between that.
Sure.
If you're good with that?
Sure, sure.
Get one more out and then we'll
You
take
got
a
it.
quick little break.
You got it.
Everybody holding up? All right, Isa, welcome. Let's make sure you're in. All right. And we also, the prompt is Trump has destroyed the economy. So Isa,
Sure.
go ahead.
You're wearing shades. I'm
Appreciate
we
that.
playing poker?
So first, I would go off with inflation. So under Biden, the highest inflation ever hit was over 9,
Mhm.
right? Under Trump, it's been over 4 at
Mhm.
the highest point. Like you mentioned, it's 3.5 now. Obviously, 4 is not good. No one's clapping because we're at 4, right?
Mhm.
Second bullet point I would say is real. Second thing I would say is real job growth, right? So real job growth. No, sorry, not real wage growth has actually increased over the last 6 months. All right. Again, minimal, but it has increased, right? Now, just like this individual, I could give you my my own examples of raising a family under both Trump administrations as well as now in the Biden administration.
Mhm.
Raise a bunch of children, having a wife at home as well. My life has actually gone easier myself under the Trump administration, as well as I could give you more anecdotal experiences of family members, friends, whatever the case may be. I could even go into gas prices, right? Yes, gas prices are high now. They're on average throughout the country about $4 and a penny or something like that, around there.
Yeah.
At the highest point under the Biden, they're over 5, right? So what are we talking about here? Now, just like he said, those 3 things don't make up the economy, right? Overall, people are still getting by, right? People are still
Mhm.
doing okay. You're saying also people's health care is taken away. At the end of the day, if you have a health issue and you go to the hospital, they're not going to deny you. They're not going to not treat you. Yes, you might get a fat bill that you're not going to be able to pay, but no one's going to let you die in the streets. You could go to the hospital starving to death and the hospital will feed you. So what are we talking about here?
Okay. So there's 3 things that you mentioned: inflation,
Mhm.
gas prices, and the treatment in the hospital. I'm
But
glad you
that's
brought
your
those up.
point, yeah.
So let me bring up the hospital point first.
Mhm.
When you have people, I'm going to use diabetes as an example because I am a type 1 diabetic. So I'm going to start by saying this. There are people in this country that can't afford insulin. While Donald Trump started the insulin cap, Joe Biden changed it and allowed people under their Plan B and Plan D of their medical providers to get insulin capped at $35. Donald Trump on day one signs an executive order going back to his original plan. So now millions of Americans don't have access to insulin. So what happens? You're right. When somebody doesn't have insulin and their blood sugar is too high and they get sick, you're absolutely right. They're going to go to the ER. Guess who pays for that? So instead of Americans who might be sick, but they can get medication to save their life, they end up going to the emergency room and actually costing the American taxpayer more money. That is going on right now. You mentioned the highest points under Joe Biden when it comes to inflation, and you are correct. It was at 9%. I'm going to repeat the same thing I said earlier because this is really important. And I don't think, with respect, you're getting this. It wasn't Joe Biden's policies that got us there. He was coming out of a global pandemic. The entire world inflation was through the roof. Through the roof. That wasn't Joe Biden's choice. By the way, a horrific job that Donald Trump did, and we can get into that in the next topic. It was at 9%. You're correct. Guess what? He was also involved, and it wasn't his fault, where Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. Two things that happened that can devastate any economy that were not his choice, and it wasn't because of his policies. Donald Trump made a choice to go to war.
Well, Biden said
hold on, let me just finish. Joe Biden, at the end of his presidency, the numbers by almost every economic metric were great. He left Donald Trump a good economy, just like Barack Obama did under every metric. And what did Donald Trump do? Everything was headed in the right direction. Gas prices, and you guys complained about Joe Biden, and look at these high gas prices. You guys put those stupid stickers at the gas station. Boy, it's funny. Where did those conversations go now? Yeah, you're right. Gas is up over $4 a gallon. I just spent like $100 filling my gas tank. I drive a sports car. It's expensive. But the fact of the matter is, there's one reason right now, and one reason only, and one person responsible as to why gas prices are so high. The reason is the war in Iran. The person who decided to go to war is Donald Trump. It is hurting American families. It's hurting people living paycheck to paycheck. It's hurting everybody. And if you want to talk about the numbers at one point when Joe Biden was president, I'm going by Donald Trump's own statements when he campaigned. He made promises that he would lower prices on day one. He promised everybody he would be a peace president and he wouldn't start a new war. Is he just a liar? Is he full of shit? Or can you admit to me right now that this war in Iran has really hurt American families? And when it comes to gas prices, that wasn't Joe Biden's fault to take over during a global pandemic. Can you at least give me that?
He ran.
What?
If you know what you're running into, the whole country will shut down. You're still running for president. If you don't want that responsibility, then don't run.
Was it Joe Biden's choice to take over during a global pandemic? Was it his choice for Vladimir Putin to invade Russia? And was it Donald?
He didn't have to keep running. He could have just stepped down and not.
But the point I'm making is whether he should have run or not. The point
if
I'm
he
making.
Said he'd stop COVID.
Those
More
weren't.
People died with COVID under him than under Trump.
Okay. Do you understand
Inflation
anything about
reduction.
COVID? Do you know why that took? Do you know why? Do you understand why?
Why people died?
Why do you think a lot of people died when Joe Biden took office? What do you think? You think it's because of, name me a policy that Joe Biden implemented that you think caused people to die? Because I could give you a lot of policies of why I think a lot of people died under Donald Trump. Give me a policy under Joe Biden that you think Joe Biden shouldn't have done that. It cost people lives.
Well,
and I'll give you 10 that Donald Trump did right now.
Okay, well, Trump shut down the economy, which I was against. He then tried to
No,
open it
Joe
up.
Biden. I'm not asking you about Trump. I'm going to talk about Trump.
Right.
What policy under Joe Biden did he implement that you think killed a lot of Americans that Donald Trump wouldn't have done?
He forced the vaccine, and a lot of people were vaccine injured, and some of them.
Okay,
a couple thousand died from that.
yeah. So let's talk about
Trump
that.
pushed the vaccine. He never
By the
forced
way,
people to
Donald
get it.
Trump is the guy who did Operation Warp Speed, so that completely throws away
Yeah,
your
but he
argument
didn't
right
force
there, and
people
I
to
give
take
him
the
credit for
vaccine.
that, by the
Wait,
way.
he didn't force people to take the vaccine.
Really? So he didn't.
Who was forced to take the vaccine? Or
Donald Trump left it up to the states to
Correct.
decide. Okay. Joe Biden didn't take over the country and say, hey, I'm going to roll that back. Joe Biden did the same thing Donald Trump did. It was left up to the states. So you're factually inaccurate
Well,
there.
no, it affected the military. A lot of the military personnel lost
Okay,
their
but
jobs.
that's the same.
And that's a federal
Okay,
policy.
so what do you know about the vaccines that you would come on here and say that it killed a lot of people? Where's your evidence to back that up?
Well, this I looked. It was a couple thousand. Now I'm not saying it was in the
How many people took the vaccines in this country?
millions.
Probably
kind of
billions of
veering-
people
veering
across
in
the
the
world
wrong
took the vaccine.
direction. Let's
No, but this is important though,
Okay.
because you brought something up that is frustrating.
Mhm.
You're making the case that the vaccines killed a lot of people. Let me tell you something, what really killed a lot of people. People like Herman Cain, when the guy who I would assume you voted for, when we were losing 3,000 to 5,000 people a day, and Donald Trump was making people like you sign waivers saying, hey, if you die and get COVID, you can't sue us. When we had literally 3,000 to 5,000 people dying a day. Herman Cain, who once suffered from cancer, and by the way, 2/3 of this country suffer from comorbidities. He shows up to one of Donald Trump's stupid rallies, okay? I call them Klan rallies. He showed up to one of them, okay? And guess what happened? He got COVID and then he died a week later. Okay. So if you want to talk about people that implemented policy that hurt Americans, like when a guy talks about it possibly injecting yourself with disinfectant at
That
the
was a
White
joke.
House.
That was a
Okay.
joke.
When he shows up to campaign, instead of talking to the American people during COVID press conferences. He's the only living president in American history, even though he got vaccinated and he got the boosters. He refused to put in a video with every other president promoting the vaccine, even though he's the one who did Operation Warp Speed.
Rallies would always promote it. That's why people
Yeah,
started booing
let's-
him. Like, what are you
let's-
talking
Okay, well, if you
Let's-
want to talk about the vaccines and all that stuff, I can give you 20 reasons why I think more people died.
Okay, well, let's go back to the
died
economy.
under-
Let's go back to the
Thank
economy,
you.
right? So Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Act. That a few months later, that's when inflation spiked to 9.1, I believe,
Mhm.
and then he also shut down the Keystone Pipeline.
Mhm.
Trump made us energy independent, so that helps us overall. I mean, I personally think we should get an OPEC, but that's a different conversation. But at the end of the day, gas is still not hitting nowhere near what it was under Biden. And on top of that, obviously, like you mentioned, prices go up.
What was
Inflation-
gas? What was gas when Joe Biden left office?
when he left office?
Yeah.
Like in the threes, but
was
at
low
the all-time
threes.
high was in the fives.
Mhm. What's it been under? What's it under Donald Trump right
7
now?
months ago, it was in the twos.
Yeah, what is
So
it
whatever
now?
it's like,
What is it now?
it's in the fours.
Yeah. So who do you blame for that?
Him. But I'm
Donald
saying
Trump.
overall, okay,
Yeah.
if someone's burning down your house and then someone says, "Hey, I'll put
Mhm.
out the house, I'll put out the fire," and puts up half the house, and then for
Mhm.
some reason I don't know, the bedroom starts, one of the bedrooms starts going back on fire. Do you say, "No, what? I'm gonna bring back the guy who burned down my house just because this guy"?
No, I'm not going to have a guy bring a guy in there that starts a war in Iran, or at least I'm going to be honest about it and say that this was a disaster from
I
beginning
agree
to
with you.
end.
I think I ran stupid,
This
but
is a big deal for
Right.
this country right now. We're in an ill-advised war that's
I
ruining
agree
our
with you.
economy right now.
I agree with
$2
you.
billion a day, hundreds of billions of dollars. And now Pete Hegseth is asking for another $87 billion. Do you think that's good for the economy?
No, but
This is a huge part of this
me and the gentleman
administration.
keep saying this is not we don't want this war. I'm sure none of these people want.
I'm
this war.
glad. I don't think any reasonable person would want
But you're
this
beating kind of
war.
a dead horse because none of us is for this.
This
war.
is, well, we're talking about the economy. This is one of the biggest issues
But
for
we're
me when it
saying
comes to
we
the
agree with
economy.
you, so it's like you want.
It's the main reason why gas prices are high. It's the main reason why inflation is the main reason why job growth is down.
And I agree with
It's
you.
because of the war in Iran. It's a direct effect of your guy. And then when you talk about Joe Biden,
Mhm.
okay, I talked about the Inflation Reduction Act, but a big reason why those numbers at the time were not his choice. That's the point I'm trying to
It
make.
was his choice to print more money. It was his choice to shut down the pipeline. These were all
So
his
you
choices.
think shutting down the pipeline affected the economy more than this war in Iran?
No, but I'm
Okay,
saying
good.
he made those choices.
Okay,
at
good.
the end of the day, right?
Yeah, he made choices, but it
Right.
wasn't his choice taking
So
over
if
during
we're
a
gonna
global
put accountability
pandemic.
under Trump, under whatever he does and affects the country, it's his fault. It has to go both ways. It can't just be like, hey, Trump does
But
X,
the
I hate
numbers-
Trump, blah blah blah. No, Biden does X. Hey, actually, I don't know about
I-
this. I don't know about
I-
that.
I will
he
hold-
did sign this, but who cares?
I will hold Joe Biden accountable.
I haven't heard it once.
But well, because the prompt is about Donald Trump and the economy. We're
Right.
not the prompt wasn't
your-
about.
your
If
prompt
you
is
want to
that
have a
the
conversation about
economy's
Joe
destroyed. The
Biden,
economy is not
we
destroyed.
can talk about the Chips and Science Act. Okay, there's a lot of different policies under Joe Biden that I
Talk about
thought
the
helped.
chargers he was going to build. And he didn't build
The what?
many.
I'm sorry?
The chargers for charging cars that he was going to do, and he's
The chargers for charging cars.
like electric vehicles.
Yeah.
He did like what 2 dozen. He put billions, if not trillions, into that program.
He didn't put trillions into the
Okay,
program. That's
billions
not
or- I
true.
said billion or
And there's a
trillion.
lot of different nuances and reasons why that wasn't implemented. But I mean, if you want to
I mean, look
compare,
at Elon. He's put charging stations all throughout
look
the
at
country.
Elon. Okay,
Right.
I'm glad you brought up Elon in the economy. Let's do
Oh,
that.
no.
I'm so glad you brought up Elon Musk. Let's talk a little bit about Doge and how it helped us so much. Did you get a $5,000 Doge check?
No,
Okay. Were we promised that from the Trump administration?
promise no. It was spoken about. Oh, so he's signed an executive order saying we're all getting.
Didn't
$5,000?
say he signed an executive order. I said in press conferences, and members of his administration said that we would all be getting a Doge check. Now, of all the wasteful spending that they claimed they saved, and I've seen some of the figures, and what their goal was when it started, what percentage of that goal did they achieve?
Very minimal. I think they got like
Very minimal.
20,
Okay,
30
so
billion,
would you
but
say
they
that was a
limited-
failure?
No, I would say
It wasn't a
if you're in
failure.
a sporting event, you're losing by 30 and end up losing by 5. Yes, you still failed, but it's better lose by 5 than 30. I'd
Better
rather-
lose by 5
I'd
than
rather- I'd rather
30.
lose by 5
Okay.
than 30. That's
So
just
you
me.
care about wasteful spending, even though I would
course.
disagree with your characterization
Of course.
that it was not a failure. It was absolutely a failure based on the numbers that they projected, and they said they would save the American people. It was a fraction of what
Well,
they
all
said
those
they were
people
going to
work
do.
for free. So if it was 20 billion or whatever we eliminated, it was at least 20 billion that we eliminated that was wasteful.
This is my argument with the Elon Musk and the economy. First of all, Elon Musk, as you know, is the richest man in the world.
I know.
There's about 16 or 17 people in this country that own about 98% of the wealth. I don't think that's very good for the economy. But if we're going to talk about fraud and wasteful spending, besides the war in Iran, which obviously we agree upon, I've talked about this before and I'll talk about it again. You look at the fraud from the commander in chief. You look at what he's made in the last year of his life. And I hear people talk about, well, wait a second. He only, he doesn't accept that $400,000 a year salary. Who gives a shit? Look at the money. He's made more money in the last year than his entire life. Let me ask you a question.
He's
Is
a
that because,
businessman.
I was going to ask you about that. So he made $1.4 billion in the last year, more than he's made his entire life. Hold on. Let me ask you. Here's my question. Is it because he's a great businessman? Or is it because maybe it might have something to do with the fact that he's the leader of the free world? Which one?
What evidence do you have that
I asked you the question. Please answer it, and then
he's a
I'll.
great businessman.
Because he's a great businessman.
Yeah.
So you think this?
Do you have a problem with Talktuba coin?
Hold on.
Do you have a problem with Talktuba coin? Do you have a
So-
problem with all these other meme coins?
Here's
that
what I
they
have
put
a
out?
problem with. Being the president of the United States, making more money in a year than you've made in your entire life. When you look at his priors before he got into public office,
He's been
and
worth way more than
his
a billion.
water, his casinos filing for bankruptcy, the Trump University. Are you even aware of the stuff that I'm bringing up
Yes,
right now?
I-
Okay.
People
What do
file
you,
bankruptcy all the time.
okay, but Trump University, was that fraudulent or what was
I
that?
didn't roll.
I didn't ask you if you enrolled. Was that fraudulent, Trump University?
Sure, I don't know.
Okay. What do you mean you don't know? You voted for the
didn't-
guy and you don't know what I'm
I don't
talking
look
about?
into everyone's venture. Do you know every single thing about Kamala Harris? Yeah, you probably voted for her.
Can you tell me
You know
what
every
fraud
single
she
thing
committed
about
in her
her.
life? And I'm open ears. Go ahead, sir. Oh wait.
Fraud that she's committed.
Mhm.
I know.
Oh, wait. And by the way, to answer your
Oh.
question, I did vote for her. What fraud, financial fraud, what fraud has she committed in her life? Where she had to pay people out, black people for living
What does race have to do with anything?
I'm going to tell you because we're talking about fraud, and apparently you're not aware of this either. But there were thousands of people that filed civil lawsuits against Donald Trump, and he lost, and he had to pay them out because it was racial discrimination, and he didn't want black people living in his complexes. So I'll still wait. What massive fraud or anything even half of what Donald Trump has done? Can you name me something that Kamala has done?
Yeah, I mean, she not a fraud in financial terms, but she did keep people in jail in California when she was.
How many
18.
people? That's not financial fraud. It has nothing to do
Well,
with what I
it's-
asked you.
mean,
But
that's-
how many people did she leave in
is
there?
Someone's life worth less than money?
So tell me, what did she do? Give me a name of a case that you think she over prosecuted them. Do you know one case?
Marijuana.
Okay, so I didn't ask you what the drug charge was.
You want me to know the
How many
inmate's
people?
name?
Yeah, because I know about this because I've talked about it. That's
And
why
I
I'm
want
asking you.
guys within the next 2 minutes to really rapid fire your better
Yep.
takes on this.
Mhm.
I
Let me just
personally don't care about Kamala and whether she's
so 30 seconds. I'll just finish this topic and then let's move on back to the economy. Is that cool? Is that okay?
30 seconds for you is
Yep.
2 minutes.
Well, we'll try to do 30 seconds, and that's 18 seconds longer than Donald Trump spent with Stormy Daniels. So
Why do you have
that was a
TBS,
joke.
man? Like,
Why do you have to? Why? Okay, hold on. I'll answer that. Why do
like,
you have?
just, like, have
why do you?
nightmares about
I'll
him
say
all
so.
the
First of all,
time?
Donald Trump's the president, and my job is to cover the presidency in this administration. Why do you have TFS? Do you know what that is? You don't? Trump fellatio syndrome. So now we can get back to
I'm
some
not
serious
gay,
stuff.
so I don't
Okay.
have that.
I call Lauren Boebert TFS as well, so it has nothing to do with being gay.
All right.
So let's get back to Kamala real quickly, since you had no idea what you were talking about, with respect, sir, when it comes to marijuana charges. There were 17 people, okay, that she kept in prison.
So those people don't matter.
You got to let me, you don't
Yeah,
even know
let
the
him
details of the
finish.
case. Let me finish, so let me try to educate you.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
The overwhelming majority of those people were second, third, and fourth offenders. It was more than just marijuana. It's not like Kamala Harris just said, hey, those people were caught smoking a joint on the sidewalk. Let me put them in jail for 20 years. When you're going to make a statement like that and you have no idea what you're talking about and you can't name me one case or one individual where you can say Kamala over prosecuted that person, then that's not a serious argument. I've studied this case. 17 people and they were multiple offenders. So when you're going to make a statement like that, you don't know what you're talking about. Go ahead, sir.
Well, California has 3-strike policy. One, so you're second, third, and fourth.
I
Okay,
understand.
if it's third or fourth, that's one thing, right? Two, California lets people out for less all the time.
Okay, well, guess what? If you commit a second or third offense,
And then she's over here.
and we're outside of the economy
Yes.
yet again.
yes.
All right.
Okay, so go ahead, sir.
Rapid fire. Somebody spit something out that's way more interesting than what we've heard so far.
Well, I mean, again, anecdotally, but I've raised children under every Trump administration as well as Biden administration. I'm having an easier time now than I ever was under Biden. And I shop mainly at wholesale stores like Sam's Club, Walmart, Winco, etc. I'm just talking anecdotally, right? how I'm doing overall. I'm sure most people are doing okay. Obviously, you could complain about X, Y, or Z. Yes, I get it. Gas prices are higher, right? I mean, I remember when Trump was being right before no, I think right on the day he got inaugurated, they said, "Oh, egg prices are crazy." A week later, they dropped and they stopped talking about it because there wasn't a talking point anymore. Egg prices have not gone up. A lot of things have not gone up. Yes, you mentioned fruits, vegetables. I mean, I shop every day. I shop sometimes multiple times a week for my groceries.
Okay,
for my
let's talk
family.
about that. I'm happy to talk about that with you. By the way, I already said multiple times in this debate that yes, egg prices are down. Can you name me?
Well, we all kept falling over Iran, but you keep bringing it up too. So.
Well, you mentioned prices in the supermarket. How many items have gone down since Donald Trump took office?
Specifically,
You brought it up, so
Yeah.
I'm happy to have that conversation with you.
I could speak, personally speak to, I was gonna say like 5.
Maximum 5. You think that's a win?
Again, if you're down by 30 and then you're only down by
You
5,
keep
I
making
would-
that weird analogy. When you're
I've made it
the
twice.
guy said, with respect, the guy said he would lower all prices
He
on
didn't
day
say
one.
all. He said he would lower prices.
Okay, has he done that?
Yes. He's lowered price.
Everything else has gone up in the supermarket. You can only name 5 things that have gone down, and you're saying that's a win? What are you talking about? Everything has gone up except for eggs and a few
Everything goes
vegetables.
up in
And you
general
think that's a
because of
win for the
inflation.
country?
Everything goes up in general because of inflation, anyways.
Everything
Inflation's
goes
never
up.
zero.
Everything goes up in general because of the economy. What are you talking
I
about?
didn't say because of inflation.
Inflation went down from the start when Joe Biden took over to the end when he left office. It was at 3%.
Right.
It's gone nothing but
Has
up
it gone,
since Donald
has it
Trump.
gone to 9%?
I'm-
Has
what
it
do
gone to 8, 7, 6,
That's your
5?
argument? If there was a global pandemic, right now, I guarantee you it would go up to 6, 7, 8,
So
or
you're
9.
giving him
And
a
guess
pass
what?
there, but you attack Trump for his policies.
Again, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier because I don't think you understood it when it came to the economy. Those were not choices that Joe Biden made. If Donald Trump did the best he could under COVID, and
whatever Trump did,
inflation
you
went
hate
to
him, so.
7, 8, or 9%, that would be one thing, okay? I'm specifically talking about Donald Trump going to war in Iran. Joe Biden
Which I
didn't,
conceded to. You keep bringing that up.
because it's everything, the foundation of the economy right
But
now.
you've been
That's why I
hating-
keep
you've been
bringing
hating
it
on
up.
Trump for over
Joe
a
Biden-
year, and
what?
this war only started like 6 months ago. I've been watching you for a long time.
Okay.
You've been hating Trump since he got inaugurated, if not before that. This war started 6 months ago. So where was all this hate? What was bad about the economy right before Iran started?
We're talking about the economy right now.
Right.
We're not.
Well,
if you
but-
wanted to debate me 6 months ago before this war started, I would have been. I'll debate anybody. I'm happy to do that with you. But we're talking about where the economy
But
is
you
right
bring up the
now.
one thing that we're all conceded on. Yes,
It's not just the one thing. The biggest tax breaks to the top 1%. I can talk to you until the cows come home about the farmers. Want to talk about all the farmers that are struggling and we had to bail them out specifically because of Donald Trump's policy? I could talk to you about that. I could talk to you about a lot of different economic metrics, not just inflation, but GDP and a lot of it. But we're talking about the economy right now, sir.
Well, to be fair, and then we'll move into closing thoughts. The prompt is Trump has destroyed the economy. That would presume that the minute Trump took office, then he destroyed the economy. If you wanted like a very specific,
Well, it didn't happen in one day.
I would.
I'm not making the argument it happened in
Right,
one
but
day.
it would-
It happened
we-
over time.
But I think what they would assume would be starting day one,
February
because you
20th,
specified Trump
2025.
has destroyed the economy.
Yeah, so it
I'm
takes.
going to leave it there. That was
yeah,
just the prompt. So
it-
that,
it-
in
it-
fairness,
Sure.
that-
It takes some time to destroy the economy. Never would I say that in a week
Well,
or in a day.
well, hold on.
But
because then
where we're at
you-
right now, I believe
but-
he's destroyed the
But
economy.
Brian, you said the war.
Well, that's a big
That's
part
what
of it.
you
Sure.
keep saying
Sure.
is that
Sure.
it was the war.
100%.
Besides the war and the big beautiful bill,
Yeah.
what else do you have to
Well,
put?
those are two pretty.
Well, let's move into closing thoughts, and then
All right.
we'll all take a little.
I'll address
break.
that in my closing thought. But Go
Okay.
ahead.
Go ahead to you, Isa.
Well, me personally, I'm gonna say I look at if a coach is more successful, whether that's getting you 30 wins to 40 wins or vice versa. I would rather have the coach that gets me from 30 to 40 than the one that goes from 40 to 30. So when I look at inflation numbers, when I look at job numbers, when I look at gas prices, whatever the case may be, and we're judging Trump right now at the worst, which is nowhere near the worst of other presidents, including the most recent, I would say he's the overall better, had not only the better economy, but has affected people less overall.
Yeah.
Now you could point to Medicare, whatever the case may be. We're always going to have those issues. Doesn't matter if a Republican's in office. Doesn't matter if a Democrat's in office. We're always going to have those issues until we think of a better policy. I mean, we didn't even get into Social Security or other aspects of the economy that are really, really affected. Maybe we could get into that some other point.
Okay.
I guess all I got. So
Okay. Well, the last thing you said was Medicare. We're always going to have these problems. I would also add a little caveat to that, that in the last 10 years, all I've heard is right-wingers bitching about Obamacare, and I have yet to see a plan from the Trump administration. So if you're going to be a serious policymaker, and you have kids, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. You would tell your kids, if your kids have a problem, you're probably a good dad, right? If your kids have an issue, you want to try to come up with a solution, right?
Mhm.
Donald Trump has been complaining about Obamacare for 10 years. What is the replacement plan? Well, here's an answer for you. There is none. Okay. Donald Trump said the other day, it's coming. He said in his first administration, give me 2 weeks, give me a month. It's coming. He gave Kayleigh McEnany this big binder in a 60 Minutes interview. It wasn't a plan. He said it was a plan. He hasn't come up with a replacement plan for Obamacare. You can disagree with Obamacare. You can think it's bad for the economy. That's fine. I'm happy to have conversations with people about Obamacare. I don't think it's perfect, but at least it was a plan. Donald Trump hasn't come up with a replacement plan, so that is not a serious policymaker. When you're saying he has a better economy than these other presidents, I would ask you, by what metric are you coming up with that the economy is better now than it was as a whole when it comes to all these other presidents? I would ask you what metric, other than the stock market. I would ask, it's not inflation. It's not GDP growth. It's certainly not any of those things. It's not any of those things, actually. By most of the economic metrics that we look at and say, how's the economy doing? He is failing, other than maybe an argument you could make about the stock market. Now, if somebody can prove otherwise to me, I'm happy to have that conversation. But the bottom line is, and I know we disagree on the war, and I'm glad you can concede that. I don't know how you, I'm glad that we agree on that, but this is a huge argument. This isn't a debate about I had a lot of issues with Donald Trump before the war, a lot of other issues other than the economy, to be honest with you. And I didn't like the biggest tax breaks for the top 1%. I thought that was atrocious. $100 billion in tax breaks for the top 1%. Think about what we could have used that money for to help the American people.
To pay more. Like
These are, sorry, I apologize. These are his final closing thoughts.
Yeah.
And Brian, if you could wrap up.
Yep. So yeah, no problem. So in closing, I'll just say this. The facts speak for themselves. By almost every economic metric that we look at the economy, we are worse off today than we were when Joe Biden left office. And that's where I'll leave it, my friend. I appreciate the conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, can I say one thing real quick? Just forgot.
Thank you, gentlemen. We can come back to this.
I'll tell you what, after the
Shake
debate,
hands
I'm happy to
and-
talk to you.
and,
I'm happy to have a conversation with you after the debate. Thanks, brother.
I thought I hate you, but
It's so weird. I get that from so many people, and then
All
I
right.
become friends with them. It's so weird.
Let's take a really
I was like, if I'm ever on camera with him, I'm gonna.
All right, so everybody watching, I'm sorry, can I
Yeah,
just make
no,
a quick
go ahead.
announcement?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Sarah. You're doing a great job. For everybody watching right now, and by the way, I didn't say this to start because I really didn't have an opportunity to make an opening. Thank you to Sean. He does a great job, and I do appreciate everybody here. I think this has been a lot of fun. It's been a really good time, and I think these conversations are really important. So for everybody watching right now on my YouTube page and everywhere else, 10-minute break.
Oh, way faster than that.
5-minute
We're on
break.
time limit.
And then the last prompt is going to be why I think Trump is the worst president in American history. So that'll be
There you
fun.
go.
So go ahead. But everybody, 5-minute break. We're just taking a quick 5-minute break. I'm going to go wash my face and wipe the sweat off, and I'll be back.
You all are doing great.
I wouldn't see the main today.
Try to be quick because I know I've got 4 more people, and I think we have a hard out. Do we have a hard out at 6, Sean? And the mics are still hot.
People haven't even debated me yet. Good grief.
I'm like 4 or 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, you sent me that.
Yeah, like 4 or 5 minutes.
I think that's all. Yeah.
It was great that he was cool with us, and I guess afterwards he started saying that. Yeah, and I didn't even talk about body cam. Yeah. I didn't even talk about body cam like that. I was like,
I thought because there's sometimes on those. I thought that was.
yeah, I thought I got someone radical because yeah, probably when I said that's what they changed the
the one.
To me, it's pretty good. Like, we could have
Well, anything that's USB-C, unplug. Come on. Yeah, we went unplug the laptop. Like this.
Seems to be going well though. I've been watching it live and no issues.
Good.
Yeah, he's got like 400 people
We
live.
definitely have the bandwidth. Technically, we are live right now. Hi, everybody.
What's up, Brian's chat? 250 because we're on break, but yeah, it was peaking at like 3. Remember the
I hate Chuck Schumer. I never liked Nancy Pelosi. Don't like Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. A lot of Democrats I don't like.
I'll ask her.
All right, back at it, everybody. We're going here in like 2 minutes, okay? Sit tight.
Oh, she didn't even use the fact checker, bro.
Sit tight, everybody.
Bro, I set this up for her. This is an AI fact checker.
Oh man.
Supposed to be, but at this point, I guess we want to use it.
I like this last prompt because there's all different. Are you doing the last prompt?
I'm happy to do any prompt.
Okay,
I
good.
told her to. I told her.
I wanted to, if we can get him on again at the end.
Yeah, I do. I told.
Oh. Barbara
You
was
didn't
on
turn
this.
this on.
I went to touch it,
Oh, okay.
but then it's like, do you want to allow Mike or whatever? And I was like, I
Yeah,
don't know
it
if I'm
needs to
gonna
be
mess anything
I'll,
up.
I'll set it up for you.
Okay,
Let me just tell them to put it on behind.
okay. That's what I didn't want to mess with. Oh, no, you're okay. You're okay. Yeah.
All right, everybody, we got like 1 minute here, and then we're going to be going back live with me yelling at people. How's everybody doing out there in PTL land? By the way, I have an announcement to make. I will be debating Andrew Wilson here in the next week, and it will be on my platform. He's agreed to do it. So I didn't say that on my show today, but yeah, that's going to happen. Soy Pill is going to be co-hosting with me on Friday.
So you can see it here.
Oh, that's
that
okay
fine?
if it's not on the screen.
Yeah, it won't be on the
Having
screen,
it here because it.
Everybody, who's winning the debate so far? Give like a.
Me. Hello,
Can you guys hear me? Give like a
Sean. Oh, Mike.
census, right? Give a census.
Yeah, so after everyone goes once, bring Mike back up.
No more Andrew Wilson, please. I could totally understand why some people would
Thank
say
you
that.
So much, Sean. I was like in the middle of it, and I was like, if I mess with it and I mess something
No,
up,
you're good. Yeah.
Ah,
All right, guys. AI fact checker set up now. Uh-oh.
sweet.
now it's the real deal. All right, so
Okay, we good?
Next up, I've got Josh Stacy, Carson Vem, and then
Cool.
Josh number 2. Sorry, Josh 1, Josh 2. We're gonna roll with Trump is the worst president of all time. Let's minimize filibustering a little bit and stay more on point because we want to fire these out faster,
Sure.
and that way we will have some spare time at the end to do. At the
Sounds
very
good,
least, one
sounds
more
good.
With Mike. So Josh Stacy, if you want to come up, Stream Rift, however you want to go by. All right, and then Brian, if I could get one look in the camera with reading that prompt out loud.
Next prompt is why I believe Donald Trump is the worst president in history.
So, Brian, one of the things that I heard you talk about with Myron Gaines is that you don't like people who say things they don't believe.
Mhm.
I think you're a fucking idiot on this one, and I think it's the most polite way I can put it. I'm going to share you my standard. We might disagree on the standard. I'll lay out the standard. If I had this chat with a normal American at a kitchen table, even someone center left, you're saying Trump's worst president ever. I was doing the research on this. You're familiar with James Buchanan, President James Buchanan? Not so much. No worries. I got you.
Do you want me to interrupt you, or do you want me to let you finish?
So I'll keep going.
Okay.
Don't
Don't be a fucking idiot.
Well, you look. The facts are going to be what the facts are. You're here to defend yourself. Always appreciate that about you. So
Yeah.
Patrick,
Kind of weird though. 10 seconds into your statement, you would call me a fucking idiot. That's a little strange.
well, but see, James Buchanan, when he left office, there were 7 states that had seceded from the Union, a rival government. They had obtained, started seizing federal property. And then 6 weeks after his administration, the Civil War started, where Americans were killing Americans in the most deadly American war ever. So all you have to do to prove you're not a fucking idiot and that you believe what you're saying is explain how 7 states leaving, forming a rival government, seizing federal property, and then on top of all of that, 6 weeks later, literally killing each other. So I'm happy
Well,
to
first
hear
of all, my first question would be, why would you show up to a debate wanting to debate a fucking idiot? That makes you a fucking idiot. That's number one. You went out of your way to be here to debate me. Everyone here isn't here to debate you. So no, sir, I'm not a fucking idiot. Number two, if you want to talk about Americans killing Americans, I'm happy to. I know you're laughing, but it's true, sir. If you want to talk about Americans killing Americans, and by the way, I'm not going to defend Buchanan at all. He was terrible. He was awful. There were a lot of bad things happening at that time. There are really bad presidents in history, but if you want to talk about Americans killing Americans, it's happening right now. And I can go down the list of how it's happening now. I can start with ICE. I can tell you that Barack Obama, while he deported millions of people and people did die in custody, we didn't have people out on the streets that were killing Americans. We didn't have people on the streets that were killing people that were Mexican nationals or people that were legally allowed to be here with their 3-year-old kid in the back seat. There are people, Americans, killing Americans. We had something called January 6th. Americans died, okay? You can laugh about January 6th because only a fucking idiot would laugh about a day where innocent people died. And by the way,
7 states seceded from the fucking Union.
Okay, so are you gonna let me finish? Because I'm talking about Trump's administration.
Whenever
Okay,
you get there, yep.
People that are killing Americans. Okay, it happened on January 6th, and it happened directly
law
because of
enforcement.
Donald Trump. Yeah, it happened. What?
Yeah, law enforcement. They
A
killed.
law enforcement person killed Brian Sitnick?
So you're going for it. So why don't you go ahead and make your claim if you're going to?
Well, no. Go ahead. What law
So he
enforcement
left it
official
alive
killed
there.
Brian Sitnick and attacked 140 officers? Some of those officers now
So
have traumatic
Ashley
brain injury.
Babbitt, and then
Hold on. You know who Brian Sitnick is, or you're not?
Yeah,
aware?
he's a
Okay.
guard that
Did a law
the
enforcement?
shitlib media said died because of J6.
What did the
and then
coroner
there's
say the
video of
next
him
day?
walking.
What did the coroner say to a media outlet?
So let's just skip ahead.
No, let's not
assume
skip ahead. I
everything
want
you're
to prove
saying
who the
about
fucking idiot is in this conversation. What
7
did the
states
coroner
seceded
say?
from the Union,
No, wait.
formed a rival government.
You don't know what you're talking
hot
about.
war shooting each
Hold on.
other.
I
Hold on,
understand
we're both
that.
in two
I
different
understand
places
that.
right now. I
You're-
wanna bring it
why
back
would you
around.
laugh about people that die?
I'm not laughing about people.
Okay,
dying.
thank you. What did the coroner say about Brian Sitnick?
I don't know. What does that have
Of
to do
course you
with-
don't
what
know,
does this have to
because
do
you
with
laughed.
the
Wait.
Trump being the worst president in history?
Is this
Because
the
we
guy
had
that-
something called January 6th, and it doesn't happen if Donald Trump doesn't lie about the 2020 election.
So are
but I'll
you
give you the
saying-
opportunity to answer that. Does January 6th happen if Donald Trump doesn't lie and say the election was stolen?
Is your claim that J6 makes him worse than James Buchanan?
Does January 6th happen if Donald Trump doesn't lie and say the election was stolen? Don't be a
Yeah,
fucking idiot. Answer
absolutely.
the question.
Of course it does. Just like
Oh,
January
really?
7th, 8th, 9th, the calendar passes by. It's a stupid
my
fucking
Okay,
question.
so let me try to. I know you're trying to be funny and
No, you
facetious
set
on a
me
very
up for
serious
that.
topic.
I answered a direct
Okay.
question.
No, you're just
welcome.
being a clown and you're not being serious.
glitched you.
I
I'm
find
sorry.
okay,
Go
you know, you're
ahead.
being a clown.
Okay, let's.
Does that day, hold on, this is important. Does that day happen, okay, in front on the Capitol
Okay.
if Donald Trump doesn't lie about the election?
Most likely there would have been folks protesting. There's this belief amongst the left that Trump summoned everyone there and there's some group monolith that decides who's going to show up. A lot of people showed up to protest for
Why
a
were
lot
they
of
there?
reasons.
Why were they there?
A lot of them were there because they believed that the election was stolen.
Who said that? Who started that?
A lot
then?
of people said that.
Who started
you
that?
guys want to reduce the entire
leader of the free
fucking
world.
conservatives into one group that has
Mhm.
one hive mind because you guys bow at the altar of institutions.
What do you mean, you guys?
The leftists and folks who argue like you.
Oh, okay. So what's my political affiliation?
Independent is what you say.
Who have I voted
Registered
for? What's
independent.
my? You know
You've-
who I voted for?
You voted
I'm
for
just anti-Trump, so I must be a lefty. That's a very
well, so why
only
don't
a
we
fucking
do the
idiot would say
prompt?
that.
Right. So like you
Yeah.
chose the prompt. By
I
the way,
did.
I showed
I
up
did.
on your words.
I did.
Trump, worst president. My opening line,
Yeah.
nice and easy.
I don't defend Buchanan.
We
Never
have-
would.
Okay, so how is Trump worse than 7 states?
Well, I was
seceding,
getting there.
forming okay, go ahead.
I was getting there. I mentioned, for starters, attacking the legitimacy of elections, which I think is a big deal. He's the only president in American history that has not conceded. What I was trying to get at is it caused January 6th when you were laughing about it. Yes, you're right. Ashley Babbitt did die. It's very sad. I wish that didn't happen.
Seriously,
there are
I
a lot.
appreciate that.
There's
There's
a lot of
folks that
people.
won't be as decent as
While
you there. Appreciate that.
I would never make jokes or laugh about a woman who served the country. I would also say that unfortunately complying. Now this
Also, she was armed with a knife.
Hold on.
I believe
she
that was
was.
a
You're
real
right about
challenge.
that. But
Trying to
here's my
find bridges.
issue, right?
Yeah.
And it goes to ICE, which I did talk. I heard Tom Homan last week say, "Just comply," in regards to a young Mexican national who died in Houston, Texas, a few weeks ago. By the way, no evidence that he was trying to ram at officers or anything. A 26-year-old in Maine with a 3-year-old in the back seat. No body cameras, and we did see a video that was released 100 feet away that shows he was going at about 2 miles an hour. Even DHS missed. He wasn't trying to strike an officer. But it's interesting, right? Because Tom Homan says, just comply when it comes to these shootings. But when it comes to Ashley Babbitt, that all goes out the window. Was Ashley Babbitt complying?
So what the fuck does this have to do with Trump being the worst president?
Because
in the
Trump,
history of
I'm
America?
so glad you brought that up. It's a rogue agency that Donald Trump has perpetuated. And under the Obama administration or the Biden administration, ICE agents weren't murdering people on the streets. They weren't taking the First, Third, and Fourth Amendment rights away. They're going up to brown people and saying, show me your paperwork, with no reasonable or articulable suspicion that they've committed any crime. That's
So this is
Gestapo
why I think you're a
bullshit.
fucking clown, because the Supreme Court said they could do that. So if you believe in the courts, you sit here and say, if
Wait,
it's
hold on.
proven in court,
The
and
Supreme Court-
said
tell me-
explicitly you can stop people, and Sotomayor
Ask them for ID.
Sotomayor said she didn't like it. There was a dissent. But the highest court of the land said what you're criticizing
They
was
can-
lawful.
Hold on. So let me
what
just
the
get this
fuck,
right.
bro?
Okay, let's talk about the Supreme Court. So can you please tell me
Highest
what
court in the
law
land.
where the Supreme Court said you can randomly go up to any brown person and ask them for ID and ask them for
So I
paperwork?
didn't come here for ICE, but I'll go ahead and I'll cover. It was a recent one. I think it was in the last 2-3 years. And the specifics
not
were, can you approach people based
No.
off of these characteristics?
No.
And there was a dissent.
It was an
All the quotes
approach.
that
That's
you
not what
wanna
I
make-
asked you. You're not answering my question. I didn't say approach. Please listen.
Okay, I'm
Okay?
listening.
You can't randomly go up to somebody, or if they're brown, and racially go up to somebody and say and assume that and ask them for ID and assume that they might not be legal.
Supreme Court says you can.
No, you're wrong. That's against
Where's
our
the fact checker? Where's comments?
I actually am getting it now. It's coming up as red.
You
which
can't
means
just-
There's a contradiction built in. The Supreme Court said you can stop people and ask them for their ID. Oh, hold on, I gotta scroll
Oh,
back up. Hold
yep.
on. No. That's what your claim was. I gotta move back up, but it said no.
Yes.
Hold on, if I can figure out how to. Oh no, I don't know how to roll this back.
Don't worry, I'll get you the
Yeah,
link
but it
on
says
X.
that it basically said it didn't. The Supreme Court did not rule that.
So now who's
Well,
the
there
fucking
is-
idiot?
I'll get the source. I didn't come.
Are
here
you a
planning to
fucking
debate
idiot?
This.
You're wrong, aren't you? Gosh, who's the fucking idiot now? So
$100
let me educate you.
$100 says you're fucking wrong,
Okay.
and I'll prove it
Okay,
after
good.
this.
Bet.
$100.
Bet.
Deal.
By the way, she just fact checked it. So, I mean, who's the fucking idiot now? You just made a bet and she just fact checked it. Let me just educate you, sir. Okay.
And I said Sotomayor agreed
Let me
with
just,
you.
okay, hold on. Let me
In the
educate.
dissent.
I'm trying to help you out, sir, because you're unfamiliar with what the Supreme Court ruled upon. Okay. You can't
is
just,
worse than it was
you
before.
have to have reasonable or articulable suspicion that somebody has committed a crime in order to, number one, ask them for ID or force them to show ID. Okay. They're going up to people. There's videos all over the place. It happened in Minneapolis. It's happening everywhere where they're demanding you show ID. And when a person says, what's your reasonable or articulable suspicion that I committed a crime? They say nothing. And then they use of force. You force them to show ID. That is illegal. It is against what he is ripping up parts of our Constitution. Are you aware of that? This falls into the category of Trump
So
is.
I just can't fucking take you serious on this because if we
You,
care
ju-
about
you
this,
just were proven
if we
wrong. What are
care
you talking
this,
about?
If we care about the constitutional rights
Yes,
and Fourth
we
Amendment,
do.
Why aren't we talking about the fucking Patriot Act and Bush? Trump,
Because
under
that's not the
wettest of
prompt. We're not
dreams,
talking about Bush right now. We're talking about
ICE
Trump.
Is like a tiny little sliver of something. The FISA warrants are a ginormous iceberg, and we're saying, well, but Trump's bad because of ICE. It's like, well, I'm
That's
not even
one
convinced
concept.
Bush Jr. is the worst
That's-
president.
that's
However,
one-
the Patriot Act
right,
going through is a big,
Right.
massive.
George W. Bush was a really bad president. I agree. He was really bad. He got us into an ill-advised war. We were told
Would you
weapons of
say
mass
he's worse than
destruction.
Trump?
No. I
Oh,
would take George W. Bush in a heartbeat over Donald Trump. Do you know why?
Because you have Trump derangement syndrome.
Because you have
can't
Trump
think in the world
fellatio
of
syndrome.
something other than Trump is bad. Like literally, if I were to talk to 10 people off the street here, go down to the strip, go down to Fremont
Yeah,
Street,
his approval
and have
ratings
this-
are like 30%.
Well,
yeah,
but it's not
yeah.
about that. And
Oh,
I
it's
say-
not about that?
I say President James Buchanan,
Mm-hmm.
when he left his administration, 7 states had seceded from the Union, formed a rival government,
Mm-hmm.
seized federal property, and then started killing Americans 6 weeks later. They'd be like, that's probably worse than Trump. And you are going to an ICE argument? That's out of your fucking
Okay, so
mind.
so first of all, that is one of many topics that I can discuss with you. It's not the only topic.
Why don't you
if
the
I said
biggest one? What's the worst one? What
I
is
would
your
say-
biggest condemnation of Trump? He's bad because.
I would say the January 6th insurrection and perpetuating.
Insurrection?
Hold on. Let me
That's not
finish. Let me
insurrection. Go
finish.
ahead.
I don't
We'll
care
argue
what
that
your
one.
characterization of it is. You can call it
What's
a
the
riot.
definition?
You can call it a riot or an
I'll give you
insurrection,
one.
and I don't care.
Okay.
Okay. Don't care what your definition is. Meaningless to me. Okay. Donald Trump is the one who perpetuated that. Donald Trump is the one who lied about our elections. Donald Trump is the one who attacked
He lied?
the legitimacy. Yeah.
What
Donald
about the
Trump did not
Georgia
win.
fucking tapes?
Donald Trump
Oh,
did
that's
not
really
win.
weird.
I'm sorry,
So
what?
there's a chain of custody with 315,000 votes. There's concerns about that. There's concerns about the voter rolls, but you're saying there's no reason
Concerns?
for- Yeah, things like
What are
that-
your concerns?
Well, the folks on the voter rolls, the call. Remember when he was asking for those votes in Georgia and he brought out 3 different
Find me
categories?
votes. Yeah, find me votes.
Yeah.
And then
And
you
did you
remember
hear
when
the rest of the call?
remember when Raffensperger said that there was no evidence to perpetuate anything that Donald Trump was accusing
the
in Georgia? Do you
institutional
remember that? The Secretary of State who's a
worshiping.
Republican. Do you remember that? If you want to talk about that conversation, do you remember what Brad Raffensperger said, or do you need
It's
to be fact
irrelevant
checked?
to me.
It's of course it is. Of
Plus,
course it's
they admitted
irrelevant to you.
315,000 votes. They said, "Oh, we don't have the signatures," and go, "Okay, well, we counted."
There was
again." It's
no
like,
there
well,
was
but
no
if the chain
widespread
of
voter
custody
fraud in
was what?
Georgia. Donald Trump. Okay, so you think Donald Trump won the 2020? Am I talking to another election
I
denier?
voted 3 times for Trump. He won all 3
That wasn't my
times.
question. Okay, then you're the fucking idiot.
We're
quite
both
frankly.
fucking idiots.
No,
Isn't
I'm
that
not.
nice?
I'm
We're
not.
sitting here talking about whether a fucking
Here's the
complete
difference.
civil war
Here's the
is
difference.
worse than anything Trump
Okay, but
has
hold
ever
on.
done.
I am talking to somebody
I've been
who thinks
pissing
that
myself with laughter about this, Bron.
Okay, well,
this whole time.
Okay, you can. I believe that you piss yourself, sir, because you talk like an infant. Okay, you're a child with a diaper.
Not
Okay,
me. If
so
I had the diaper.
I'm talking
Anyway.
to a guy who is an election denier who thinks
I
that.
believe elections happen.
Okay, hold
I
on.
don't deny that.
Where is your evidence? Where is your evidence?
Every 2
Okay,
years.
thank you. Where is your evidence that would lead you to believe that there was widespread voter fraud, that Donald Trump won the 2020 election? I'm waiting, sir. Go ahead.
So if we're gonna do this like adults, one of the things that you'd look at is the way that the voter distribution, like the vote counts, come in.
Mm-hmm.
So in sort of any other honest sense, if you took a look at the way that votes come in,
Mm-hmm.
for some reason towards the end,
You know why?
the Democrats always pull
Do you know
in.
why? Okay,
Now,
I have an
here's the other
explanation.
thing. Let me-
Can I
no,
just
let me-
address
let
that
me
first?
fucking- no, let me.
don't
I'll
want me
listen
to?
you plenty. No, I'd love for you to get through all of it. I just want to make sure we're
Okay.
clear. Why the hell is it that most Americans, if you say, I don't think, we should mail out ballots to people who don't request them. We should verify signatures. We should make sure we're authenticating them. Most Americans would say that just makes sense. But if you talk to a shitlib that argues the points that you do, and I don't think you're a shitlib, I think you're better than a shitlib, not by much, but better, because most Americans
I think
would
you're
say,
a shit Republican.
let's avoid altogether any fraud, all fraud bad. And if we find loopholes, even if we can't prove they've been exploited, even if in a court we haven't proven there's been fraud, we just should avoid fraud. Would you join with me on that one?
Never have I ever said that fraud is good. Okay, I'm going to speak very slowly to the infant.
Thank you.
Never did I ever say that fraud was good. In fact, fraud when it comes to our elections or fraud when it comes to that imbecile Nick Shirley, I actually said this to Nick's face. Yeah, I think all fraud is bad. But here's the difference between me. I think there's a lot of differences, but here's the first one. You mentioned vote counts. And again, I'm going to speak very slowly. The reason why the next day they had to continue to count votes is because we had a lot of mail-in ballots during a global pandemic. Now, Donald Trump, hold on, let me finish.
Go
let
ahead.
me finish.
Not the point.
Donald Trump, I don't think you made a point. Donald Trump said over and over again that he didn't want people like you to vote with mail-in ballots. The overwhelming,
he was
hold
concerned
on.
that
No,
mail-in
he said he
voting
didn't.
was
No,
insecure.
wrong. He said in campaign speeches specifically, and she could fact check this too, he didn't want Republicans to use mail-in balloting. Now, the overwhelming majority of people that mail-in balloted were Democrats, not Republicans. During the global pandemic, they didn't have enough people to count all the votes that day. So they waited till the next day and they continued to count. That is not an example, sir, of widespread voter fraud that would have overturned a free and fair election. In fact, there's no evidence that you've presented to me of that.
So let me give you another example.
Please do, because that one fell apart for you. Go ahead,
in
sir.
L.A., Spencer Pratt.
Spencer Pratt.
It's the funniest thing. We had a candidate, the opposition there.
Yep.
Gave a teary, oh no, I lost. We tried hard. And the next day found out magically they had stuffed enough ballots for her to win. Isn't that incredible? The Democrats are way better at fraud than conservatives. And as soon as we start realizing that's what the game is, things are going to get better.
I find it interesting that you just pivoted to Spencer Pratt when I was talking about the 2020 election, which you claimed
It's the
Donald
same
Trump
math,
won,
because what
and you
ends up
gave no
happening-
evidence.
What ends up happening is when the votes keep coming in, the distribution of them skews. And here's the other thing.
Yeah.
You
So
okay.
can I just respond to what you just said? Is that
let me go back to something you said earlier about
Yeah.
voter fraud, where you're a fucking idiot. You said there's about,
There he
and I
goes
want to
with
make sure I'm right, about 200 illegal immigrants that voted.
that was actually
that your
according.
number?
That was actually according to the Heritage Foundation.
So you're good with the heritage. Okay. So in New Jersey,
using
they
that as a
found out-
point.
In New Jersey, they
400
found
votes
out- in New
illegally,
Jersey,
yes.
they found out 600.
Yes.
So you went from 200
All
to
those people were
400
not
to
undocumented.
600
No,
in fucking
not true.
8 seconds.
Not true.
Not
I
even?
never said that they were all undocumented people that voted. So I never made that claim. What I was referring to in the Heritage Foundation was a study over the course of the last 20 years of undocumented immigrants that were proven to have voted. The people that voted in New Jersey were not proven to be undocumented
They
immigrants.
were, though.
They were not. They were not. That's not true.
600
And by
of
the
them
way,
were, and there
and by
was
the way,
something like
let's just say
3,000 or
it's
6,000.
okay for a moment. Let's just say you're
And
correct.
it's the same fucking
Hold on.
software
Let me finish.
California
Hold on.
uses.
Let me finish. Let's just say, for argument's sake, because we're pressed for time,
Yeah.
that there were 600 people that were proven undocumented that voted illegally.
Yeah.
Does that mean Donald Trump won the 2020 election,
What the
sir?
hell does that
Is
have
that
to do with voter
vibrant?
fraud?
We were just talking
And
about
even
widespread
beyond-
voter fraud in the 2020
the exact
election,
same
and you're the
system.
guy who won't admit that Donald Trump lost. It's insane.
It's the exact same system California uses, which has been able to manipulate the way that we count the census to get additional representatives in Congress.
Guess what?
at
Then
least
change the
one
laws.
seat.
They're not breaking the law. Then change the laws in California. If you want to vote for people that would change laws of how people vote in California,
pivoting.
be my.
You're saying
No,
it
I'm
couldn't
not.
happen. I'm
That's
saying
not
you're happy.
widespread
Well, then
voter
let's
fraud.
change this.
And we were talking
The
about.
entire DMV
I'm going to
system is
ask you.
organized to make
I'm
it
going to
easy for
ask you.
illegals to get votes?
I'm going to ask you
Or
the
to
same
vote?
question again, which you did not
Oh,
answer.
let's hear it.
Which was, you said that you felt that Trump won the 2020
No,
election.
I said I believe he did.
You
not a
believe,
feeling.
and when you believe something, you have to have some evidence to back that up.
Yeah,
You
that's
just talked
Georgia.
about mail-in voting. Georgia, that was proven time and time again with Republican
No,
as a
here's another one
Secretary
you're
of
full
State.
shit. You say, "Oh, we went to court on this, and Trump lost." 60
Where's your
times."
evidence that Trump
A
won?
bunch of the times he got punted out of court, it was for standing. There's no meritorious finding.
Where's your
You
evidence that Donald Trump
insidious
won the
fuck.
2020 election? You ignorant fuck. Where's your evidence? You
So
are a
there's
MAGA
three
mushroom
groups.
gobbler. Where's your evidence?
So first of all, we're still not addressing the whole fact that James Buchanan had 7
There he
states
goes back to
secede from
James
the Union.
Buchanan again.
Well, I actually wanted to interrupt to tell you if there's some like pieces you really want to hit on, now's the time to do it, and then we'll move into closing. So,
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I just haven't heard a fucking thing that's worse than literally teeing up an entire civil war. So I'd love to hear how Trump is worse than a guy that had his administration let the U.S. descend.
Are
into
you clip
chaos.
farming or are you a serious person?
I have 7
Okay,
subscribers
good.
on YouTube, and I don't give a shit about
Okay, good.
my following.
Okay.
I'm here because I think
Okay.
you're an interesting guy to chat with, and I think that you're so fucking committed to hating Trump.
To facts.
You're
To
arguing
facts.
that literally the president that's attributed for like setting right again. I'm going to repeat this a way a normal person would hear this. 7 states seceded from the union. They
Mhm.
formed a rival government.
Mhm.
They you didn't like J6. They fucking seized federal property.
Mhm.
Then they started shooting shooting Americans.
Sure.
Americans shooting Americans. Show me something Trump did that's on par with that.
Sure. So first of all, as I've said before, and I'll say again, I'm not defending Buchanan. I'm not defending that history. And he was awful for the country. He was terrible for the world, actually, I would argue.
But still not worse than Trump.
And I haven't gotten into a lot of different topics with you. The way I vote is maybe a little bit different than the way a lot of other people vote. It's not just about policy, it's about the person. And I don't want the leader of the free world as a man, quite frankly, who brags about going into teenage girls' locker rooms, who brags about sexual assault, who's a liable sexual abuser, who's a 34-count felon. I don't want the leader of the free world for that guy to set the example who only enriches himself. I would agree that there are presidents in our history that have enriched themselves, nowhere near the levels of Donald Trump. I don't want a guy to be the leader of the free world who literally sexualizes his own daughter. I want the leader of the free world to at least have a wife who might be in the White House more than once a week. I don't want a contractual marriage. I don't want somebody who's cheated on every woman he's ever been with. I don't want that guy, the pig, who is best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you defend this investigation? There is no investigation. Do you defend Donald Trump when he calls people like you and me stupid for even talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I don't want a guy who puts Ghislaine Maxwell in a Club Med facility, one of the biggest sex traffickers in American history. I don't want that guy to be the leader of the free world. I don't want that guy to be morally repugnant. I don't want that guy to sell Bibles and hold Bibles upside down and say the Bible is my favorite book. By the way, his name is more in the Epstein files than Jesus Christ's name is in the Bible. I don't
Bill
want.
Clinton was on the flight log.
And guess what? I'm so glad you brought that up because here's the fundamental. No. Let me respond to that. I'll happily respond to Bill Clinton. Here's the fundamental difference between MAGA mushroom gobblers like you and people like me. I wouldn't vote for Bill Clinton. I didn't vote for Hillary Clinton. I think Bill Clinton did some very bad things to children, allegedly. I believe that. But I also believe Donald Trump did as well. So while I believe Bill Clinton bad, and while I can still say fiscally he's the only president in modern day history that ended his presidency with a surplus, but I would still say that Bill Clinton probably did some really awful things to kids. It's actually part of the reason.
And interns.
It's actually part of the reason why I didn't vote for Hillary. Okay, she stood by him.
Okay.
I don't like, even though Hillary was overqualified for the job, and I regret the fact that I didn't vote for Hillary Clinton. I think I wish I did actually. I agree.
Okay, I don't give you
I made a
credit for it now,
mistake. But when we talk about the Epstein
I'm
files,
trying
we have nothing done. When we talk about the Epstein files, what do you think about that? Where's phase 2? Do you think Pam
I
Bondi
think
did a good job?
Every person involved with that should be executed. I'm a Christian. The Bible's unambiguous on this.
So would you vote for Donald Trump tomorrow?
Yes.
So you would vote for a man that you think should be executed, and you
Against
call me a
Kamala?
fucking
Are you
idiot?
out of your fucking.
Is Kamala?
You can't even answer
by the
your
way,
own
it's
prompt.
okay. So first of
How
all,
was Trump worse than a guy that set up the Civil War?
here he goes again. I've already given you my opinions on that.
Okay.
And maybe I.
By the way,
can-
it's Kamala, not what did you call her?
Kamala.
Yeah.
So I think. Hold
I
on.
might want to pronounce her name right. I'm just saying.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Because when the prompt is Trump is the worst president of all time. Okay, that's one thing. When you introduced the prompt and said it yourself, you said the worst president in history.
All-time history. Yep.
Yeah. So the point is that Josh is bringing history to the table and saying, how is this worse than this? Right. So now we need to compare apples to apples in this instance. So I mean, the Epstein files, he can be a piece of shit douchebag, right? In one.
That's a facet
right.
of why I think he's one of the worst presidents of all time.
But that's again, this is like earlier when you were talking about Trump's personal piggy bank versus our economy, right? These are his personal things,
which I think is a part of my opinion and why I reached to that conclusion. It's not just policy; it's also personal stuff. I think that the both two can go hand in. By the way, somebody said you're the MAGA version of Seth Rogen. I thought that was kind of funny. But anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Vosh too sometimes.
Yeah.
Zach Galifianakis.
But I think
I can see Zach.
I think Josh is trying to meet you at a point of, okay, what could be worse for the country, right? As
I think that's really
president.
bad. I think it's really bad what he brought up when it comes to Buchanan. I think it's really awful.
But not worse than Trump.
Well, hold on.
No,
but
and I'm giving you more
even
reasons.
when you said that earlier, you even admitted Buchanan it was the worst for the world, right? That's
Sure.
a pretty big deal.
Well, we could talk about tariffs. We could talk about relationships.
How are tariffs worse than fucking Confederacy coming up and killing Yankees?
You keep every time I keep bringing something up, you think it's the only reason why I think Trump is the worst in American history. That's a small part of what I'm talking about, whether I'm talking about ICE, when I'm talking about the economy, whether I'm talking about corruption, whether I'm talking about the Epstein files. Let me bring something else up, which I think is very important. I think child rape is really bad. Yeah.
Agree completely.
So, okay, so let's
Off with
talk
their
about that.
heads.
Let's talk about that. Do you think it's either Trump is a pedophile or he's enabling pedophiles or both? Because it's got to be one of the two. And the reason why I say that, he doesn't want us talking about it. He doesn't want an investigation into it. He doesn't want to talk to the victims. He thinks we're stupid for even bringing it up, and they're hiding more of the files, millions, 3 million
really
files.
Can't have much fun with this, and it's not the prompt. I'm trying to draw the connection here, so I'm just trying to listen to you here, like really and truly. So I'm saying the entire Civil War happened in the ashes of Buchanan, and you're saying Trump tariffs are worse than the Civil War?
Again, what I just said 2 minutes ago, I'm bringing up a bunch of different topics collectively that I think make it him the worst president of all time. I've never have said there's one thing that would make it worse than what Buchanan did. What I'm saying is collectively as a country, besides getting us into an ill-advised war where our brave men and women are coming home in caskets, and Donald Trump calls people like them suckers and losers, the guy who dodged the draft 5 times.
His watch, his 13 bodies were coming back from a body.
He didn't look at his watch.
He left literally billions of dollars.
So you're taking
to
so
be
hold
used
on.
against Israel,
Sure.
so we can pay Israel to.
By the way, the puppet is
it.
Donald Trump.
I don't think we're going to get on an apples to apples.
Well, hold on, but let's talk about that glimpse of his watch. You're trying to compare a glimpse of a watch, which, by the way, Joe Biden did at virtually every press conference. It was a habit that he had. Donald Trump just wore a hat a few weeks ago when our brave men and women were coming home in caskets. He dodged the military 5 times. Do you appreciate the fact that Donald Trump said in regards to John McCain that he didn't respect him because he was captured? Can you name me anything Joe Biden did to disrespect our military that he said that was worse than Donald Trump?
They were at the Coast Guard graduation. He said, "What a dull crowd" when they wouldn't laugh at him.
Okay, let's go with that. Thank you for that example. Wow. So you're comparing Joe Biden, who said dull crowd because they weren't clapping, to Donald Trump. Hold on, let me finish. Let me just finish. Hold on. I'll talk about the Afghan withdrawal, but hold on. You're comparing dull crowd to Donald Trump saying publicly that he didn't respect somebody who was a prisoner of war for 4 years, who wouldn't leave his comrades behind. He didn't respect him because he was captured.
A piece of shit.
All right, let's move into our closing statements because we're not getting anywhere with this conversation.
We're definitely not. But John McCain is a piece of shit, but you voted for Donald Trump 3 times, who dodged the military 5 times. That is embarrassing.
To closing statements. Josh, if you could give your final thoughts, please.
So when I was doing my research for this, I thought I'd have to do more. The James Buchanan thing, I'm like, look, I'm just going to remember these points. And I can think of, in this discussion we've talked about Fourth Amendment. People shit on Trump about ICE. There's a lot of good criticisms of Trump. Even the meme coin thing, the corruption. Okay, fine. But the premise of why I'm here is because you said Trump's the worst president in history, ignoring literally a rival government forming of states that left the Union to come kill the rest of the Union. That's insane. Thank you so much for the debate. I do appreciate you. I think you do a great job out there sticking to your shtick, and you held true. You have defended once again that Trump, even if he didn't literally set up the Civil War, is still the fucking worst president, even though the guy that set up the Civil War was a president before.
Yeah, so first of all, never did I ignore any of what you just said. So that's, again, factually inaccurate. I don't ignore prior presidents and horrible atrocities that they've been responsible for. So that is not true. I didn't ignore it. Number 2, again, collectively, I'm talking about this presidency. Collectively, I'm talking about totally dismissing rule of law. We could be talking about immigration. We could be talking about people that are seeking asylum here from Mexico, where the Trump administration is ripping up parts of our Constitution and deporting these people, not giving people due process. We could talk about the infinite amounts of corruption and use of the presidency and power. We could be talking about, even though I don't defend Maduro. We could be talking about kidnapping other presidents. We could be talking about stealing literally $13 billion from that country. And then when Trump is asked about it, he doesn't know where the money went. He was asked about that the other day. We could be talking about sexual escapades. We could be talking about liable sexual abuse. We could be talking about using our court system against certain people because he doesn't like people. He calls people like me vermin. You know, you want to talk about free speech. You want to talk about ICE. You want to talk about a rogue agency. You want to talk about, I thought he only hired the best people. Yeah, I mean, Pam Bondi did a great job. The former leader of DHS, boy, she did a great job. And now we got a plumber in there, his only life experience taking over his father's plumbing business in Mark Wayne Mullen, if you want to talk about fucking idiots. You want to talk about this war in Iran, where they have lied about the war in Iran. First, we were told under oath, Tulsi Gabbard said 10 months ago, that they had no reason to believe, based on our own intelligence, no reason to believe that Iran was furthering their nuclear capabilities. Then we obliterated them, right? We bombed them. By the way, I disagree with that as well. And then 8 months later, we need to obliterate them again. They haven't taken responsibility for a Tomahawk missile that hit a school in Iran. We know that that was a Tomahawk missile. We know that it was America that had the Tomahawk missiles. They still haven't taken responsibility for that. The Strait of Hormuz is closed one day. It's open the next day. It's closed. We have Donald Trump every day saying Iran is desperate for a deal and we're in communication with them. We have the Iranian government that is saying not only are we not in communication with them, but we don't want anything to do with Donald Trump and we won't even talk to him. This war has been a fucking disaster from beginning. And I'm not going to say end because there is no end in sight. And you know that. They don't even know what they're doing. So we have this war in Iran that is an absolute debacle. It has been more and more difficult for MAGA to defend Donald Trump. We have the economy and where it's at right now. We talked about that, the war, obviously, in Iran, the personal conduct of Donald Trump on a daily basis. It's embarrassing to the country. It's embarrassing to the world. The world is laughing at us right now. And where we're at right now and where we're moving forward, this man can't even admit to losing an election, which apparently you can't admit to either. I think threats to our democracy is sacred. It's really important. Sure, I want secure elections, but I also want a president who has some humility and can admit defeat. Donald Trump can't admit to losing at anything. He lies every single day. He makes everything about himself, including dead soldiers that are coming back, when he tried to speak for them and he didn't even know these people. And what does he say? He says, oh, well, you know what? When it comes to these soldiers, they didn't want Iran to have a missile. He makes it political, even in times when you're supposed to be remembering those fallen soldiers. The man can't control himself. He can't conduct himself in any way other than making it about himself and his rich friends. This is the most corrupt president in American history. He is the worst president in American history, based half on policy and his personal conduct.
Oof. Thank you, gentlemen. Shake hands. And
I hope you still don't think I'm a fucking idiot.
We need
Brian,
to.
for real, I think you're great. I thought you could take me fucking with you like this and we could actually have you wouldn't just completely glitch out. So thank you, brother. Truly.
All right. I don't know if I glitched out. I was just.
I don't think you did.
I match people's energy. That's all.
No, you definitely.
Zach Galifianakis, I like you were great in The Hangover. I love The Hangover 1, 2, and 3.
Hell yeah.
Oh goodness, we need to work on containing your, because you filibuster so much. Like we need to, like that. Okay,
Wow.
Carson, welcome.
What's up,
We're
Carson?
here. How's it going, man?
Hey,
Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
go ahead, Carson.
I start first. All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, the big thing I would have to say, Brian, is your prompt is totally wrong. You should have went with something different. You should have said, why should Brian Shapiro get on his knees and suck Donald Trump's dick? Because of how much you're obsessed with this man. The fact is, he's not the worst president in America's history, and you know that for a fact. James Buchanan was the worst. The states, 7 of them seceding from the Union. Also, as a personal man, he was a raging alcoholic. He was a drunk while in office and before office. And yet you don't even want to address that once. You said that you didn't ignore any of his claims, yet you ignored all of them to go on tirades and all of these rants that just signal that you're a very unhinged person, that you don't have a cohesive argument that is factual and that provides any evidence. And in fact, with all of your arguments that you laid out, you're a hypocrite. Because in those first 2 arguments with the voter fraud and the economy, you said you wanted evidence, yet you gave no evidence about Donald Trump having the worst economy that you've ever seen because you ignored Joe Biden's economy, the 9% inflation, the unemployment rate, the recovery and bounce back jobs that Joe Biden inherited, right? 15 million of those jobs created weren't because of his own doing. So Brian, please explain to me your own prompt why is Donald Trump the
Yeah.
worst president in history?
So I'm just going to go with a few things that you just said that are not factually accurate, and then I'll get to everything. I never said that it was the worst economy that we've ever seen. I don't know where you got that from. I never said it was a really bad economy.
Well, you said he's
I never-
the worst
okay,
president.
hold on. Yeah,
so
but
address that.
But okay, when you say
Let's address it.
when you say okay, hold on. Let me
Let him-
respond to everything you
let-
said.
Let Brian finish his
Uh,
thought at least. and then
You
we can
claim
come
that
back.
I said it was the worst economy we've ever seen. I never made that statement. I said he's the worst president we've ever seen, and I have a lot of reasons for that. So that's number one. Didn't say that. Very strange that you're talking about me performing a sex act on Donald Trump. That would be the opposite. It's actually quite the contrary of that.
You talk
I
about
call
it a
out-
lot.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, dude, I didn't interrupt you. The reason why I talk about him a lot is the same reason why Fox News talks about him a lot. It's the same reason why Newsmax talks about him a lot. It's the same reason why, oh yeah, no, it's okay. I'll give you a pass because you don't have a job in media. You never have. So
I
I'll,
actually own a
okay,
media
okay.
company.
Well, you're doing it. Then you clearly you're not going to
Okay.
be very successful because you don't understand how
Didn't
the
do
media
any
works.
research into
Okay,
me.
so hold on. No, not really. Because I've debated you before. So Fox News talks about Donald Trump every day. Right-wing entities talk about Trump every day. So are they unhinged as well? It is my job as a member of the media, and hold on, as a show rhetorical question, as a show that I do every single day, is I talk about the news of the day. Sometimes it's the news of the hour. If Donald Trump holds a press conference, I'm going to cover it, and I'm a political commentator, and I'm going to talk about it. That doesn't mean that I'm unhinged. It means that I am a person who does a news talk show, and I'm a political commentator. And the reason why people invite me to these shows that I do, these national shows, is because that's what I do for a living. I'm a political commentator. So to make the reference of I suck Trump's dick is a very unserious thing to say to start your argument. No, hold on. Let me just finish. The fact that you were sitting here for 3 hours and you had all this time in your opening remarks to bring up something serious and to try to make me look bad. And the first thing that you could think about in the 3 hours that you were sitting here and the drive up here and the time that you knew that you were going to be debating me is to say, quote, Brian sucks Donald Trump's dick, proves to me that you are not a very serious person and you're not here to be serious. If you would like to have a serious conversation with me, I'm happy to talk to you about ICE. I'm happy to talk to you about the economy. I'm happy to talk to you about the corruption and the sexual abuse and the Epstein files and all the things collectively that I bring together in why, my opinion, he's the worst president in American history. But if you're going to start off a conversation talking about me sucking a dick, then I'm not going to take you seriously. So I'll let you start over again.
You're wearing a checkered shirt right
Okay,
now.
he's not
okay.
a serious person. You're going to talk about
You're
my
wearing a checkered
dude.
shirt. and you're
Okay, I'm
talking
done with
about
this guy.
being a
I'm
serious
done. I'm
commentator,
done.
Brian.
Have a nice day, bro. I'm done. I'm done.
Hold on, stop. Maybe I could. To be fair, Brian, you tell people that they are Trump mushroom gobblers.
Yeah,
all
but
the
he's
time.
talking about. So first of all, I haven't said that to you. I match people's energy.
You have before.
Okay, well, probably because you insulted me before, and you did the same thing
No,
when we.
actually, he had the opening statement at the last debate, and he insulted
Okay.
me first.
Yeah.
so
Okay.
let's
So
get that
we can
correct.
go. We can go back to that.
And they can
but
fact check.
but I haven't insulted you here. I haven't talked about your physical appearance. I haven't made any sexual
No, you haven't,
comments or
'cause
jokes.
I had the opening statement, of course.
I
so
know,
yeah,
but you
would've.
had hours to come up with an opening statement.
And
the best,
all I've heard
the
you
best
do
you could come up.
this
is
is-
slob Donald Trump.
The
this-
best you
all
come
you've
up with
done.
is that I
All right,
stuck Donald
stop.
Trump's dick.
That's enough.
That's the best you come up
That's
with.
enough. We're out in the meta, and I don't want to be there right now.
Neither do I.
Let's get back
I
to
agree.
the actual prompt. Trump is the worst president of all time. Now, Carson did give you some stuff to work with. Let's maneuver.
By the way,
over
people
to
on
that.
people in the comments are saying they like my shirt, so you know. But anyway, so there's a lot of things collectively that I talk about every single day, and it's not because I'm unhinged. I think the person that is unhinged is the guy who you voted for. I can start with immigration. I could start with the fact that, as I've mentioned this before, that he is literally breaking the law and what is in our Constitution right now when he deports people that are seeking asylum, that are going about it the right way. ICE is a rogue organization. There are innocent people that are being murdered in the streets. He's calling off the investigations, and so is Kash Patel. Whether we're talking about Renee Good or Alex Preddy or the Mexican national in Houston or the 26-year-old in Maine, the problem is, and the reason why we're having these situations take place, is because there's no accountability. I don't think that every ICE agent is bad. I don't
So
think.
how is he the worst president, Brian?
I'm
that
giving
happened
you.
under Obama
I'm
with
giving you.
expedited,
I'm giving
not
you.
having due
I'm gi-
process with
I'm-
illegal immigrants.
I'm giving you the steps. I started with
Okay,
ICE.
we don't need to take all day, Brian. It should be such an easy
I think
claim.
with somebody like you, I need
How
to
is
take
he
all
the
day.
worst president?
So I started
Explain
with
that.
ICE. I started with ripping up parts of our Constitution, which
That
I
is
think
not unique to one president.
okay.
What is unique is calling him the worst president, right?
It's not
There have
unique.
been abuses with
It's not-
ICE in the past.
It's not
Obama,
unique. Can you name me a
Biden.
president in our lifetime where these things have happened?
He just did.
Yeah.
He
Biden
just-
and Obama.
What did Obama do?
Expedited due process. He's the one that started it.
What
The
did
kids in
Obama do?
cages.
Were innocent people
Kids
were murdered?
in cages. Do you support that policy?
Kids in cages. Okay,
Do you
so
support that policy?
what I
enacted
just
in
what I just
2014?
what I just brought
Please
up.
let me know. No, answer.
I'm
Yes or
responding.
no?
I'm responding to what
Yes
you
or
just
no,
said. But
Brian?
before I do that, you didn't respond to what I said.
Yes or no?
You talked about Obama and kids in cages. First of all, when you make that
You
statement,
don't have to address the
when you
claim.
make that,
It's true.
I'm
It's
responding.
true.
I'm
Yes
responding.
or no?
I'm responding
Yes or
to
no?
it. There were kids that
I
were
want a
put.
yes or no answer.
I think for purposes of moving on, Biden and I'm sorry, you said Biden and Obama, correct? I think the question, so that we can move forward with it, did they or did they not have issues with ICE, and was that something that was?
There weren't innocent people that were murdered on the streets under Joe Biden and Barack Obama. We didn't have ICE agents that only need 47 days of training. When you're talking about kids in cages, there is a nuance to what you are talking about. Yes, there were times and there were hours where kids were put and incarcerated until they
so
could
that's
find.
okay then.
And they weren't
the
in.
method of
Okay,
putting kids
you
in
can,
cages is
okay,
okay if
so
it's only for a
so
few hours.
so first of all, they
I'm
were
just trying to
they were
understand.
incarcerated. And while I don't agree with the methods that were, hold on, I'm trying to finish my statement.
I
You're
wasn't
about
even
to interrupt.
saying
me.
anything,
Your
Brian.
your mouth is trembling. I don't know. It's very strange. While I don't agree with some of the methods that Obama used with incarcerating kids, I would say it doesn't rise to the level of. Hold on, let me finish. Renee Good's child. You want to interrupt me? Renee Kid's daughter is growing up without a fucking mother. Okay, Alex Preddy's family had to bury him. Hold on, there's a 26-year-old in Maine that was murdered, and the 3-year-old daughter in the back seat had to watch that. And there's nothing that officer
And this is why
should not
you're
have been there.
unhinged. This is why you're unhinged. You call the orange man the president bad, yet you're orange right now because you're so unhinged because you're
What?
saying Renee Good isn't there
I'm
for her
passionate
kids
about
anymore.
innocent people
Her
that were
parents-
murdered.
No, her parents said that she shouldn't go when she consulted them.
That
What did
doesn't
she
mean
do?
she-
She
that
went.
doesn't mean she
No,
deserved to be
Ashley
murdered.
Babbitt, Ashley Babbitt on our last debate. You
What
said
about Ashley
deserved it.
Babbitt?
She said
She
you
did
said
it
that
to
she
herself.
deserved it.
It's very sad. She did it to herself.
Exactly.
So hold on.
And you
Let's
know
go
what
back
that's
to
saying?
let's go back
You're
to
saying
Renee
that
Good's
she
parents.
deserved it.
Let's go back to Renee Good's parents of
Yeah.
what you just
Why don't we?
misquoted.
Well,
what her parents
Actually,
said.
No, what did they say?
hold on. We are in very pinpointed degrees of the reasons, right? So we can sit here and talk about, well, this person, this thing, this one time, but they are very pinpointed degrees of the conversation. So we could waste our time there, or we can go back to the bigger picture of where we left off was I believe Biden and Obama
Yeah.
did have bad ICE issues, right? Or immigration issues of some degree. And then we also have the idea that Trump is having ICE issues. And so now it's a matter of to what degree. Now, I think if we're pinpointing it down to, well, there was Renee and there was this, and that's very, very small tokens to a conversation. I
think it's the bigger picture of why some people make references to Nazi Germany. When you look at Bovino, who was told to retire, when you look at who used to lead DHS, who he fired, and just quickly, because I think this is really important, if we are going to talk about Renee Good real quickly, because it's
Everything's important
because
to
it's a
Brian. I love
microcosm.
this.
It's
You're such a caring person.
I know you want to make jokes. It's a microcosm of what's going on in this country right now. Now, if I was Renee Good, I would have probably gotten out of the car. I wouldn't be parked in the middle of the road. But tens of thousands of people every week do not comply with law enforcement. Tens of thousands of people sometimes flee law enforcement. Well, I wouldn't condone that. That doesn't give a police officer the right to kill somebody. Renee Good's parents have said they didn't want her there, but they've also said they believe she was murdered. She's somebody who has never committed a crime in her life. Okay. There are officers. Jonathan Ross is a millionaire now.
Brian, out of respect to our moderator, can we please broaden this back out? to
Sure,
being the
but I just
worst
don't
president
appreciate
in
you
history?
mischaracterizing
No, I'm not
Renee Good's parents.
mischaracterizing
No,
anything.
I-
It's not nothing to
Thank
do
you,
with you.
Carson. Actually, what
We can
where
talk
I
about
was
the war.
trying to get was if you have bigger data packs.
Absolutely.
Of
the war in Iran.
information.
The war in Iran. So we were told when Donald Trump first was getting into office and when he campaigned that he would be a peace president and he wouldn't start any wars. Obviously, that wasn't true. Now, if Iran had invaded Israel the way that Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine, then that would be a different story. But that didn't happen. We were told, and I believe we were lied to, and I believe Donald Trump is played a puppet from Benjamin Netanyahu. This war has cost us and will cost us, could be trillions, hundreds of billions of dollars. It's killing our economy. You look at gas prices, you look at inflation, you look at our brave men and women in uniform coming home in caskets. Most in MAGA are fighting over this. Obviously, everybody on the left is against the war. Half of MAGA are saying this isn't what I voted for. That's not America first.
Most younger people like myself are against the war, and I think that's a moot point, Brian, because
It's not a moot point.
yeah, it absolutely
Big
is.
part of why I think he's
You
the
know
worst
why it's a
president in
moot
American
point?
history.
Because of your own prompt. That doesn't make him the worst president in American history.
It's a part of why he's the worst
No, it
president.
doesn't.
Okay,
No,
well,
it
that's your
doesn't. You
opinion.
know why? Because it's not strong enough. That's not even close to strong
not
enough
strong
of an
enough.
argument. $87 billion in a war, and what is it now? 20-something lives is not the reason why he's the worst president in American history.
It's not the only reason why I think he's the worst president. It's
But
one
you're-
of many
you're saying
issues.
it's the main reason.
I'm
So it
saying
has
it's
to be a
one of the
stronger
main
reason.
reasons.
It has to be a
Okay.
stronger reason.
Well, I think it's
Give me
a-
your strongest
well,
reason,
hold on.
Brian,
Let me just
and
go
then I'll
back.
pick it apart.
Let me go back to Iran real quickly. I think
Okay.
it's a big reason when you have a president that gets us into an ill-advised war
I want your
pushed on
biggest
by
reason.
Israel. I think it's one of the biggest. I think there's a lot of big reasons. I think that's one of the biggest reasons.
Last time I talked
I think
to you,
his
you
conduct-
said that Netanyahu wasn't pulling the strings over Trump. You said that was almost an anti-Semitic
When did I
claim.
say that? I never said
When
that.
I
You're a
debated
liar.
you
Never
before.
said that. You're a liar.
Watch
You want to make
back
a
the
$1,000
footage.
bet right now?
I don't have
$1,000 bet right now. I
$1,000.
never said that.
I
to
don't
you.
have $1,000
because you're a fucking liar, and I
because
don't
I'm not
appreciate.
part of the
I don't.
elite like
Okay,
you.
here's what I don't like. I don't appreciate.
You know
it
where
when-
I got this from?
I don't give a
Goodwill.
fuck where you got it
I
from.
got it from Goodwill.
I bet you did.
I'm glad you have a nice
bet you
sports
did.
car you can drive down the strip.
What does this
Brian.
have to do with
I'm a
anything?
21-year-old
You're
who
not a
could
serious
barely
All
pay
right,
for
we're getting back
college.
into the meta again.
This is important
Okay.
because he misquoted me, and this is about the war in Iran.
I didn't misquote
Okay,
you.
yes, you did, and
well,
I'll make a
here's
bet
what
with you
we
right
can
now.
do.
You're wrong. You're
Here,
lying.
money
Hold
to
on.
bet
You're
with.
lying.
Stop.
You're lying.
Here's your solution. After you guys get out of here today, you can both go back to that video because I believe it's up, right, Sean? I believe their last debate's up. You both can go and find that very clippable moment and you can send it to each other and say, fuck you, haha, got you, okay? But in the meantime,
Let me give my
I would show
opinion.
Brian
in the
Mulwell.
meantime,
Let me-
you're
let-
wasting my time and everybody else's.
Yes. Let me
talking
give
about
my
this stuff.
opinion on the war, which I've been very consistent with over the course of the last 6 months. When it comes, I'm not. I'm done with
I
your
need the
statement.
question answered.
I'm responding
It's
to
your
the
own
war,
prompt.
which I think is a big part of why I think Donald Trump is one of the worst presidents, if not the worst in American history.
Don't dodge, Brian. You're dodging.
Why he's saying you're dodging is because
dodging
he
anything.
asked you, he said, I want to know what your biggest issue is with Trump that makes
Sure.
him the worst president.
I
You
would
said
I
the
would put
war
it up
was a
there.
piece of
I
it.
would put up there his conduct along with the war in Iran. I would put up the relationships or lack thereof that we have with other countries. I would talk about kissing the ass of Vladimir Putin, inviting him on American soil,
Do you know
write-
the deal that we
writing
just
love
signed with
letters,
Montenegro,
writing
by the way?
writing love. I wasn't done yet. Writing
You
love
said that we
letters.
don't
I wasn't
have
done
any
Hold
yet.
on. You wanted everything. You
Writing
spit
love
them out.
letters to Kim Jong Un, inviting Vladimir Putin on American soil. No sanctions. Russia has given up no sanctions. Iran, if we're going back to the war, gives up no sanctions. I would also talk about his personal conduct. And yes, I do think January 6th and lying about the election and saying the election was stolen and attacks on our democracy are also a big part of this. I could go down the list of his personal conduct and the way he's treated women in his life. I don't want someone talking like that or actually threatening the life of 6 elected Democrats because all those 6, including Mr. Kelly, all the Democrats simply said was, don't abide by unlawful orders, which is, by the way, it's not illegal to make that claim at all. And Donald Trump alluded to the fact that they should be executed. 6 elected officials. We've never had a president in modern day history talk like that about people that he disagrees with, saying that they should be killed because you shouldn't abide by lawful orders. Are you kidding me?
I stand by my claim at the beginning. All you do is obsess about Donald Trump, okay?
That's a great retort. Great debate. Great argument there.
And
dude.
here's
Great
what I
argument.
will say, Brian, about this is James Buchanan led to 7 states seceding from the Union, caused a whole bunch of violence in our country, and caused over, 1.5 million Americans to die throughout the Civil War. Yet you have the nerve, you have the gall to not take into effect of human life, whether it's in the 1800s or now, and say that Donald Trump, of all people, a businessman from New York, who gave housing to many different people, who gave employment to many different people,
Yep.
is the worst president in American history.
Let's talk
Do you
about
know how
lives. Let's
ignorant
talk
you
about
sound?
American lives.
Do you know how
I
ignorant
think we
you
know who
sound?
the real ignorant is here. If you want to do ad hominem attacks again, I'm happy to do that with you. But let's talk about American lives real quickly.
No,
let's talk about
I
human
wasn't
life.
done with my claim, though.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm waiting. If
I
you
was
could-
doing the Obama pause. You know, when you say something smart, you do the pause. So I let it seep into you. And so here's what I will say about the James Buchanan argument is he was personally fraudulent as a person as well. He was a raging alcoholic in the White House. He probably was committing the crimes that were happening even to the likes of Epstein Island. But how would we know, right? How would we even have a clue that any of those crimes were being committed? So the fact that you could say that Donald Trump is the worst president in American history is lacking fact. It's lacking any sort of intelligence. And you're just lacking some type of degradation in your own soul, because I feel like there are some own misfortunes that you see through Donald Trump. And that's why you resonate so heavy with him and talk about him all the time, Brian.
Yeah, I talk about him all the time.
And
because
you like gambling, right? Taj Mahal, you should have gambled there.
By the way, that filed for bankruptcy, you dumb shit. So let's.
Well, you're
let's
old
just,
enough. You could have.
Let me. My turn now. Filed for bankruptcy. So you can attack my age and my appearance, and one of the first statements out of your mouth was, "I suck Donald Trump's dick." You're a very serious person, but
I
now
said that's what. I
didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. Now it's my turn, dude.
You did, but
Okay.
hold on.
Pretend Donald Trump's dick is in your mouth and shut up for a second, okay? Talked about American lives. I remember during the global pandemic when we were losing 3,000 to 5,000 people a day. I remember when Donald Trump decided to go on a little campaign tour, if we want to talk about American lives and his lack of caring about American citizens. He made people sign waivers, and in that waiver basically saying in legal terms that if you get sick or die, you can't sue us. So if you want to talk about American lives, he took his COVID press conferences, which was supposed to be serious and talking about COVID, and in many of those press conferences that are available on social media, he turned them into campaign rallies and he made it about himself. He also downplayed the seriousness of the virus. And no matter whether you agree with me or not on how well Donald Trump did in dealing with the virus, the fact of the matter is that millions of people died. And I do think a part of that was his rhetoric. I think when he was left a playbook, for lack of a better term, from Barack Obama on how to deal with the global pandemic, they openly admitted that they threw it away. They didn't use it. And I thought his handling of the pandemic was as worse as you could have done. Per capita, when we're talking about lives that were lost, we were one of the worst in the country. I would also talk about gun control. I would talk about
the world.
I'm talking about American lives, so I'm trying to stick to what you said.
Yeah, you said it's the worst in the country. You mean worst in the world, right?
Per capita.
Okay. I want to make sure.
I talk about gun control. After the Sandy Hook shooting, Barack Obama tried to do everything he could to try to pass some gun legislation, tried to do anything and everything he could. Right down the street, as you know, we had one of the worst mass shootings. I think it was the worst in American history, where I think over 60 people were killed. The next day, Donald Trump talked about gun control. And I'm like, wow, maybe something is going to happen here. And he talked about bump stocks, which is a very small part of this. And then several days after that, since the topic is American lives, he met with, at the time, was the NRA president. And he completely switched. For 2 days or 3 days, he was talking about gun control.
He's mischaracterizing the topic. It's not American lives.
No.
It's about the American lives.
I'm not. Hold on. Let me just finish. Let me just finish. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because we have some of the worst gun violence in American history. A lot of innocent people lose their lives every day, hence American lives. The reason why I'm talking about ICE.
Yes,
Hold on, let me finish.
We should give
I'm trying
to
to explain to you why Donald Trump doesn't have empathy.
You don't want solutions.
I'll give you another about American lives. I'm talking about innocent lives. I can talk about Lindsey Graham or Charlie Kirk. A day after Charlie Kirk was murdered, Donald Trump was asked, "How are you holding up? Are you doing okay, Mr. President?" He said, "I'm fine." And then he started talking about the ballroom. Okay. Lindsey Graham, he fell asleep.
Where's this going?
It's going to the point where he doesn't care about American lives.
Hold on.
You're not a serious person.
Stop. You're all about to see how fucking serious I am. Shut up. I need metrics. What you're appealing to right now are like emotional pieces of, or like these one-offs, these things, right? These little things that happen. And I think what he's provided, he gave you a number. He said 1.5 million. I think it was something like that, right? And that's a metric. He's looking for a metric, and that's
not a one-off. We have some of the worst gun violence and more people dying than any other country in the world. That's not a one-off.
Number of how many people Donald Trump has killed throughout all of human history. We've been able to do that with every leader. Do it with me right now.
How many people he's killed?
You won't.
You want to talk about COVID? You want to talk about?
Stop buying time, Brian. Answer.
I'm not buying time. I'm answering your question. I believe Donald Trump is responsible based on the way he responded to COVID, I believe at least 1 million people, at least 1 million lives would have been saved if it was taken more seriously, if he actually talked more about the vaccine, if he talked in his press conferences and actually spoke about it. It's the reason why so many idiots on the right think that the COVID it wasn't even a real virus, or that the vaccines were killing all these people. That isn't direct because of Donald Trump. Millions of people have died because of Donald Trump's rhetoric. I also believe Charlie Kirk would still be alive today if not for Donald Trump's rhetoric. I believe Ashley Babbitt would be
that's
alive
a low
today.
blow.
Oh no, it's not a
Even
low
for
blow.
you.
It's not a low
Even
blow.
for you.
No, it's not a
You
low
get
blow.
on your knees for Donald Trump.
There he
All
goes
right,
again.
we're not getting anywhere.
There he goes
All
again.
right, let's move in. Carson, if you can kick us off with your final thoughts,
Thank
please.
God.
You guys
Thank
both
God.
did great, but we need to get out of that
Thank
bullshit.
God.
Carson, to you, please.
Gonna
Absolutely.
say I suck his dick again? That was brilliant.
All right. Go ahead, Carson.
Absolutely. What I would say is, Brian, you didn't even address my point of 1.5 million people dying under the Civil War, which is a disgrace. You don't value human life, and
Yeah,
that's
that's
purely
what it is.
evident. And the big thing that you will ignore is all of the personal ramifications of Donald Trump. You will say that affects the ability of the country to run, yet you don't bring up any policy metrics that have been impacted by his personal life. Not one. You look at these two different viewpoints and view them as something together, yet 81 million people voted this person in power to be the leader of the free world, to be a strong leader for this nation, not because of his personal reservations, because that's with every president, but you try to link them, you try to interlink them, and that's why you're such a bad debater, in fact, is because you don't know the difference between empirical evidence and emotional evidence. And clearly your emotions get the best of you. You turn orange like the big bad orange man in Washington sitting in the Oval right now. And that probably makes you stay up at night. And I'm sorry for that, Brian. But here's what I will say is that you need to get better at debating on empirical facts. You need to stop writing so many notes, because the fact that I could walk up here and list 5 numbers off the top of my head and it tears apart your whole argument as a 21-year-old who's broke as hell and just got out of college just shows that I'm doing pretty well for myself. And at least I would hope you'd have the respect to admit that.
No, I don't. I think you're an extremely unintelligent and unserious person. You called me a bad debater. You've gone to personal insults. And one of the first things you said as you got here, as you traveled here, because I assume you don't live here in Vegas, you had days and hours to come up with an opening statement. And one of the first things out of your mouth was, I suck Donald Trump's dick. So if there's anybody that is, shut the fuck up and let me finish now, because now it's my turn. Okay, dude, shut the fuck up. You think I'm joking? I'm not. Shut the fuck up. This is my turn to talk now. Okay, asshole, you smug little bitch. It's my turn to talk. Wow. You said I don't care about human life? How dare you? How dare you? I don't care about people on the right or people on the left, where they come from. I don't want people to suffer. I want people to have the ability to have health care so that they don't die and that they don't get sick. In the big and beautiful bill, up to 20 million Americans have lost their health care. Okay, I care about those people. I don't characterize them as on the left or the right. I care about people that are getting gunned down in the streets. I care about people like Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Renee Good's last words, I'm not mad at you, bro. Alex Preddy's last words, are you okay, ma'am? I care about a 26-year-old whose 3-year-old is in the back seat, who's going to have to grow up now without a father. I care that it's a rogue agency, that there are people all over the country, okay, that are getting murdered. I care about the fact that we are in an ill-advised war in Iran, where innocent children in Iran are dying. Thousands of innocent people in Iran are dying. People in Israel are dying. Our soldiers are dying. I care about everybody, not just if you're on the right or you're on the left. So for you to say I don't care about human life makes you a moron. Now, going to some of the policies that I've talked about time and time again, whether it be the war in Iran or the biggest tax breaks for the top 1%. I'm not a very religious person, but I'm pretty sure Jesus would say, you want to help people that are struggling. You want to help people that are poor. The people that are most vulnerable in our society, who I care about deeply, are the ones that are suffering the most from Donald Trump's policies. So listen, you can sit here and you could say I suck Donald Trump's dick, but I think we all could know, everyone that is watching this that is neutral, who wears the Donald Trump knee pads 24/7, and it's the smug 21-year-old prick that I'm looking at right now. So have a nice day, bro.
All right. Please, for fuck's sake, shake hands on that one.
Happy to shake
That
his
was still good. That was great. I love you both. Now cool down. Oof, woosa. All right. Vem, let's get you up here. Jesus Christ.
This one will probably be a little bit more calm. I actually like them.
I don't know. Yeah, I know. We've
Actually
become
like them.
fond of each other, but let's not be too nice.
Hey, I match people's energy, bro.
Yeah.
I match people's energy. That's what I
Yeah.
do. If someone's going to start off a debate and say I suck dick, then,
I don't think
You said I suck dick, and I didn't even.
Are we taking a
I
break?
didn't
Is
say
that
that.
what's going
No, I
on
didn't
right
say
now?
that. I called you a Trump mushroom gobbler.
What does that mean?
Doesn't mean you suck dick.
Wait, hold on. Don't ask him.
All right. My apologies. I just needed
What
to-
happened, Sarah?
What? What did I do?
Where'd you go? We were like, what happened?
Oh, sorry. Would you just try to get started without me?
I think he just left the room. Is he crying?
I needed water. All right. Okay, them.
TDS, Trump Devotion Syndrome. That's a new one. I just saw that.
Mhm.
That's funny, guys. That's funny.
Yeah.
All right, them is coming to combat. Trump is the worst president of all. See, I was surprised anyone took this up because it's so subjective as well.
Of course it's subjective. A lot of stuff that's subjective.
Are you on the line? That line in the middle, on the right here,
What's up?
the yellow line.
Oh, I'm at the right spot.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Them. Why don't you go ahead, take it away? Trump is the worst president of all time. Go.
Where'd Carson go? Is he on a bathroom break?
They probably had to take a shit.
Oh,
I mean, I don't know. You
It's
just
a Kleenex. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Them, by the way.
So it's funny
I know
because I find myself just oddly agreeing with you more and more. I mean, I met Brian like 5 years ago. I think you called me a Nazi at one point. Remember that? I'm not a Nazi, right? I'm not a Nazi.
I don't
but-
think you're a Nazi.
Yeah,
You
of
said something about Jewish people that I didn't like, but I don't think you're a Nazi. No, as I've gotten more.
What I said is I made a comparison. But anyway,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
a
that's in the
that's a
past.
different story. I do think you care actually, but I do think you have a severe amount of TDS, right? Because I don't see any metric whereas Trump is the worst president in American history. I just don't see that. Because let me bring up somebody more, a modern president, Lyndon Baines Johnson, right? Lyndon Baines Johnson's policies, like the Great Society, literally destroyed the black community by giving financial incentives to get rid of the father in the community. In the 50s, the black family was a lot more intact, in fact, percentage-wise, than the white family. That's a real thing. But then there was financial incentives via the Great Society. Lyndon Baines Johnson, a guy that, frankly, makes, look, there's a lot of stuff about Trump being sexually inappropriate or whatever. Lyndon Baines Johnson, if you actually read about him, this guy was a dirty pervert. The guy had hundreds of girlfriends. It's well documented. He was having affairs everywhere. This guy used to take a shit in the White House bathroom with the door open with his whole staff there. So this guy was a bona fide psycho, right?
Yeah.
Then what he did is he 50,000 soldiers died in Vietnam because
Yeah.
of him. Okay, so destroyed the black community, destroyed a whole generation of youth, came back here with mental health issues because of the bullshit that they're seeing over there, drug addiction and stuff. Then on his watch, the JFK, RFK, and MLK assassination happened. And you could plausibly argue that he had a hand in the cover-up with those assassinations. Because if you look at Lyndon Baines Johnson in history, he was the guy that was calling the shots for the CIA. He was the CIA's main guy in Congress that they would go to for their budgets and everything. He was well aware the president's assassination was going to happen, JFK's. There's images of him ducking in the car before the shot goes off. How
Yeah.
do you know that was going to happen?
Yeah.
All right. Then you look at the globalism issue right now in terms of diverting resources to foreign issues as opposed to dealing with what this country is, the problems with this country. Again, Lyndon Baines Johnson, very globalist, whereas you could argue that JFK was a little bit more of an isolationist, not as bad as Wilson back in the day, but he definitely did not want to go to these wars, right? What else is there? And not to mention, he was very well connected with the CIA and FBI with all the intelligence nonsense that they do, the cover-ups of these assassinations. And not to mention that when he did the Great Society thing, he said these N-words are going to be voting Democrat for the next 100 years because he was giving free shit to them so they could destroy their own community. So tell me how Trump's worse than that.
Well, first of all, there's no question that Johnson would go down, at least in my personal opinion, as one of the worst presidents of all time. I wouldn't debate that. And I wouldn't debate anybody prior who's come up with some presidents that were horrible. I would put George W. Bush up there as well. Thought he was awful. I wouldn't put George W. Bush in the level of one of the worst of all time, but he was a terrible president.
Why not, though? I'm asking why not? Because on George W. Bush's watch, we went to the
leadership.
weapons of mass
I'll answer
destruction.
that.
What's
Let me
happening
answer.
to Iran
Yeah,
was born with
let me
the
answer
Iraq
that.
War.
So really bad, right? George W. Bush had some moments in his presidency where he did show some leadership. Now, really bad president. He was bad for the economy. I know after 9/11, and this is not a conspiracy theory, there were members of the bin Laden family that were flown out of the country. Michael Moore, who I don't always agree with him, I thought he did a really good document. Fahrenheit 9/11 was really good. And that was proven. That wasn't a lie. George W. Bush was an awful president. But there are some moments where I could say, man, that guy showed a lot of leadership there. I like the moment, you know, when he took that megaphone on the where the Twin Towers were, and you know, he said, you know, I hear you, the world hears you. There were at least a week after 9/11 where I thought the country came together. I think George W. Bush and his wife, who I do think is a classy lady, they have some class, whether they're sitting next to the Obamas, you know, at John McCain's funeral, being able to talk, having some human decency. I did not like Dick Cheney. I think Dick Cheney was probably one of the main reasons why we went to war with Halliburton. However, at the end of Dick Cheney's life, towards the end of his life, I thought he did the right thing. The way you could argue that, you know, Liz Cheney is probably one of the most furthest right Republicans you could have.
I mean, it's nice to do the right thing after there's a million Iraqis dead and a lot of soldiers.
I understand. Thousands of innocent soldiers died. Hundreds of thousands of innocent Iraqis died. Horrible war. We found Saddam Hussein.
Raping Iraqi
absolutely.
women,
Absolutely. We found Saddam Hussein with a pellet gun and a candy bar in a hole. I agree with you, Vem. It was horrible. George W. Bush is one of the worst. I'll take your consideration with talking about Johnson, because I also agree with you. He was one of the worst presidents of all time. And I disagree with you when you say that, you know, because I hear this all the time from the right, Trump derangement syndrome. These are the times I'm living in today. I care about my friends like I'm sure you do. I care about my family. I'm very passionate, and this is what I do for a living. I cover the news of the day. When Joe Biden was president, there were times that I brought up Donald Trump. I wasn't covering Donald Trump every day because he wasn't president. It doesn't matter who the president is. It doesn't matter who's in D.C. I'm going to be covering the news of the day, the news of the week. And some people will say to me, I'll give you a perfect example. Brian, why do you keep talking about the 2020 election? Because Trump keeps talking about it. If Trump stopped talking about the election and he stopped saying it was rigged and I won, then I probably wouldn't be talking, at least I wouldn't be talking about it as much, right? The thing that he should be talking about is the Epstein files. The things that he should be talking about is the economy. He should be talking about the Iran war. The American people want to know, how is this war going to end? Mr. President, what is the plan?
I'm not going to argue with you about the Iran war, because I think the Iran war is a complete disaster. I want to give some alternate opinions, and I think might be going on there, but I think it's an absolute disaster. You know, so everybody's like, okay, why is he covering up the Epstein files? Why is he covering up the Epstein files? Well, the Epstein files and what's been going on with Epstein has been around for maybe 4 or 5 different presidential administrations. None of them have even brought it to the forefront. Coincidentally, even though now he's rebelling against it, we know more about the Epstein files under Trump than we've ever known. Okay, so what I like to propose is potentially, because the background scenes like this Democrat-Republican thing is nonsense, man. It's like WWE.
We just talked outside.
It's complete bullshit.
The 2 worst words in this country are Republican and Democrat.
The intelligence operations control this country. Okay, so if you look at it like, how are we going to release this information? The point is the information's getting released. He might be opposing it the entire time, but you never know what's happening behind the scenes, right? You don't know what's going on. The Iran war, I want to give a possible opinion on it as far as what I think might be going on there, even though I detest the fact that it's going on. I hate this war. The fact that you have 21-year-olds here that like are broke. This whole generation's broke. They can't even find wives, by the way. The age of marriage has gone totally up. They can't buy a house until they're 40. I don't know what the fuck we're doing in Iran. So it disgusts me. But
I think I do. I think I know what we're doing there.
You know what I think? You know, I think one of the possibilities is, and I'm not sticking to this, I'm just throwing out a possibility, is that our Federal Reserve, our corrupt system, we both agree sucks. We both agree that this is WWE. That might be a way of actually getting rid of our corrupt system, meaning the fall of the entire system.
I have a different theory.
That's where we're going. That's where we're going.
I understand what you're saying.
I have a theory. You two can go have a beer at a bar and have this conversation, or we can get back to an actual debate.
In regards to Trump and this war, because we're talking about Trump, right? I disagree. I think that Trump has been played, just like George W. Bush has been played. What makes him one of the worst, if not the worst president of all time? He gave in. He gave in to Benjamin Netanyahu.
Or is he looking at the system going like, something needs to break this corrupt system? Everybody's miserable. The country's not working.
Here's why I disagree. Here's why I disagree, Vem, because he told us he wasn't going to get us into a war. And I think, I know, Bibi convinced him on faulty intelligence, the same reason why.
The same thing George W. Bush.
I agree, but Obama didn't fall for it. Joe Biden didn't fall for it. Donald Trump did, and now they're not getting along. Now all of a sudden Trump is finally maybe starting to realize
After the
maybe
war-
I shouldn't have done this.
Well, or what we saw in the last, whatever, since the Iran war started, is that the public opinion has dramatically changed. So now the public is with Trump. So now he has the balls to stand up to these globalist forces where the public is aware. And the percentage is totally swinged in the last 4 years.
When you talk about tariffs and you talk about the relationships that he has tarnished with so many of our allies, that is damaging, and that will take decades.
I think that
decades.
I think you look at George W. Bush. I mean, look at the relationships that were damaged there. Barack Obama with his droning, that was a lot of relationship damage.
We can
there.
go through.
Every single president has a relationship damage.
Okay, but this is unprecedented. We're talking about Canada.
How is it unprecedented?
Because when you include not just the tariffs and the money that he's basically taken from the American consumer, and we didn't get checks back for that. That's another lie. We were told we were going to get checks back from this, and that's not true. When you look at what is going on with leaders all over the world, the only people that Donald Trump seems to kiss ass to, and you can tell me if you disagree or not.
Hold on, falling apart, looking like a
Joe Biden.
loser.
Joe Biden. Well, you're talking about his mental state. I can talk to you about Donald Trump's mental state too. But the bottom line is that the people that Donald Trump is nicest to are evil, murderous dictators.
You keep saying Russia's evil. What Russia doesn't have is
Vladimir Putin isn't evil.
Well, guess what? 20% of their youngsters are not OnlyFans prostitutes. They're not doing that.
What does that have to do with it? Is Vladimir Putin evil?
Culturally, because our country is a mess right now. These kids don't even want to get married because of the culture.
I'm not saying they're not a mess.
Have that problem
you don't think the
over there.
Putin regime?
Rates that are
hold
high.
on, Vem. You don't think the Putin regime isn't evil? They're not evil. They kill people for just.
What is your definition of evil?
Sure. I know a family, that lives in Russia. In fact, her name is Nina, and she's done my show before. She lives in the United States. They killed a member of her family because a member of her family held up a sign that was an anti-Putin sign on the street. They kill journalists. If you are on the phone with a family member, she told me this, and you speak negatively about Putin, they will arrest you. It is an evil dictator regime.
Their country fundamentally is not a
That's
mess. Like
evil. That's evil, Vem.
I'm talking about we the people of Russia, are not dealing with the same issues we're dealing with.
They kill journalists on the streets.
I'm talking about we the people, dude. I'm talking about that 21-year-old that in
Russia,
but
Vem, let's get back to Trump.
You could get a career. You know what I'm saying?
But let's get back to
It's a
Trump.
very different culture.
Okay, so
it's a culture that's intact.
Okay, well, I agree to
Iran's
disagree.
so bad. Iran has the highest level of education.
I don't disagree, but let's get back to Trump. So the reason why I brought up Putin and Russia, right, is because Donald Trump has never called Putin a dictator or evil. He's called Zelensky.
But you want him to. You
Hold
want
on.
to call him.
Here's
you
what I
believe
don't.
is evil.
Here's what I don't. Let's start with what I don't want him to do.
Okay.
He blamed Ukraine for the war.
I blame Ukraine.
He called Zelensky. There's no evidence for that. He blamed.
Does that make me like a terrorist? The fact that I'm like, why are we putting weapons on the border?
I don't think you kill innocent people, even though you were alleged to have tried to have killed Donald Trump.
And I got to be careful with commentary.
We don't have to get.
We don't want to give the wrong information.
Yeah, I know.
Wrong vibe. You know.
For the record, I did defend. For the record, I did defend you when it came to that.
Bianco's watching this right now, going.
Well, Bianco,
flip up.
Bianco was mentioned in this debate. That man has absolutely no credibility, and I think we could probably agree on that. But going back to Donald Trump and foreign policy, he writes love letters to Kim Jong-un. He coddles Donald Trump. By the way, can you name me one sanction that we've been told by the right that he's the toughest on Russia. Can you name me one sanction that Russia's given up?
Iran had sanctions for 47 years, and look what they're doing.
Can you name me a sanction? Well, it's because we went to war with them. Can you name me a sanction that Russia has given up?
I'm not sure.
What did he accomplish when he came to Alaska and Donald Trump rolled out the red carpet and treated him like God?
I mean, but you're going by the premise that this guy's like Stalin or Hitler or something. I don't believe that.
He's killed a lot of innocent people.
I believe that he saved this country from a lot of the globalist nonsense that the LGBTQ plus confusing kids, blah, blah, blah. He didn't allow that stuff over there.
The LGBTQ stuff.
The LGBTQ plus brainwashing of children, like in this country. Like I know so many moms that tell me that their children are so confused because they're 11 years old. They're feeding them with BS. So you could theoretically argue that.
Who's feeding them with BS?
I'm talking about the education system. The fact that they don't even teach these kids how to read and write properly, but they're teaching them about sex when they're pre-puberty.
They teach 11-year-olds about sex?
Yeah, they do actually. Yeah, I do. I could bring you moms.
I don't know what that has to do with LGBTQ, but here's what I would say to that. Donald Trump said that you can drop your kid off at school and they come home another gender. Will you admit that that's not happening and that's a lie?
I could bring you females that have children that'll tell you that their children got confused, start talking about silly stuff.
That's not what I asked you.
I was actually interviewing this young lady that her 11-year-old's going around saying I'm a femboy, and he learned this from his teachers in school. What is
Allegedly.
that?
Okay, well, that's a
Allegedly, I mean,
claim.
it's like you
That's a
gotta-
claim that we don't know is true enough. He
I'm
didn't.
starting to not feel productive here.
Well-
It's 2 more minutes of like really lock in a point somewhere, and then we'll move
All
to
right.
closing
So let me just
statements.
as a whole, and I can do the final remarks first if you would like me to. My argument about Donald Trump is very simple. Half of it is policy. Half of it is his behavior. We start with the behavior. We could talk about the comments he made about wanting to, allegedly, tried to hang 6 elected officials. You want to talk about beneath the presidency, the attacks on our democracy. You know how I feel about that. I've talked about that. The elections and January 6th. Lack of respect for the rule of law when it comes to deporting immigrants, when it comes to him not going to Congress first, when we have this war, and war crimes. He literally has threatened war crimes against Iran, threatening to take out an entire group of people in Iran. I think collectively, when you add all these things, I understand that, I've heard arguments about Buchanan, which are very fair arguments, which I certainly don't defend some of these presidents, and Johnson. These are terrible presidents. And yes, I will throw George W. Bush in that
You
mix
should
as
throw
well.
Clinton in there too, by the way. Clinton is a lineage of Lyndon B.
Okay, but hold on.
Johnson.
Okay, but
Yeah.
hold on. You can make arguments with Bill Clinton in foreign policy. But from an economic standpoint, if we're talking about fiscal responsibility, again, he's the only president in American history, in our lifetime anyway, modern American history, that left this country in a surplus. He was able to work with Republicans better than I think any other Democrat in my lifetime. I'm not saying he was perfect. I don't like the whole Monica Lewinsky stuff. I didn't like any of that. But
could I mention something?
Yeah.
He also brought the Great Society to all the neighborhoods. Before, it used to be focused on destroying the black neighborhood back in the 60s. He brought that with Title IV defunding. He brought that to the mainstream. The reason the American family has been so badly destroyed, right, is because of those policies. So again, I think that's worse than Donald Trump right now. And by the way, Trump's presidency isn't even complete. Right
again,
now, so we
I'll
can't even give a complete picture.
Again,
you know?
Vem, I'll agree to disagree with you on that. You're right. We can't give a complete picture. My estimation and my opinion is that I think it's going to be worse in a year from now. I think it's going to be worse in 2 years from now. And I hope he leaves office. I really do. But here's a microcosm of how Donald Trump's presidency is going. He has some of the worst poll numbers in American history this far into his administration. Among independents, he's polling under 20%. He's around 30%. Horrific poll numbers at this point. And the midterms are right around the corner. Mm-hmm. And I can tell you right now, the midterms are usually a test on how the presidency is going. I guarantee you that the midterms are going to be a bloodbath for Republicans.
Yeah, it was.
That is a testament to Donald Trump's presidency.
Well, it's been the same with a lot of presidents in terms of the midterms and stuff. And
but the poll numbers are horrible.
I think you went a little too far with saying he's literally the worst. If this Trump was like he's one of the worst,
okay,
maybe we could have a conversation there.
I can understand people.
I
I can understand some people that form that argument like you are, that may be one of the worst, but not the worst. Okay, that's fair.
And I don't even know who's one of the worst yet, because if what I said happens in terms of the rebuilding of the system, then he might turn out to be the best.
I don't think he's rebuilding anything. I think he's tearing it all down. And I would also go to his first administration too, and the handling of COVID, which I thought was an absolute disaster. But we'll have to wait and see. Here's the difference between me and what people might think about me in this situation. Even though I despise the man and I think he's a horrible human being, I want him to succeed. Mm-hmm. I don't sit here and say, man, I hope it's a terrible presidency and I hope this happens to him and that happens to him. No, I don't want assassination attempts. Even if it's you, I'm just kidding. I don't want him to not succeed. What I mean by succeed is not him personally, not his billionaire tech friends, not Elon Musk. What I mean by succeed is the country. I want the country to succeed. He's not capable of bringing us together in any way.
Had a president, in closing, you keep bringing up Kamala and stuff. I look at it as most elections, and I'm not referring to Kamala Trump run. Yeah. I'm actually referring to in general. You're really talking about two bad choices.
But Vem, okay, we can talk about Kamala. We could talk about Kamala until the cows come home. But I think one of Donald Trump's worst
let's actually
traits.
just move to final thoughts, because I feel like we're just kind of
going
all over the place.
One of Donald Trump's worst traits, in my opinion, is his lack of empathy for people. Joe Biden was not a perfect president. But the times when Joe Biden resonated with me, and I've had conversations with Hunter about this, is when he talked about losing his wife and his daughter and loss. in my personal opinion,
hmm
when you're the leader of the free world, it would be nice if you had some qualities that could resonate with people. Now, not calling people names or coming up with names for politicians that you disagree with, or the Dem Ratcrats or whatever, things he brings up with, it just, I want people on the right and the left that are capable of bringing people together. I'm not saying Joe Biden was perfect or Obama was perfect or Bush. They weren't. But he lacks the ability to do that. At Charlie Kirk's memorial service, he attacked half the country and said they were all his enemies. This is a guy who endorsed violence, who said, I want to rough that guy up. If you rough him up, I'll pay your legal fees. This is unprecedented rhetoric. And I'm not saying every president is perfect and they say the right things at the right time. But when you endorse violence and you attack Democrats during a memorial service of all things, I find that to be repulsive. And I think he's a repulsive man. And I think if you live a chaotic life, chances are you're probably going to be a chaotic president. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now, Van. That's exactly what we're seeing.
Again, just in closing, I don't think he's the worst president. I think there's been presidents that, on record, based on the facts, have been a lot worse, have been a lot more corrupted, have been a lot ruder. When you talk about his lack of etiquette, I mean, he's a businessman from New York. He's not a manicured politician. And I think the authenticity that he brings is what a lot of people react to, and people like you get really turned off because that's who he is. He's not trying to pretend. Now, we've seen a lot of other presidents that have been manicured perfectly, but if you look behind the hood, they're disgusting human beings. And that's Lyndon Baines Johnson.
I do agree with you there. He definitely
public persona, great. Lyndon Baines Johnson. He was, he stuck by JFK's policies for the most part, whatever. Behind the scenes, an absolute disgusting, evil, repugnant human. And so I don't look at it. What I say to the TDS folks like you, bro, is, and I'm sorry, I feel like there's a little bit TDS because you're taking somebody that is inherently evil, like a Lyndon Baines Johnson. It's all documented, all the horrible stuff that he did, and you're comparing him to Trump, who's not even close to the evil that Lyndon Baines Johnson did in terms of body bags, in terms of societal destruction. I just don't see it.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Shake hands. Say hello.
My pleasure.
Have a beer later.
Thank you.
All right. And finally, Josh, to you, and then we'll wrap back around to you, Mike. All right.
Yep.
How's it going, Brian?
What's up, man?
Not
Okay.
much.
Josh, I will kick it over to you. And
Yep. Okay. So, to make it easier for Sarah, I'm gonna try to give you some metrics for what I think or how I determine who the worst president is. I kind of look at it through the lens of human well-being and suffering, and to determine that, I'd look at death, the destruction of the nation, and maybe stripping of liberties. Would you agree with that?
I think stripping of liberties, I can't even talk. Stripping of liberties is a horrible thing.
Horrible.
Absolutely.
Correct. Now, some of these guys already brought up Buchanan. I'm gonna do it again. They brought up how he just sat by while the 7 states seceded, basically making the Civil War unavoidable. But not just that. Before he was inaugurated, he was president-elect, and he colluded secretly with a Supreme Court Judge, Robert Greer. What he wanted was a broad ruling in the Dred Scott case, which was, I believe it was a African-American slave who went to the North and tried to have his slavery. He had tried to have his freedom. Well, in that case, Buchanan colluded with Greer so he could get a broad ruling from the North and South. And then he went up in front of the American people and he lied to them. What he said was, well...
Get closer to the mic, by the way. People are saying they... Yeah.
What he did was he... excuse me, sorry. Yeah, so he was trying to codify slavery into the American system. He wanted a broad ruling from the North and South so that when they came out and said that the Congress had, or the president didn't have any authority to stop slavery from spreading throughout all of the territories.
Mm-hmm.
So he got that ruling by colluding with the Supreme Court justice, right? And that basically nullified the Missouri Compromise, allowing slavery to go all the way west. Not just that, but the Lee-Compton state constitution of Kentucky was to make Kentucky a slave state.
Mm-hmm.
The people did not want that, but he went against that and went for the Lee-Compton state constitution. I think that, or the decision of the Dred Scott, what that did was make it where no African American was able to have citizenship, free or enslaved. I think that makes him the worst president.
Okay. So a couple things. Let's just start by the word colluding. I'm not refuting anything you said about Buchanan, and I haven't throughout this entire debate. But if you want to talk about collusion, how about Donald Trump colluding with terrorists? How about, hold on, let me just finish. Donald Trump colluding with the Taliban. You know, we hear a lot about the Afghan withdrawal, which obviously was a disaster. One loss is lost too many. But Donald Trump colluded with the Taliban and helped release 5,000 Taliban terrorists. What about a $400 million gift that he got from Qatar? He got from absolute terrorists and bad human beings. By the way, he didn't just get a $400 million jet and accept it as a gift, but now he can't even fly in it because of safety concerns. Guess who has to fit the bill for that? The American taxpayer. Or a $5.5 billion resort that he colluded with, as you use, I'm using that same word, with terrorists, or $2.1 billion under Donald Trump's first administration that Jared Kushner received from the Saudis. And he didn't send Mike Pompeo out there towards the end of Mike Pompeo's presidency. He sent Jared Kushner, who's not even a part of Donald Trump's administration, yet he's involved in all these negotiations. It's the levels of corruption are through the roof. So if you want to talk about like collusion, I'm happy to talk to you about that and all the horrible terrorists and people that listen, throughout our history, like Buchanan and others and John, we can talk about collusion. Absolutely. All really bad. But the levels of collusion and the horrific human beings that Donald Trump has worked with and made business deals with and shady business deals that have cost the American taxpayer a lot of money, I think is repulsive. And if you want to talk about, sat by, I think is the word that you used when you talked about Buchanan, right? He just sat by, and I would agree with you. He did. I give you that. How about all the people that when Donald Trump just sat by, when we were losing 3,000 to 5,000 people a day from COVID, he just sat by. And then today in Iran, when innocent men, women, and children are dying, not just American soldiers.
Did Trump have the ability to save those people in COVID?
Let me finish, and then I'll gladly answer that question. But Donald Trump, actually, I'll answer it now. Donald Trump had the ability as the leader of the free world to take necessary steps to make sure that he wasn't holding campaign rallies with 50 to 100,000 people during COVID when we were told to socially distance.
Weren't there like Antifa protests and stuff while they were telling churches they could not assemble?
Weren't there Antifa protests? Okay, let me be very clear. When we were losing 5,000 people a day, which I think was at the peak of COVID, I didn't want anybody protesting. I didn't want anybody, whether you're anti. Okay, but I'm trying to be fair and honest with you. I didn't want anybody. But Donald Trump is the guy, if you want to talk about sat by, we can also talk about January 6th when he quote, I know Republicans don't like talking about this, but if you
I'm going to grant everything that you say for the sake of this argument.
Okay, but hold on, let me just finish.
Is that worse?
Let me just finish. Let me just finish and then I'll answer that. Donald Trump sat by, I'm using your own words, for 3.5 to 4 hours when he was being begged by members of his administration, including Meadows and others, to put out a video to stop the violence. The reason why he sat by, to use your terminology, is because he was enjoying it, because it benefited him.
Access to his internal state of mind.
Here's what I have access to. I have access to the commission, the January 6th commission.
Do they have access to his mind?
They have access to witnesses who testified. So I'm going to give you some of that now. People in Donald Trump's administration, including the First Lady's own communication director, who testified under oath in this hearing, that they meaning multiple members in Trump's administration, not only begged Melania Trump, who also said—
You trust the Trump administration in this case, right?
I tend to trust people who are under oath with the chance of going to jail if they perjure themselves, are not in the Trump administration anymore, so they don't have anything to lose, and they're not scared of Donald Trump. It is so hold on. I'll answer your question also by saying this. When these people are under oath, but they're still working for the Trump administration, they can't even answer who won the 2020 election. Kash Patel was asked not that long ago, did you tell Pam Bondi that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files? He was asked 11 times, and he wouldn't answer the question. So there's a difference. If you're on your way out the door, whether you're a Thune or whether you're Marjorie Taylor Greene, and you know you have nothing to lose and you're not going to lose any power by being honest, I tend to trust those people a lot more than people that are in the administration or people that are in elected office.
Great, awesome. So
does that not make sense?
Do you think that all of that. But let's say every single thing that you think Trump did, and he did it exactly because why you think. That is worse than literally splitting the country in half, having it fight each other. 1.5 million people dying.
I think
not
it's
just that, but taking away the rights of every African American slave or person in America. Can you imagine the suffering that caused those people?
Oh, I'm sure it was atrocious.
But
terrible.
not as bad as Trump, though.
So here's what I would say to that.
I need you to concede this.
So here's what I would say to that. I think it rises to a horrific level,
He's
and I think
one of the worst presidents, right?
I would say that if you want to talk about minorities suffering, and if you want to talk about 1.5 million deaths, which is all terrible, again, I could list you policies and behaviors that I think could rise to that level.
I don't even know what could happen.
Okay, well, I've just listed those for you, and I've tried to go through with you one by one.
None of it is even reaching.
Well, again, if you're going by how many people died, if you're going by how many people have suffered, I can tell you there are millions of people in this country every single day that are suffering. Some people are dying. Some people that are suffering.
Is that only
directly
true in the Trump administration?
No, in every administration, there are people that suffer based on specific policy. But if we're talking about 1.5 million people, my argument or my retort to what you were saying is, while that is atrocious and horrible, I could also point to the fact that there are absolutely millions of people in this country, including minorities, that are suffering, and some people that have died, let alone taking away their health care coverage, taking away their government benefits, taking away maternity leave. There are a lot of policies put forth by Donald Trump and Republicans in the last decade or so where you can point to millions of people also suffering. Now, if you want to make the argument that this is not worse than this, you have the right to make that argument, and I understand where you're coming from.
But Trump is the worst
I understand.
president of
Yes,
all time.
Correct. I truly feel that way.
You feel like he's worse than taking away the rights of black kids, black moms, black dads, all across the country, everywhere, codifying slavery into the law.
So it would be much more difficult in the times that we are living in today to implement any
That's
law
not
like
my
that.
question.
So hold on. So if you want to talk about taking away rights from people, Trump administration is doing that. Millions of people.
Don't even bring up abortion, bro.
I'm not bringing up
Okay,
abortion.
Because
I wasn't bringing that up. I was going to bring up immigration. If you want to talk about people that are losing their
American citizens' rights.
What does it say in our Constitution about immigration? What does
that they're allowed due process.
Okay, Trump's not doing that.
What's that due process?
Trump's not doing that.
The due process is once you are found here illegally, you are picked up and taken to you are
even
incarcerated.
if you're filling out the proper paperwork and you're seeking asylum, say from Mexico. Is that what our law says?
I don't know.
No, of course you don't know.
Well,
so
tell
I'm
me
gonna
the specifics.
Okay, I am. So if you're seeking asylum from a country, there's a few countries, a country like Mexico. In our Constitution, in our laws, it says if you're seeking asylum,
even if you're not Mexican,
let me finish. If you're filling out the proper paperwork, okay, and you're coming into this country, our government, and you're appearing in hearings. By the way, the Trump administration, ICE agents are literally deporting some of these people outside of the courtroom. It is illegal. And if you want to talk about due process, look at the people that were sent to an El Salvador prison. This is happening every day in this country. 60 Minutes did a story about this, and they had the names of all these people. Over 70% of those people that were sent to this El Salvador prison, where you wouldn't treat rapists like that, were nonviolent criminals, and their only crime was committing a misdemeanor and not having the proper paperwork. That is taking away your rights, sir.
Is it taking away my rights to allow millions of immigrants to come in here?
That is a different question. Will you address what I just said?
All right, repeat the question.
Do you think it's giving somebody due process when you send people, their only crime, some of the people lived in this country for decades.
Yes.
No, sending somebody to an El Salvador prison where, first of all, they are not from. Second of all, they are being beaten, and they are nonviolent criminals, and they never had due process.
I don't think anyone should be beaten. I don't think
that's what happened in this El Salvador prison.
But is that us?
What do you mean? Is that us?
We do that? Listen,
Donald Trump did that.
We deported people to El Salvador, right? Is that what happened?
No, they didn't deport people. They deported people and sent them to an El Salvador prison where you wouldn't treat rapists that way. You can look this up if you don't believe me.
Did they deport them to El Salvador, and then the Salvadorians put them in prison?
It was the Trump's policy, and he was asked about
them in
this.
Salvadorian prison.
It was their policy at the time to send these people specifically into this jail. Now, some of those people, a few of those people had to come back because there were judges that made rulings that this was unconstitutional. Let me ask you a question. Well, why is it that in the Trump administration, they have granted asylum to hundreds of people from South Africa that are 100% white, but they haven't granted anybody asylum to one person that's brown.
They're literally being persecuted, and it's actually systemic.
So so there are no brown people that have been persecuted that are systemic. It's
Not
only
what
white
I said.
people.
You asked me specifically why they were getting asylum.
No, that's not what that wasn't my question.
I want to actually point out here that the entire concept of why we went into immigration is because you were providing a comparison of literal slavery, black mothers, sons, fathers, children of all sorts. And we turned that over into immigration. With people who you're saying, admitting have due process, there's still courts that are bringing them back in, and they're still also not slaves, right? So I think there's a metric in here that we could use, but we're not using the metric where we need to use it. We're looking into the weeds on this. So 2 more minutes to really spitfire your biggest points here, and then we're going to move into closing statements.
Okay. Well, I would say my biggest point is that I think codifying slavery into law and sitting by doing nothing in the case of a country being divided and being pointed towards war, which caused 1.5 million deaths, I think that is worse than anything. Even if I granted everything Brian's saying, I think it's worse than all of that. Worse, objectively worse than all of that, of all time, even.
So is that, you want me to take over from? Okay.
Yeah, that's.
So I would say, as I've said before, and I'll say again, I'm not pinpointing one specific thing but what I am doing is I'm collectively taking Donald Trump's actions, his policies, the things he said, the attacks on our democracy, the fact that you're taking away people's First, Third, and Fourth Amendment rights, the attacks on free speech, the attacks on the media. He's called people like us vermin.
What exactly, what free speech was he taking? I feel like he's done a lot for free speech. I feel like he kind of shifted the Overton
He's done a lot for free speech. Would you like to talk about the members of the media and the lawsuits that he's had against entities that you want to talk about that?
Do you think
the people that have been fired
to a higher standard?
I think there's something called freedom of press in this country.
I don't even know a lot about this.
We can talk about freedom of press and the fact that they have taken away media credentials in the Pentagon. They don't allow. Again, you keep bringing up that
slavery. Yeah.
You keep bringing up slavery, but I would also say in this era that we are living in right now, he is treating certain people like slaves based on policy.
Did he take away their rights to be U.S. citizens?
Donald Trump is taking away people's rights every single day.
Black people, right now.
Everybody.
He's taking
everybody. Not just black people.
I just want to hear you say that what Trump did was worse than Buchanan trying to codify slavery into law. Who knows how many black slaves died?
I think
because of that.
Okay, so
the Fugitive Act was.
I'll respond to what you just said. I'll respond.
Go ahead.
If you want to talk about any death, in this case, you're talking about black people that have died. And again, it's a collective thing.
I'm talking about the Civil War as well.
I understand what you're talking about. Collectively, we can talk about people dying in this country collectively. And in my opinion, if you add all these things together, whether it is the war in Iran, whether it is taking people's health care away, taking food benefits away, people are dying every day in this country.
I think food stamps needs to be
what's that?
Definitely rolled back a lot.
Yeah. So the point I'm making is that collectively, if you add up all the reasons why people are dying in this country every day, I can make a complete correlation to Donald Trump's policy and why these people are dying every day. Again, healthcare, the war, the fact that people can't put food on the table. So it's not one thing that I say that one thing is just as bad as slavery. I mean, slavery is awful.
I asked you
but
all of it.
Yeah.
I think Trump is worse.
I think collectively, with all the things that I have mentioned.
Respectfully disagree.
Okay, well, that's okay. We can agree to disagree. That's what this is all about. I think they're both horrible. I can understand why people in your position would say, geez, I think this president was worse than Donald Trump. But let me ask you a question.
What position am I in?
That you don't think Donald Trump is the worst president.
No. The position I meant is that I think slavery is worse than what Trump did.
I understand your point. Do you think Donald Trump is one of the worst presidents of all time?
One of the worst.
Top 5. Say top 5.
Not really.
You don't?
No.
In our lifetime? Was he worse than Joe Biden?
Who's not woke isn't the worst president.
Worse than Joe Biden?
All right. Let's move to closing statements.
Well, I mean, I wanted to get
but we're not getting any further than slavery bad, and you say everything would match up to that, and we're not getting.
Go ahead.
So go ahead with your closing thoughts.
Yep.
Well, my closing thought is this: I think that I was trying to really pull this concession out of Brian, because I think it would be the sane and common sense thing to do. But I think all that I've proven here was that you do have TDS, and that you cannot take your emotions out of the driver's seat to look at something objectively. I think your presupposition is that everything Trump does is bad. No, it is. It is. Because my presup coming in was Trump is not the worst president, and all I had to do was a quick Google search to objectively figure that out. You could too, but you didn't. You choose. You have this presupposition to find things that make Trump bad, and then you see through that lens, and that's why you're not able to concede that abusing your power, violating the separation of powers, and going and colluding with a Supreme Court justice to codify slavery, one of the most heinous acts ever committed in our American history, I think we could agree on that, into law is not worse than anything President Trump did. And then even add on top of that, the Civil War part. That's 2 points that I can point to and say objectively, in my view, human suffering and human well-being as the metrics, these are way worse than anything Trump has done.
Okay, so
Thank you.
again, we're kind of going around in circles here. I can understand the position why some people would take that, Trump maybe not the worst president of all time, but it keeps going back to, oh, you're just deranged. You can't pick apart anything that Trump did that's good, which again is 100% false, because anybody who listens to my show every day would know there are some things that I've given Trump some credit for. Operation Warp Speed, of course, being one of them. There are things that I thought he did that were good. I think the no tax on tips things would have been much better if it was done a little bit differently. I think I like the idea of it, but I think it would, if it was done a little bit differently. So no, I can point out, and as I've said a million times, I've wanted Donald Trump to succeed. I wanted him to succeed day one when he defeated Hillary Clinton. I said, I saw Donald Trump when he went into the White House with Obama, and I said, wow, that was a really respectful and toned down Donald Trump. This might work out. And I was truly rooting for him. So it's not a derangement thing. It's clearly pointing out things that he's doing that I don't like from basically every perspective. We could talk about rule of law. We could talk about how this administration is breaking the law every day. We can talk about ICE. We can talk about the economy. We can talk about this illegal war in Iran. I don't know what the hell this guy's doing good. Here's a guy who pardons people who beat cops. He calls them hostages and patriots. He rewards bad behavior and basically says, you can be a terrorist. You can commit these heinous acts and these horrible crimes, but as long as you support me, it's fine. I mean, again, you talked about collusion. He's colluded with terrorists. He's accepted $400 million gifts from terrorists. He's enriched himself, $1.3 billion, which I keep talking about. The corruption, the crimes, the government contracts with his own kids, the people in his administration who have been enriched. I mean, you can talk a lot about how maybe you didn't like Joe Biden, or I don't know, maybe Bernie Sanders or whoever, but the level of corruption and how he's enriched himself, and going back to my original point, which is the people that have benefited the most from this war, Benjamin Netanyahu and Vladimir Putin, the people in America that have benefited from the Trump administration, they're not poor people. They're not people in the middle class. They are the richest people in America. Elon Musk, this is why Elon Musk got involved to begin with, because he knew it would help his investors and his bottom line. The richest people in America have benefited off of Donald Trump. Middle class and people that are suffering have been damaged by Donald Trump. It is one of my biggest criticisms of his administration behind his behavior and the Epstein stuff and the cover up there. I just think it's despicable. Besides being a horrible person, I could just go to his policy, and we can go back in times in history and talk about slavery and talk about Buchanan and talk about Johnson and other presidents that were atrocious people that were horrible. I think Donald Trump is right up there. And I'm a little bit more focused on Donald Trump these days because this is what I do for a living, and he's the president, and I cover him every day. Maybe, and I'll give you this, and I'll concede this. Maybe if I was a radio host back in the days when Buchanan was president, maybe I would agree with you. Maybe if I was a talk show host and covered the news every day when Johnson was president, maybe I would agree with you guys. So it's also, I wasn't there every day. You can read about it and you can talk about it. And yeah, the things you guys have brought up, which I am aware of, are atrocities. It's horrible. But I'm living in 2026, and it's not because I have something called Trump derangement syndrome. It's because it's my job to cover this guy every day, inside and out. I don't know everything inside and out about Buchanan. I don't know everything about Johnson. They're terrible people, of course. I concede the things that you have mentioned. So that's why I'm focused on Donald Trump and I'm focused on this administration, as I would with any Democrat if I disagree with them as well. And in just closing, I would say very critical of Democrats when they do things that I think are wrong or bad. I was the first person to just call Eric Swalwell an absolute piece of shit. I think Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib are horrible people. I believe they're anti-Semitic and they're un-American. Now, I don't think they should be deported. But I guess just to give a little context, I'm not somebody who doesn't criticize the left. I do it all the time. It just so happens that Donald Trump is the leader of the free world and Republicans are running the House and the Senate. Go ahead.
No. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Shake hands. Let's get you two.
Thank you,
outta
sir.
here.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, and I just need to use the ladies' room real quick.
Oh, jeez.
I have to. I've had like 10 bottles of water.
4 hours.
That's what I'm saying.
Hit the bathroom.
Yeah.
I'm a little
You.
sweaty.
All right, guys. What do we got here? Are we done or do we?
Mike's gonna do one more with you.
Okay.
One more.
Fire off, and then.
Cool. One more, guys, on the YouTube and everything. One more. Where did Carson go? There he went. You can say hello to everybody.
What's up, everyone? Wow. This is what you had in front of you? Man, I could see why I'd be a little tough. Having to read all the comments, scroll
No, I
up
don't
and
read.
down and
I
stuff.
don't read. I don't read.
You can't read all those. They'll get you down, but
No, the comments are good. What are you talking about? Most of them are good.
true. Well, usually on my live streams, they're not,
Most
but
of them are supportive. I haven't been on people on Facebook. I haven't gone on Facebook. I should. Facebook fan pages should be up there. Oh, I'm on my personal page.
Is the bulk of your
there it
audience
is.
on YouTube or is it on
Facebook and YouTube,
Facebook?
both. I think I have 200,000 on both. I'm going to Facebook now. How do you see the comments on Facebook?
I've never gone live.
There we go. Wait. So 900 comments.
Wow.
Damn. That's solid.
Where are they?
you're
Facebook.
popping.
Russian.
Where are they? Where are they though? Why can't?
Oh, scroll down. That's the pinned comment.
Right here?
Just scroll
They
down.
do.
See the pinned ones right there.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, just scroll down.
That's
made
fucking
pages.
weird. That's weird. Why can't I scroll down? There we go.
There you go.
Okay, there we go. There's the live.
Damn, you got a big Facebook audience.
There's the live comments. Yep. Yeah. So there's a bunch
I've
of
been
people
reading
there.
the YouTube only.
How's that been?
Good.
What's up, everybody in the YouTube chat? Carson's going to go viral. I have a feeling. The last 3 minutes of that debate is going to go viral, but I could be wrong.
Don't say that, Brian. No. I don't want
I just said it was going to go viral. I didn't say.
He'll be shopping at, I don't know, and Goodwill.
No, he did that to me the first time we debated, and it went viral. So that's why I'm saying
to put a target
it's
on
going
my
to
back.
it's
Don't
going to
do
go
that.
viral. They're saying it's going to go viral, guys. Guys, do you think that that's going to go viral? I don't know.
I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, yeah, I got a dinner, brother.
Oh, he's all right. You're out of here.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
man.
got dinner.
All right, man.
Yeah, thanks for coming, man.
Yep. Thank you.
I'll see some of you tomorrow.
I'm going to dinner with Ethan and Soy.
Ethan.
Ethan's coming for the
tonight?
debate tomorrow.
Okay,
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, yeah.
They're doing the black
Yeah.
decorations on.
Okay.
Same topic?
Oh yes. All right. As he sits there eating acai bowl in front of me, I'm like starving now.
Are you hungry?
No,
Gotta
I
get some
will.
food.
I will survive. Thank you.
Gotta get some food.
All right.
Do you want the same topic? I
You
think they
can.
did 4 or 5
Well,
of
I
those in
think
a
you
row.
guys were treading. Now my memory escapes.
Well,
I'm up for it.
Here's something that I would like to debate him on because this is a little bit different than what we've done. Why I think Donald Trump is morally bankrupt.
Ooh.
I think that's an interesting topic because you voted for him 3 times.
True.
And I'm sure you have your reasons. I'd like to hear them. But 75% of the reason why I did not vote for Donald Trump was because of why I believe he's morally bankrupt. So I think that would be an interesting conversation if you're willing to have that.
I'll have it. I don't know if I'm going to have that much contention with you. I mean, I'm not a huge
Well,
fan
let's
of a lot
see.
of, but
Let's
but
see.
I'll,
Let's see,
but
yeah.
yeah, I
Can
can
I
explain why.
check with them how much time we have?
10 minutes.
10.
Let's go to 6:30, so we should go.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Go.
Do you want me to start us off?
Up to you.
All right. The question was, why would I vote for someone who's morally bankrupt? And then, of course, then the immediate response, well, is he morally bankrupt or not? And I would say that without a shadow of a doubt, I'm a Christian, and I think anybody who's a Christian would look at many of the choices that Donald Trump has made, and there's no way that you can say that he is someone of strong moral character. Maybe there's highlights in his life. I've heard stories of his charity, stories of his generosity, highlights in his life that you could point to and say, well, that was a nice thing. That was something nice. But when I had to sit there and decide who I wanted to vote for the president, I wish that I could say I had a batch of candidates in front of me and some of them were the clear moral winners over someone else. But I don't believe that that's the case. I think that I can find moral faults and moral flaws in nearly all of the candidates. So then you have to, at least what I did, put those things aside and say, well, what else is important to me? And so I look at policies, I look at things that are going to actually meaningfully affect my life, my business, the country that I live in, that I could be drafted to fight a war for if things went bad enough. And that's what I based my vote off of, who is going to most likely advocate for the values that are important to me. Some of those being moral, like the pro-life position.
If you're pro-life, like you say you are, and I
Yes.
believe you, what about policy after the baby is born? Does that bother you at all? Because I can give you plenty of examples of some non-pro-life stances that Donald Trump has taken when it comes to children that are born. But we can get to that a little bit later. You said you're Christian.
Yes.
How do you feel about Donald Trump selling Bibles? How do you feel about him claiming that the Bible is his favorite book and he can't recite one verse in the Bible? If you're Christian, how do you square up with a guy who never goes to church before? If you're Christian, how do you square up with a guy that's cheated on every woman he's ever been with, raw dog Stormy Daniels, pays her off $130,000, has cheated on every woman literally that he's ever been with? He was proven to be a liable sexual abuser. You've seen the comments and the statements he's made about women in general, commenting on women's looks, going after somebody like a John McCain, dodging the military. The fact that this is a man who took advantage of black people, and we all saw what took place with the fraud and Trump University. And, we can talk about the civil suits that he had to pay out because he didn't want black people. This is the same guy who said he didn't want black people counting his money in his casinos. He wanted Jews counting his money. I mean, this is the part that, so what was it so bad about Kamala Harris, besides your stance on abortion? And the reason why I don't like calling it pro-life, you're anti-abortion, and I don't know you personally, but based on Donald Trump's policies that, in my opinion, are not pro-life at all. But let's just give you that for a moment. Besides the abortion, because I don't want to debate you on abortion, right? What was Kamala Harris's policies that in your opinion were so bad that you voted for a liable rapist? I mean, the judge in court, labeled it as rape. Donald Trump didn't even want to provide his DNA because he knew it was all over the outfit. So you literally voted for, in my opinion, a rapist and a guy that has no moral decency at all, doesn't care about anybody else but himself. What was it about Kamala that was so bad besides abortion?
Well, you see, I don't know why you want to just set aside abortion like it's just a minor issue. For most people that have similar values to me, that is a very important
Most
issue.
people in this country disagree with you, and they believe in the woman's
For
right to
most
choose.
people who have similar values to me,
Mhm,
other
okay.
Christians, okay? When you look at the pro-life argument, I understand that you don't believe that that is a human being. To you, that's a clump of cells. It's not fully
Well, you
developed.
didn't ask me
it may
about
not
it.
have value. Well, the position that's out there. From my perspective and from other people who share my perspective, that is indeed a human being, the most innocent and helpless among us, and it deserves
Can
protection.
you name me something else other than abortion where you said you couldn't vote for Kamala, or is it just a one? Are you a one policy voter?
From
one
a
issue voter?
moral perspective, can I name things about Kamala that I didn't think were morally great? No, but I'm looking at the policies that she would have enacted.
Like?
Well, for instance, I don't like that they were going to do something I'm an expert on, would be housing, real estate. I don't like that we were going to approach
Can I ask you
trying to
about that?
fix the housing market with $25,000.
Let's
down
ask you
payment
about that.
assistance.
I'm glad you brought that up. So, Donald, as you know, Republicans and Democrats came together finally last month. They finally had a bill that both sides of the aisle said, you know what? We're proud of this. And you know what? I agree with both of them. And what did the guy who you voted for 3 times do? He once again made it about the SAVE Act, and he didn't sign off on the bill. And now people are suffering because he didn't sign off on the bill. Doesn't that bother you?
So the bill still went into effect.
I understand that, but he refused to sign off on it.
It was just posturing. He knew it was going to still pass. He was not signing in protest because he wanted to make a
Posturing
statement.
with the American people.
He's not dumb enough to know that it wouldn't have,
he's pretty
have
dumb.
passed. Well, I understand that's your opinion. You don't like him. You made that very clear for the last hour and a half. But
4 hours,
he's
actually.
smart enough to know that of course it's going to pass when both of the House of Congress and the Senate signed off.
So you
on
didn't
it.
like
So he
Kamala's
didn't sign it
housing
in protest.
So you
And
didn't like.
Do you know why? Do you not want to know? They took out some of the key parts of that bill. One of the most important things, and I'm sure you would agree with me here, there was a portion in that bill where not only were they going to ban the large corporate investors from continuing to buy a massive amount of single family houses, but they were going to force a sale of existing single family houses that were owned at about like a 7-year mark. They stripped that out.
Okay, so I understand you didn't like Kamala's housing bill. There are a lot of.
Well, that's different than the bill we just
okay,
discussed. Hers was $25,000.
I understand it's different. I don't like the president of the United States playing around with bills where Republicans and, as you said, posturing, where Republicans and Democrats. I think it's worse than that. I think all he cares about is himself. But with that being said, you didn't like housing, her housing policy. Okay, fine. What about, and I've talked about this before, the big and beautiful bill. You're a Christian man. I'm sure you care about people that are suffering in this country. I would assume you do. I would assume you care about people that are living paycheck to paycheck.
Yes.
The people that are suffering the most under Donald Trump are people that are living paycheck to paycheck. The people that are benefiting the most financially are people like you. So Kamala Harris had, I'm sure you're aware of some of her policies that she wanted to implement that would have helped people that are struggling. This is the part that I don't understand. If you don't want women to have abortion, for example, if you don't want women to have an abortion.
For the record, I don't want men to have abortions either.
Okay, well, last I checked, men can't get pregnant. But
it depends on who you're asking and in which state you live.
Which?
So I'm just making it clear. I'm actually equally.
Can you name me one Democrat elected official that thinks men can be pregnant?
I didn't say that there was. I'm just
So
saying
who
for the
thinks that?
record, I'm being consistent.
that?
I don't want men or women to be getting
Well,
abortions.
men can't be pregnant, so that's kind of a ridiculous thing
I'm
to
glad
say.
I would agree with you.
So there are a lot of people on the left that think you can be pregnant if you're a man.
Well, look, living in Seattle for the last 20 years.
I've lived in Seattle.
I guarantee.
But no elected official or policymaker thinks that way, right?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I've
You don't
seen
know.
a lot of folks in these interviews.
Who? Name me one.
These interviews that you see Senator Hawley do, and they're reluctant to say something other than just pregnant people.
Josh Hawley?
Yeah.
Name me one elected official on the left.
I can't think
Okay,
of an
well, I don't know why
elected
you'd even
official
say
on the
that then. There are crazy people on both sides of the aisle that
I
think
said
crazy
it to make
things.
sure that I maintain consistency.
I know, but
Neither
that's
men nor women. Should
I
be getting
understand, but it's
abortions.
kind of like when people say Democrats want to abolish guns, which is not true. Democrats think that you can be a man and be pregnant, which is not true. You couldn't name me one elected official. I don't like it when people say
Just
things like
because
that.
I don't think that
elected-
was the point he was trying
Okay.
to
And
make.
just because elected officials aren't taking the position, positions, for the most part, usually start in some sort of grassroots movement. And there are many people out there who are referring to them, including medical care. Look, I was at a baby appointment with my wife, and they refer to her as a pregnant person on the paperwork. All right. That is
Okay.
the medical that is the medical vernacular that is being used around this right now.
I have not heard that before. I don't know what you're talking
Well, you
about,
don't have any
but
kids, you haven't gone to those appointments yet.
I'm
I'm telling
just
you.
because I haven't had a kid. I mean, again, when people on the right say certain things, I try to pinpoint who it was and what they said. We've also had people on the right that claim that Democrats want to take all of our guns away, and yet they can't name me one elected official that has that policy. Democrats don't want to take all your guns away. They certainly want to implement different policies, but they don't want to take away all your guns. The
For
point I'm
record, we veered off the track.
We did a little
your
bit,
question
but-
originally was coming back to women and abortion, and he just simply clarified saying, "I'm consistent.
Yeah.
That men shouldn't either."
All right.
which-
Well, I don't think he's consistent with pro-life, and I'll give you a bunch of reasons why. First of all, Republicans, not just MAGA Republicans, but not just Donald Trump, but Republicans, when you look at the history of this country, they didn't want to pass unemployment benefits. They didn't want to pass maternity leave even. If you have a single mom that is raising a child, they don't even want maternity leave. They don't even want time
Brian,
off.
This is because of qualitative differences in the value structures that we have. You want the government to be the caretaker of last
No, I don't.
resort.
Not
and
true.
The conservative mindset is no, charitable contributions through churches and community groups should be. So then what happens is when a conservative steps up and says, I'm not interested in the government funding X program. I think that it's better if charitable organization A or church B funds these programs. You then recharacterize that as all conservatives are against these charitable outreaches,
Wrong.
which
So
is not true.
That's wrong, what you just said. First of all, not every woman in this country that is raising a child can go into a church, especially not if you're Muslim, because we all know the hate we get from people on the right. All Muslims should be deported. Not every woman in this country can walk into a church and say, hey, here's what I need, give it to me. By the way, Also, newsflash, not everybody in this country is Christian.
There are secular charitable organizations.
There
out
are
as well,
organizations, but charitable organizations aren't going to give you the health care that you need. Charitable
That
organizations.
is your opinion.
Oh, really? So
Yes,
churches
that
can
is
help
your-
you with health care?
Yes, they can.
Really? They
Yes,
can help a
absolutely.
child get
They
a
can help
surgery?
you- No, they
Really?
can help you with paying.
So
for
help me
these. In
understand
fact,
this.
There's many
Yep.
different healthcare policies out there. I hear them advertised on the radio all the time of sharing your medical costs with other Christian believers. You join
Got you.
join a group that you fund on a monthly basis.
So churches are
Yes,
going to save us.
there are churches
Yeah.
and look, you can dismiss it, but it doesn't make what I'm saying not true. You can try to scoff at me, but there are absolutely
Because I think it's
multiple
ridiculous.
different things that churches and other charitable organizations do in terms of providing
Okay.
the funds for health.
So I'm going to give you an example of why you're completely 100%. I'm not
All
saying,
of the hospitals,
I'm gonna give
Brian,
you-
are
hold on,
named
hold on.
St. Anne's,
Hold
St.
on.
Joseph's.
Okay.
They're named
Those aren't
after
churches.
Catholic
Those are
saints
those are-
because it was the foundational Christian principles that started the orphanages in England, that started the idea
Okay,
of caring
they're still
for the
hospitals.
sick
They're
and the
not
needy
churches.
and the
That
poor.
doesn't make your point.
And that is why all of these hospitals have names
So
from
I had a
saints,
debate,
because it is Christians and
okay,
our generosity and our kindness that has perpetuated.
You're
through the
right. Trump is a very
generations-
generous person.
through the generations and have
yeah.
developed things like
Were
hospitals.
the pastors who molested all those children in churches also very charitable?
Were the school teachers who have molested
No,
children?
no, not at all.
Exactly. There's bad people in
Oh,
every
okay. I
field.
just want to
There's
make sure
bad
you can
police
say that because you're
officers,
making
there's
it sound
bad-
like all Christians are great people.
No, of course not.
Okay, good. I'm glad we agree on
The-
that. So let's go back
the
to that
healthy need no
church
physician.
argument. Let's
The
go.
point of the church.
Let's
is
go
that we
back to
need
that
saving.
church argument. Please find me one church in this country where if you go to a church and you say, "My husband or my wife is dying of cancer. What can you do to help me?" Guess what? $5,000 ain't going to do it, pal. You know what would be covered under most medical plans if your husband or wife? Medicaid. And if you walk into a church and you say, "I need this really expensive surgery, I'm dying. My son has leukemia." Sure, there are some great charitable organizations. I think it's great that anybody does that. That will help. But you need more help, like Medicaid. And the guy who you voted for, who is a fake Christian, by the way, the guy who you voted for, who wakes up in the morning and puts on 8 layers of orange makeup and pretends that he's a Christian, is the guy that's taking away those medical benefits from 20 million people. And while I think it's great that there are churches out there, I think it's great that there are charitable organizations that help. That is not enough. And I'm shocked to hear you say that you think that's enough for these people. Let me tell you something. If a woman has a child and she doesn't have a father in the picture and she can't afford to take care of that child and she needs to work 2 jobs or 3 jobs, a church isn't going to save all of her problems. So while you guys out there...
Right. Are you done clutching your pearls?
I'm not
You've
clutching
been doing
pearls.
this all day,
I'm not clutching.
all right?
You've been doing this all day. Christianity's not going to save you.
We've only talked about Christianity for about the last 5
Well,
minutes,
we only
Brian.
have just a couple more minutes, so
Okay.
let's let Mike respond
ahead,
to what
Mike.
you were saying, and then we'll move into our closers.
I like the program's Medicaid. I like that we have social safety nets. I have never been against social safety nets. I'm a landlord. I own like 30 different rental units. I partner with Section 8 for the majority of those rental units. I jokingly call myself the king of Section 8 single mamas. My pronouns are slum and lord. Now, that's all jest. I love my tenants. And I absolutely support voluntary participation in these types of programs. I actually like and prefer programs where the government partners with private citizens, for instance, like the Section 8 program, instead of just 100% government owned. So I'm not against Medicaid. I do think that a lot of people who have been removed from Medicaid were probably rightfully removed.
Not true.
It takes time to move through and examine all of these cases, but there are, as I mentioned earlier today, examples of waste, fraud, and abuse, people who take advantage of the system. And unless we actually start going over these types of things with a fine-tooth comb and holding people to a standard, then we're going to continue to spend money that we shouldn't be spending. And I'm okay with some people being removed under the premise that I do like these social programs. I would like to see them revamped and changed.
So you talked about social safety nets. I'm glad that you're okay with social safety nets. Most Republicans are not. Most
Really?
elected.
Tell me. No, now you wanted me to name somebody.
Yeah, sure.
You name someone who the elected
big and beautiful
official
bill.
who says
The
get
big-
rid of every
the-
single social safety net, erase them all.
So I never said they want to get rid of every single safety net.
So then
I
they
will
would
give
be
you an
for
example.
some. Then they would be for some
I'm going to give
safety
you an
nets?
example in a bill that I am talking about, a bill called the Big and Beautiful Bill. Now, in that Big and Beautiful Bill, which basically every Republican voted for, and Donald Trump threatened them if they didn't vote for the bill, by the way, in that bill that every Republican voted for, there are already 9 million people, Republicans and Democrats, poor people and people that have families that have lost their medical coverage. There's always going to be a small percentage of people that are going to take advantage of the system. We could be talking
Agreed.
about welfare. We could be talking about Medicaid. Guess what? If there's fraud out there, then I say go for it. But the problem is you can't punish everybody for a small percentage of people that are taking advantage of the system. Again, going back to the big and beautiful bill, there are millions of people in this country that can't afford to go to the supermarket. As you know, as we've talked about, inflation is up.
Yep.
And food benefits for these people, whether it's $200 a month or $400 a month, they've literally taken the guy who you voted for, millions of people. And I'm not a very religious person. I'm not an atheist, but I'm pretty confident that Jesus would say, we need to take care of the poor. Donald Trump is not doing that. I'm not saying that government should be, a safety net for everybody. But what I am saying is in one of the richest countries in the world, and we're talking about some of the most vulnerable people in the world, if they're sick, I want them to be able to get help, and not just walking into a church and asking for help. Because as I mentioned before, if you go into most visits in the ER, if it's a serious situation, could be anywhere between $30,000 and $60,000. A church is not going to provide that. So again, I gave you a specific example. I never said every Republican is against everything, every bill that could help people. But there's a lot of bills when we talk about welfare, when we talk about unemployment benefits, when we talk about food stamps, when we talk about medical coverage. The history of the Republican Party, way before Donald Trump ever took office, they take away these government programs to help, or would help, the most vulnerable people in society. If you're willing to come to the table with me and say, okay, fraud bad. I agree with you, Mike. Fraud's really bad. Don't want people to take advantage of the system. Let's get those people. But let's not take away medical benefits for people that are struggling. And you cannot convince me that.
I'll let you go for a while. There's a qualitative difference between the approach that a conservative Republican Christian has versus a Democrat progressive liberal. And it literally boils down to, do you give a man a fish or do you teach a man to fish? That's literally the fastest way that I can succinctly put it. You think that the government needs to provide these things, the churches won't. And we could go program by program. Again, you had said, well, look, these Republicans wanted to get rid of these programs. No, for the most part, what they want to do is they want to restructure them. They want to revamp them. They want to try to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse. I do not know of any elected official who is saying we need to completely eliminate all social safety nets, or even
Never
Medicaid,
made that
Medicare. Is there an elected official out there saying
Never made that claim.
completely get rid of Medicare or Medicaid? No, they're saying restructure it, revamp it.
There are people that want to get rid of
it.
There are people on the record that said they want to get rid of Social Security. Fine was one of them. There are several Republicans that have said on the record they want to get rid of. Let me ask you a question. Do you make money off of Section 8 housing?
Yes.
Okay.
I do. Yes.
What a shocker that you're okay with Section 8 housing when you personally financially benefit from it. So if you don't personally financially benefit,
here comes the pearl clutching. Brian.
Why don't you listen?
Even when I do something good.
Hold on.
Let me
correct
finish
the statement. He said he was okay with revamping these.
I understand what he said.
systems,
Hold on. He made the statement when it comes to some social safety nets with the government that he'd be okay with it. The first thing he mentioned was Section 8 housing, which, by the way, I think it's great. I have no problem with it. You personally you probably make a lot of money off it too. You personally financially benefit off of Section 8 housing.
Yes.
But when it comes to food stamps or Medicaid, you don't make money off that. So, it's fraud. We got to do something with fraud.
Brian.
We got to do something with fraud.
Food stamps.
You make money off of Section 8. If you make money off of food stamps, you'd be okay with that too.
It takes 5 seconds to figure out the problems with these. I outlined it earlier when I mentioned it to you. We used to get $750. I'm the oldest of 7 kids. We had a lot of food stamp money. We used to get $750 a month in food stamps. The problem was that if my mom went out and got a job, because she was earning income, they would reduce the amount of money she now qualified for. And it came to the point where she would sit there and say, it's not worth it to work because I'm going to lose more in terms of the benefits I would get. When I look at a program that incentivizes people to not get jobs and help themselves, I say that program needs to be revamped, done away with, changed. Something needs to happen so that it actually can assist people in moving from being given a fish to learning how to fish. And then you want to attack me and say that I'm anti-social safety nets. I have the decency to have a conversation with you and not besmirch your character and say you don't give a shit about people.
Didn't say that.
You can't come
Didn't
to
say
me
that.
and,
Didn't
and,
say that.
and offer me the same
Didn't
courtesy.
say you don't give a shit about people.
Well,
Here's
then
the
why are
point,
you
Mike.
clutching your pearls and yelling,
I'm not
being
clutching.
so angry?
I'm not clutching pearls. It's called passion. Get used to it. Number one. Number two. Okay. The point that I tried to make is that you're financially benefiting and probably make a lot of money off of the one thing that you said helps poor people, which
If
is
I
Section
owned a
8 housing.
grocery
Do you
store,
think
I would
Social
benefit
Security
off of that.
Do you
I
think
just don't
Social
own a grocery
Security
store.
should be revamped?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, so what does that
Yes,
mean? Should we just what does
100%.
that mean? Should we get rid of it?
No, we should not get rid of it.
What should we do?
People have paid into Social Security for decades, most of their life.
So what
for
should we
a lot
do?
of people. I think probably what we need to do is probably people age 40 and younger need to have the retirement date pushed back. For anyone who's 40 and older, if you look at the time that they're planning in their lives to get to retirement, it's really unfair to pull the rug out from under them when they're so close to retirement. But if you look at the way that this program is funded and the age that people are retiring and how long they're living in retirement, it's not sustainable. So how do we change it? Another thing we could do, we could try to do something different with the funds. Every time we raise those funds from taxes, it could be invested into some sort of fund that's managed by the government, so it's actually more profitable. There's a bunch of different things you could do with Social Security to keep the program, change it for people who it won't affect for 25, 30 plus years, and still be fair to the people who are currently on it right now.
All right.
Am
So
I
here's
wrong?
here's my response to what you just said in a whole, because I don't know how much time
We're
we
gonna
have
wrap
left.
up.
Kick us out of here.
One of my biggest criticisms of Republicans and people who are Christians is that they talk about safety nets and they want to talk about, hey, we need to care people, just go to church and they'll help you. Obviously, I disagree with that premise. I think church and faith can help people, but that's not going to get you the cancer treatment you need or health insurance or that sort of thing. You talked about social safety nets, and the first thing that we agreed upon, which I thought was unique, was Section 8 housing. And then I thought to myself as you were talking, I wonder why he likes Section 8 housing, but then he wants to talk about fraud when it comes to food stamps and healthcare. Hold on, let me just finish. Food stamps and healthcare and everything else. You didn't say that you were okay with healthcare for people that need it. You didn't say you were necessarily okay with food stamps, but the one government program that helps poor people, which we agree on, is Section 8 housing, and it personally helps your bank account and you make money off it.
Yes.
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen,
Yes.
people at home can make their own decision on this, but I think there's a correlation there, and I think there's something to do with the fact that you benefit yourself from helping poor people with Section 8 housing. You're a landlord, but yet when it comes to a lot of other social safety nets, you want to talk about fraud. Why don't you ever talk about fraud with Section 8 housing, which you benefit from financially?
I'm 100% against the fraud in Section 8 housing. And
You didn't bring that up, but you brought it up when it came to food stamps and healthcare. I find that very interesting.
Yes.
You've made millions.
All right, let's move
All
to
right.
closers.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
Mike.
So what I would say is, again, I highlight again the qualitative difference between how somebody with a conservative Christian mindset approaches solving these long-term systemic problems that society is facing versus the way that a progressive liberal Democrat approaches them. And if people have the decency to at least offer each other the kindness of not assuming the worst intentions behind everything, like accusing me of just participating in fraud perpetrated
Didn't say that.
by Section 8.
say
Fraud does
that.
occur within Section 8. Sometimes people claim that they don't have a job, and then they do have a job, and then they get kicked off the Section 8 program. I just had that happen to one of my tenants who was trying to work illegally so they could double dip the system. But for the record, Section 8 usually, in almost all cases, pays less than the fair market rent that you could actually get by going to a private tenant. So when I go and work with Section 8 single moms, it's because I'm remembering when I was the kid who didn't want to live in the slums and wanted to live in a nice house and needed somebody to provide that nice housing. And so I'm willing to take a $50 to $100 drop in rent on a monthly basis to provide housing to people who need it. So you can try to smear my motives, but you don't know them well enough. I will call out waste, fraud, and abuse anywhere I see it by any politician at any time, anywhere. That's as consistent as I can be. It's unfair to sit here and say, well, because you highlighted this particular instance of fraud and not that particular instance of fraud, we shouldn't take your opinion. Well, I can't highlight all things at all time, always, because we have only a limited amount of time to have these conversations.
Okay, so here's
These
what I would.
now, I'm almost done.
This is closer.
These
Hold on.
programs are valuable. I don't want to see them go away.
Mhm.
I dislike when people say you're pro-life only until the baby's born. Absolutely not. Both in my business, I take care of a lot of kids that are children of single moms. I'm pro Section 8. I'm pro food stamps. I'm pro free lunch. I'm not pro waste, fraud, and abuse. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to revamp and change these programs to
Yeah.
minimize it.
Well, in regards to, first of all, I never said that you were committing fraud. I don't know why you said that.
Benefiting from fraud.
I never said you were benefiting from fraud either. What I simply said was this, and I'll repeat. You were very jovial when it came to Section 8 housing. When I brought up food stamps and Medicare, the first thing that you brought up, you didn't say, oh, I'm all for that. You talked about fraud. But when we talked about Section 8 housing, you didn't bring up fraud. And you benefit financially from it. I never said you were committing fraud, and I never said that you were benefiting off of people that were committing fraud. Number two, we talked about Social Security, and you said we should raise the age. Well, guess what, sir? The life expectancy in this country, it ain't going up. It's going down. 2/3 of people in this country have comorbidities. The life expectancy for a man and a woman in this country are consistently going down. Now, I wish that wasn't the case. There's a lot of factors involved there. We don't need to get into the health factors, but I think we both can agree there's a lot of people that don't eat very well. They don't take care of themselves. I would also go back to the Medicaid stuff and mental illness and how Republicans want to take away your health care. But I would never want to up the age of Social Security of people that have bonded to the system their whole life when we know that the life expectancy for many of these people are lowering. I don't want people in their late 60s and 70s to still be working. I want good, decent people. And I guess this is like one of my Christian beliefs. I think if you're a good family person and you've worked your whole life and you've paid taxes, I don't want to fuck you when it comes to Social Security. I want you to be able to get those benefits. And this whole revamping bullshit, I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it like it is. It's bullshit. Okay? I want people to be taken care of. I want people to know that when they hit a certain age, they're not going to have to worry anymore and they can enjoy the latter ends of their life. I don't want to up the age. And by the way, there are Republicans, maybe some of you support, I don't know, that have said on the record, like Randy Fine, who is a piece of shit, and others, that they want to abolish Social Security. So I'm sorry, Mike. I don't trust Republicans. I don't trust Republicans in D.C. Do I think every Republican thinks that way? Of course not. But as I've said before and I've said again, and it would be very appropriate to end on a Donald Trump statement. It's not that I think that everybody who voted for Donald Trump is a bad person or a racist, but I will say that every racist in this country did vote for Donald Trump. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Shake hands, call it
Thanks,
a day.
Mike.
That was
Appreciate it.
wonderful.
Thank you.
Yay.
Mike, you're a smart guy. Thank you, everybody, for coming on and watching. You guys will see me tomorrow. Thank you to Sean. Thank you to Sarah, who did a great job. And thank you to everybody that was a part of this. And for all my listeners, we will be back at it tomorrow at noon Pacific Standard Time. We have someone of the Muslim faith who's going to be joining me on the show tomorrow to talk a little bit about Muslim hate. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. All right. Are we all logged out of every